아, 마이크 테스트 하나 둘 하나 둘. 마이크 테스트 하나 둘 하나 둘. 마이크 테스트 하나 둘 하나 둘.
마이크 테스트 괜찮습니까? 예.
안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 9시부터 트랙 B의 첫 번째 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 회의장 내에 계신 참가자께서는 준비된 자리에 착석하여 주시고 아직 로비에 계신 분들은 회의장 안쪽으로 입장하여 주시기 바랍니다. 아울러 원활한 진행을 위해 휴대하고 계신 이동 전화는 세션이 진행되는 동안 전원을 꺼주시거나 진동 모드로 전환해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 모든 세션은 한국어, 영어, 동시 통역이 제공됩니다. 한국어는 1번, 영어는 2번 채널이 오니 참고하시기 바랍니다. 자리에 비치되어 있는 통역 리시버는 사용하신 후 자리에 그대로 두고 이동해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 또한 화재 등 비상 상황 발생 시 직원의 안내에 따라 화면에 나와 있는 비상 대피로를 통해 신속하게 이동하여 주시기 바라며 행사장 로비에 위급 상황에 대비해 응급 구조사가 상시 배치되어 있사오니 필요하시면 언제든지 찾아주시기 바랍니다. 아울러 세션 중 질의사항이 있으신 분들은 좌석에 비치된 질문지를 작성하셔서 저희 스텝에게 전달하여 주시고 설문지는 작성하셔서 나가실 때 스텝이나 등록 데스크에 제출하여 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 9시 5분부터 트랙 B의 첫 번째 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 회의장 내에 계신 참가자께서는 준비된 자리에 착석해 주시고 아직 로비에 계신 분들은 회의장 안쪽으로 입장해 주시기 바랍니다. 아울러 원활한 진행을 위해 휴대하고 계신 이동전화는 세션이 진행되는 동안 전원을 꺼주시거나 진동 모드로 전환해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 모든 세션은 한국어, 영어 동시 통역이 제공됩니다. 한국어는 1번, 영어는 2번 채널이 오니 참고하시기 바랍니다. 자리에 비치되어 있는 통역 리시버는 사용하신 후 자리에 그대로 두고 이동해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 또한 화재 등 비상 상황 발생 시 직원의 안내에 따라 화면에 나와 있는 비상 대피로를 통해 신속하게 이동해 주시기 바라며 행사장 로비에 위급 상황에 대비해 응급 구조사가 상시 배치되어 있사오니 필요하시면 언제든지 찾아주시기 바랍니다. 아울러 세션 중 질의사항이 있으신 분들은 좌석에 비치된 질문지를 작성하셔서 저희 스텝에게 전달해 주시고 설문지는 작성하셔서 나가실 때 스텝이나 등록 데스크에 제출하여 주시면 감사합니다. 감사하겠습니다. 네, 그럼 지금부터 첫 번째 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 첫 번째 세션은 세계를 바꾸는 기술 리더십이라는 주제 발표와 이머징 마켓에서의 우수 인재 관리라는 주제가 발표가 되겠습니다. 저장으로는 강태영 연세대 글로벌 융합기술원 연구 교수님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다.
Hello, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this session. I'm very much honored to moderate this session, and we have today two eminent Evans here, right? One is Mr. Chad Evans, and the other one is Mr. Paul Evans. I don't know whether they are in the same family or not. I asked them, but they think maybe in the far, far end of the world, they should be in one family, right? And in this session, two speakers will have 35 minutes each to give us plenty of insights, and the rest 20 minutes for Q&A to two Evans, right? And I will introduce one each for the lecture, and then after 70 minutes, we will use the stage for the Q&A session. Okay, let me introduce first Mr. Chad Evans, who is giving us one of the most precious lecture on technology leadership changing the world. He is Executive Vice President of U.S. National Competitiveness Council, overseeing all programs and initiatives of the Council. Introducing just one example related with today's lecture topic, Chad built the Council's technology leadership and strategy initiative, engaging more than 50 Fortune 500 Chief Technology Officers. Now, let's welcome Mr. Chad Evans with a big and warm applause. Mr. Chad.
Good morning. What does work mean in the 21st century? The world of work is transforming dramatically, and this trend strikes at the heart of competitiveness, long-term productivity and prosperity, and at the heart of my organization's mission. For those of you who are not familiar with the U.S. Council on Competitiveness, we were founded in 1986 as a nonpartisan, non-governmental organization comprised of corporate CEOs, university presidents, labor leaders, and national laboratory directors. Together, we work to set an action agenda for U.S. competitiveness. And one of the vital roles the Council plays is in analyzing major emerging economic and technological trends, their potential impact on U.S. competitiveness, and steps to address them. Today's presentation is about such trends and a preview of some of the analytical work underway at the Council on Competitiveness, identifying 5 megatrends affecting work and the American workforce and global workforce in fundamental ways. American workers have struggled over the past few years with a historically slow recovery from the Great Recession. However, long-term megatrends are also affecting the American labor force in 5 fundamental ways. First, the drivers of the U.S. economy are significantly changing. Second, competition to perform the world's work has intensified. Third, we are in the midst of digital disruption and the rise of machines. Fourth, multidisciplinarity is on the rise. And fifth, we are living in a world of rapid and accelerating technological change. And workers, whether they're in the United States or around the world, are all caught up in the eddies of this turbulent economy. Up and down the career ladder and across the workforce landscape, these megatrends are affecting the U.S. labor markets, the occupational mix in our countries, what people do on the job, and the skills they need to compete and to succeed in the global marketplace. This presentation will conclude with some reflections on the impact of these 5 trends in the United States and around the world, and in particular, an increasingly polarized labor market, as well as provide some insights and thoughts on the path forward, both in the United States and the rest of the world. First of all, the primary drivers of the U.S. economy have radically changed. In the 19th century, agricultural and mineral extraction drove prosperity. In the 20th century, mass production really involved and drove U.S. economic growth. And in the 21st century, innovation drives the economy. and intellectual capital, the talent, really the focus of this entire forum, is the most important resource in production. 35 years ago, about 80% of the market value of the S&P 500 was represented by tangible assets, brick, mortar, equipment, industry. But today, about 80% of the value is actually represented by intangible assets, patents, trademarks, research and development, software. And increasingly, competitiveness and market success depends on people working with these intangible assets and the technologies and the management systems used to create value from them. This shift in economic drivers from the tangible to the intangible places a premium on those workers who possess the high skills, the knowledge, and the know-how to monetize these assets through service and product innovation and through complex work. Another way to look at the transforming U.S. economy is to examine the major role played by knowledge and technology-intensive industries, a shorthand, KTI industries. Here is a visual representation and an elaboration of the shifting U.S. domestic economy, showing the precipitous decline in the agricultural and manufacturing sectors and the rise of the knowledge economy. In addition, if we look more broadly, the knowledge and technology-intensive industries account for nearly 40% of U.S. gross domestic product, and this happens to be the highest concentration among major economies. You can see on this slide on the right hand the list of the knowledge and technology-intensive sectors in the United States. These industries share a couple of characteristics. They have relatively high rates of growth, and they continue to grow even during the last recession. These industries also incorporate high technology, either in their services or in the delivery of services, or they spend a large share of their resources on research and development, and they make products that contain or embody technologies developed through R&D. Knowledge and innovation are really driving these industries more than in others. The 5 high-tech manufacturing industries represented here report rates of product innovation at least double the U.S. manufacturing sector average. And in the non-manufacturing sector, software firms were the leading innovators, with 69% of companies in that industry reporting the introduction of new products or services, compared to a 9% average for all non-manufacturing firms. So it should not be surprising that the U.S. knowledge and tech-intensive industries have a higher than average share of educated and skilled workers. Here, you can see the percentage of employees in each industry represented by knowledge worker occupational groups, such as management, business and financial, STEM, science, technology, engineering and math, legal, and so on. And you can begin to see that the share of the jobs in each industry that typically requires an associate's degree or higher. In both cases, the knowledge worker and educational intensity of KTI industries is higher, or significantly higher, than in manufacturing and the U.S. average generally. And keep in mind that these knowledge and technology-intensive industries account for nearly 30% of U.S. employment. Now let me turn to the second megatrend I outlined at the beginning of my presentation. Riding the wave of transformation brought about by globalization and the digital revolution, billions of people in emerging economies have entered the global commerce and swelled global labor pool. The effective global labor supply has quadrupled between 1980 and 2005, so this data is already 10 years old, with most of the increase occurring after 1990. For example, if you look at the 4 BRIC nations, Brazil, Russia, India, and China, they now represent 45% of global labor supply, compared with less than 20% for the OECD. And today, many educated and skilled people in emerging economies are competing to perform the world's work, often for lower wages than their counterparts in advanced economies like the United States and Korea. Employers are accessing this global labor pool through many sources and many channels, including offshoring or establishing new foreign operations, moving routine, rule-based work that can be digitized over telecommunications networks, assembling global product teams, and through temporary immigration. Outsourcing overseas has been attractive primarily for jobs involving routine tasks, while high-value work often requires creative interaction among employees, among teams, in which physical proximity and the ability to engage personally offers comparative advantage. Perhaps nothing is having as more profound an impact, as more disruptive an impact on the economy and the nature of work today than the digital revolution, our third megatrend. It has also underpinned globalization, global competition for the world's work, and provided the means for emerging economies, and in fact for all economies, to access the world's businesses, supply chains, markets, and jobs. And of course, this digital revolution, this increased information and technology capacity, is a principal driver for innovation itself. iPhones today contain more compute power than the most powerful and advanced supercomputers of the 1970s and 1980s at a fraction of the cost. And according to Deloitte, since the advent of the microchip, the topple rate, that's the rate at which companies switch leader positions within their own industry sectors, has increased by nearly 40%. Here, you can see the tremendous growth in size of the U.S. private investment in information processing equipment and software since 1990, with average growth of investment about 9% annually over that period. And during the same period, you can see an incredible growth in internet and mobile phone users, not only in the United States, but globally. So I wanted to share the arc of the history here and the data. Increasingly, work and the workplace are online, on the go, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Manufacturing is also reorganizing production, becoming less labor-intensive and more capital-intensive, shedding jobs along the way. As the cost of labor rises and the cost of automation declines, it becomes more attractive to automate work and eliminate jobs. And this chart really does show sort of the rise of robots, the rise of machines, mapped against the declining manufacturing employment levels in the United States. Machines, autonomous systems, sensors, software, all of these are increasingly capable of doing routine tasks that have made up jobs for millions of people over the past 5 decades. For example, internet systems provide customers with account information and payment processing. Tax preparation software carries out work once performed by accountants. Computers, sensors, imaging technologies combined all perform security functions once performed by security guards. And in manufacturing, labor's share of inputs to multi-factor productivity has been dropping for the past 2 decades, while purchased business services and capital investments, such as information technology, have been on the rise. Thus, technology, it appears, it tends to favor those with higher skills. Higher skilled workers use technology to enhance their capabilities. For example, taking advantage of compute power to write, to perform research, to design products, and to deliberate with others, while lower skilled workers perform tasks easier to automate or tend to use technology that reduces the skills necessary to do the job. A new phase of the digital revolution is now kicking into high gear. The physical world and the virtual world are converging across numerous dimensions through sensors, networks, and data. All human activity, everything we do that can be measured, are being quantitatively characterized today. We are connecting people and things on a scale once completely unimaginable. The Internet of Things truly is becoming the Internet of everything, as it stretches across a multitude of human endeavors. The merging of the digital with the physical will provide unprecedented levels of insight, control, and optimization that together will lead to a deep revolution in productivity and entirely new ways to manage our resources, to manage production, to manage services, work, and our lives. The applications are mind-boggling. Smart agriculture, smart industry, smart infrastructure, smart stores, smart food packaging, smart buildings, smart clothing. Smart manufacturing has the potential to be truly revolutionary. Imagine what we could do with the data that illuminates the operation of every machine and every device, that monitors the cut of every blade, every movement of any material, the consumption of energy minute by minute, second by second, unprecedented insight from monitoring, control, and the optimization of all aspects of manufacturing. The Internet of Things will enable unprecedented control of the supply chain And the value of the insight that's created by this convergence will extend far beyond the factory or the firm. Numerous economic actors can leverage the data and the insight: lower-tier suppliers, service suppliers, economists, insurers, investors. All of this innovative fervor may drive significant and deep changes to America's, and indeed to the world's, productivity potential. However, it's important to note this is still to come. One of our greatest challenges, and perhaps one of our greatest opportunities, is to translate this innovation into the productivity gains that history has shown can underpin greater wage gains and a better standard of living and quality of life for everyone. But that's still to come. Digitization, the proliferation of networks, and cheap digital transactions are opening doorways wide to an entirely new class of innovators, creators, and makers. New innovation ecosystems are emerging outside the traditional system of institutions of research and innovation. These systems support independent innovators and stretch across ideation and invention, financing, manufacturing, and partnership brokering. Open innovation platforms are providing places and processes that connect people, that connect innovation seekers with problem solvers, offering new ways to get more people innovating on their own or together. Dozens of these platforms have sprung up and emerged. Corporations are using them, and there are many intermediary platforms. We are also beginning to see, importantly, the democratization of financing for innovation, embodied in a global web-based crowdfunding movement characterized by such sites as Kickstarter, EquityNet, and Crowdfunder. The internet disrupted and disintermediated and democratized publishing, broadcasting, and communications. With hundreds of millions of people now new participants in this endeavor, with podcasts, blogs, Instagram postings, YouTube video, Facebook postings, web pages. And what happened in cyberspace on the web is now beginning to happen in the real world, in digitally enabled push-button manufacturing. The tools of production are now available to individuals in disruptive technologies, like cheap 3D printers under $1,000, prototyping tools, laser cutters, easy-to-use design software, off-the-shelf electronics, and desktop machining tools, and the list goes on. And all of these technologies, together or independently, are changing the economics of production. Who can be a manufacturer? Who can be an innovator? And putting the power of production into the hands of the masses. An individual innovator that can design and make a product today without owning any of the traditional manufacturing infrastructure. No warehouses, no inventory, no assembly line, no power lifts, no forklifts, in fact, really no heavy equipment, no inventory. Things can be made through microfactories or Kinko's-like tech shops or using small production contracts. It used to be almost impossible, extremely cumbersome, and involving bank transfers, letters of credit, and purchase orders just to engage a production facility line in China. But now you can do that with a text message, an email, a credit card, and a PayPal account. And digital channels such as Quirky, eBay, and Etsy are all emerging and are used to market and sell to the world. The economics of transaction costs are being turned on their head, and people are gaining similar power, similar leverage as large corporations. The traditional linkages between innovation and invention, capital and production are being completely severed. It is becoming possible today for someone to imagine, to develop, to deploy, and to scale an innovation independent of conventional institutions of innovation. And with these new models, barriers to entry are falling. Crowds are moving in, and it's possible that a disruptive force, unlike we have ever seen, is about to be unleashed. The collective power and potential of millions of innovators around the world. This is a stunning development with tremendous economic and social potential. Today, the development and application of many new technologies, development of many new products and services, and many emerging fields are multidisciplinary in nature. In addition, many of the global challenges that we have to address are multidisciplinary in nature themselves. Global food, clean water, energy security and sustainability. All of these require interaction among multiple fields, such as engineering disciplines, economics, the environmental sciences, social and behavioral sciences. We are really living and working in a world of convergence. Let me illustrate the power of multidisciplinarity with one example: the fusing of agricultural science, data science, and electrical engineering. Today, there are large warehouses, some as large as 30,000 square feet structures, that are essentially indoor farms. They grow foods like lettuces or other vegetables with special nutrient formula, tunable LED lighting, and microclimates that are all designed to optimize production. And look at the results: a deep advance and leap in productivity, better food, incredible water savings, and greater sustainability across the board. Developing innovations for today's market opportunities and today's market challenges requires people trained to travel across diverse fields of knowledge and technology. This is very different than the traditional single discipline model that we have used to train our scientists and engineers and entrepreneurs over the past 50 to 100 years. Although we are now beginning to see some changes taking place at universities, and many companies and corporations have already moved to multidisciplinary teams, multidisciplinary innovation teams, because the problems faced by their customers and the opportunities in the marketplace demand this. And our fifth megatrend is rapid technological change. Technology is diffusing at ever-increasing rates. It took 75 years for the telephone to connect 50 million people, but only 38 years for the radio, 13 for television, 4 years for the internet. But the pace has only accelerated. It only took 50 days for the Draw Something app to reach 50 million people, and only 38 days for the Angry Birds app to reach 50 million people. So time is compressed in an unbelievable manner. So what does this all mean? What are the impacts on the labor force in our countries? One of the most fundamental impacts we are grappling with is labor market polarization. Demand is growing for high-end workers involving non-routine cognitive tasks and low-skill, high-touch workers, but it is weak for many middle-skill workers. Some economists attribute this gap to skill-biased technological change. For example, an increase in the value of workers' performance, whose performance is enhanced by IT, something I talked about earlier in my presentation. Workers who perform non-routine, abstract thinking and creative tasks with computers complementing the effort. Non-routine, manual jobs that require little formal education but require skills for in-person interaction and hands-on tasks. These are hard to outsource. These are hard to automate. But in the middle are those with intermediate skills performing routine, procedural, rule-based tasks subject both to offshoring and to automation. So the shift from routine jobs to non-routine jobs is spreading across the economy, intensifying the polarization of employment opportunities, yes, in the United States, but I would argue increasingly across the world. This is reflected on this chart as we look at employment growth by educational attainment in the United States, with rising fortunes over time for the well-educated and falling fortune for those with less education. And in this chart, you can see the dramatically widening wage gap between those with a higher education, those with higher skills, and those with less education in the United States. And here you can see how much the wage premium is for the better educated, as well as the stark differences in unemployment rates between those with different education levels. And in conclusion, we see that rapid technological change is having an impact at every level of the economy. When we think about technology's impact on jobs and workers, we tend to think about it based on where we sit. A worker might think about this in terms of the technology and the skills needed to perform a particular task. A manager might think about it in terms of how IT can be used to better organize work. A head of human resources at a company might look at how the need for technical skills is changing the occupational mix for the entire industry or for the company. While an economist might look at technology-driven employment growth and decline across different industries. The fact is simple. Disruptive technologies and innovation can drive a reordering of every level of the economy, from the workplace to the labor market to the mix of industries in a community or in a country, creating new opportunities for some, but also hardship for others. The process of reorganization may create new jobs while eliminating others and create new occupations or change the occupational mix, the tasks that have to be performed, and the skills that are in demand. Every New Year's Day in Washington, D.C., our area newspaper, the Washington Post, puts out a famous what's in and what's out list. So I'm going to borrow that model here to illustrate how technology really can impact labor at every level of the economy, with skills, job opportunities, occupations either being in or out. For example, due to networking, email, and social media, asynchronous communications are in, meetings are out. Due to computing and networking technology, network administrators and help desk personnel are in, file clerks are out. Due to horizontal drilling and seismic imaging, employment in the oil and gas industry is in. But due to email, online bill paying, and automatic mail sorting, postal service employment is out. And due to automation in manufacturing, robot maintainers are in, assembly line workers are out. Higher skilled workers are more able to navigate and thrive in this era of rapid economic and global change. Higher skilled workers are not only a premium when new technologies are introduced because they are better able to use them, they are also better prepared to move to new industries, to new jobs, to new occupations, new opportunities when they are displaced by technological or labor market disruptions. So what of the future? On this chart, we can begin to see where job growth is expected to take place in the United States in the decade to come. In essence, it's all about the post-secondary education. We can see there is faster job growth expected in occupations that require higher level education and training. Essentially, we are moving from a brute force to a brain force economy. As national leaders begin to understand the implications of these trends, the question facing the United States is pretty simple. Is our education system equipped to prepare the workers for the coming century, for this new reality? And the answer today is also very simple: no. The Council on Competitiveness, along with one of our members, Northeastern University, recently conducted a higher education outcomes survey of the American population, of public and business leaders. The survey revealed that more than half of all Americans say that U.S. higher education is not in tune with today's job openings and opportunities or the job market, and that it is not preparing graduates accordingly. Educators, policymakers, and groups like my own at the Council on Competitiveness have their work cut out for them. But history makes me optimistic. This is not the first time the United States has had to manage turbulent waters. More than 100 years ago, the American society reorganized around the industrialized age. Americans left farms. We built an industrial enterprise. We built roads and infrastructure to move an expanding range of mass-produced goods. People learned new skills, and government policies did shift to support this new kind of economy. At the time, forward-thinking educators and policymakers established compulsory education. And through a piece of federal legislation known as the Morrill Act, they created institutions of higher education in every U.S. state. And by the middle of the 20th century, manufacturing was driving the U.S. economy. Schools, colleges, universities, in concert with forward-thinking federal policy, once again rose to the challenge of training a labor force for a new future. And by the middle of the 20th century, nearly half of American men attended college or received vocational training through the GI Bill, which is widely credited with creating America's post-World War II middle class and driving record levels of growth and innovation, productivity, and employment. But here we are again in an era of turbulence, transition, and transformation. And if past is prologue, the United States will reorganize and reorient in this new age and come out stronger and more resilient. But this will depend on more than just reform of our educational system. Broader conversations still need to happen, and I think the forum here today and yesterday as part of that broader global conversation that will have to take place around what's critical beyond formal education to the success of the future workforce development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, we have to give Mr. Chad Evans once again big applause. Yep. In fact, I was sitting here and listening to Mr. Evans, Chad Evans' lecture. I came across two words here. He gave us deep productivity revolution and also democratization of innovation. I was thinking these two trends very much, but today I do have a lot of insight from you. Thank you very much once again. And I hope you will have many questions. There are question papers here, so you can write your questions and then give the question papers to the staffs. And we can use those questions at the end of the Q&A session, right? So please, the questions will be the simpler, the better, I guess. So I can use those questions for the dynamic Q&A sessions. Okay, now let's move to the next speaker, another Evans, Mr. Paul Evans. Let me introduce Mr. Paul Evans, who will provide us many fruitful insights from the lecture titled Top Talent Management in Emerging Markets. Paul is Shell Chaired Professor of Human Resources and Organizational Development at INSEAD. Do you know INSEAD? Must be, right? One of the most famous university in the world, I guess, right? And he was chosen as most influential thinkers in human resources, most recently in 2013 and 2014. Now, let's welcome Mr. Paul Evans with big and warm applause.
Well, let me just start off by saying that I'm very glad that I flew in early to start off, attend the very beginning of this conference, because it's proving to be not only very well organized, but an excellent window into the different facets of what we're all concerned with, getting a global perspective on talent. At a time, and I think Chad was making the point very graphically, as other speakers have done, and I think as we all must be aware of in the room, that we're at the time of one of these inflection points. Whether you call it, the Industrial Revolution 4.0 there, or whatever it is. It's a time of very, very significant change where talent is absolutely at the heart of things. Now, I'm going to give a kind of complementary talk, same sort of track but different perspectives to Chad, because I'm going to focus, as you know from the title, particularly on emerging markets rather than on the United States. And my background is in talent management with multinational organizations there. So I'm going to be focusing less on the economic, technological perspective and more on the talent issues. Now, what I want to do is three things. Give you the big picture on what we call talent competitiveness. And secondly, still at the big picture level, I want to give you three kind of big picture lessons in terms of what this means coming out of our analysis and work and research at INSEAD, in Europe, in Singapore, at our different campuses around the world. And thirdly, within the limits of time, I've picked out 6 lessons, particularly with multinational corporations in mind, in terms of managing talent in emerging markets. Now, starting point is this. It's a project that I started heading up with a colleague who's a former director of the World Bank, who is the pioneer of the Global Innovation Index, because we have another index at INSEAD measuring, I think the most authoritative index measuring innovation, where Korea does very well. And a few years ago, 3 years ago, we had an opportunity from discussions in Singapore, actually. We were hearing from Goh Chok Tong yesterday, who's been one of the major players in the development of Singapore, Prime Minister for many years of Singapore, about Singapore's development. And people in Singapore were saying, look, our only resource is our talent, is our people. We think we're doing fairly well, but we've got no way of measuring ourselves and comparing ourselves in a rigorous way with other countries. And again, measurements kind of leads to beauty contests. It's not just the measures, but it's the debates and the dialogue which drives action, which is really what's important. So since we have at INSEAD a certain reputation and expertise in building these indices, I got called upon. People said, look, Paul, you're Mr. Talent. Why don't you head this up with a group of other colleagues? And that's what gave rise to the Global Talent Competitiveness Index. And how do countries perform and how can they do better? Just to give you a very brief overview of what this is about. I mean, it's research which is undertaken by INSEAD. You need some funding and some support, so we have a partner in Singapore, which is the Human Capital Leadership Institute in Singapore. And we have another partner, which is ADECO, which is the world's largest leading provider of HR solutions. And we're trying to move to measure talent at the city level in the future, complementing the measurement of countries, and other partners will be coming on board. We have advisory councils, networks, and so forth there. And this index, composite index, gets rigorously audited by an independent office, which is actually the statistical office of the European Community of the EU in Brussels every year. And we're coming up into our third year of this index now. Let me show you the model which lies behind this. Now, what's important behind this model here is that we're getting, different facets of talent competitiveness at this conference. What we're trying to do in this is to pull all of the different facets together in one model. And I think some of the choices that we made at the outset have proved in the last few years to be sound. There's the big question of what is talent, and that's the output side, what's on the right. And you see two columns there. You see one column which is global knowledge skills, which I think is what particularly Chad was talking about. This is the creative skills, this is the leadership skills, the problem-solving skills, the skills that today have to be kind of global, cross-border, cross-boundary. There, Chad's remark about the importance of multidisciplinarity, that's one of the things that underlies these creative skills. And what's important there is innovation, which is the impact box, which we also try to measure there. But we made a decision up front also, and it's important in terms of some of my key messages and the things that are being discussed here in the room, also to focus on another type of talent, vocational talent, technical talent, people who have deep expertise as biochemical technicians, as robotics technicians, and so forth there, different types of vocational talent. So we're looking at two types of talent, leaving the unskilled labor completely out of the picture, because that's not talent by the definition of anybody here in the room. And then on the input side, the levers that can be used in terms of talent development, we put them under 4 pillars. and they are attract, develop, grow, and retain. And I think everybody's familiar with that way of thinking. And additionally, there's an enabling pillar, which is government policies, which is the ease of doing business, for example, in a particular country, which is labor laws and labor regulations, which enable or, in some cases, block talent competitiveness, economic performance, economic prosperity through talent. Just a couple of remarks there, and then I'll be talking about this in more detail from the emerging country perspective in a few minutes. If you look at the attract pillar, it's cross-border external, but it's also internal attraction. The reality, as we've heard from some of the speakers in many countries, is that if you're born as a woman in many countries, it's much more difficult for you to get ahead in the talent pool. And in some countries, and we have to keep an eye on that, particularly today, if you're born of a poor background and so forth there, it's going to be very difficult to get the sort of support and funding and so forth, which is going to allow you to get into the talent pool. So we're also measuring things like social mobility as part of our overall talent perspective. I'll talk about the grow pillar a little bit later when we get into some of the issues around emerging countries. Now, let me show you the next slide, which is 2014. I know the 2015 data, but I can't disclose it, so this is last year. And you see right up at the top of the list, Switzerland, which also, I would remind you, is right up at the top of the list in terms of innovation, talking about innovation. And we've got some interesting people from Switzerland here at some of these talks and so forth there, because there's some important lessons behind Switzerland's success. And one that I'm going to highlight in a few minutes is not just the high end of talent, but the importance of paying attention to the vocational end of talent. And that, in Switzerland, has very deep roots going back to the 1920s. So Switzerland is top of the list because it's kind of an all-rounder. Singapore, Asian country. I mean, we heard yesterday from the former Prime Minister in his very elegant talk. We've got another Asian country, Japan, number 20. You know, we've got all of the Nordic countries. There's a strong Western orientation. We've got the United States, well placed. And if you took this down at the city level, you'll get some remarkable cities and areas within the United States and within some of those other countries. The number, obviously, which is of interest in the room here, is missing, which is where is Korea? And Korea is placed out of these 95 countries as number 29 on the list, just outside the top 20. And the interesting thing about Korea is it's a very mixed picture, at least as we add it up. If you take the formal education part of GROW, if you take PISA scores and so forth there, I mean, it's not just top 20, it's top 5 in the world. It's quite remarkable. If you take the creative talent, Korea is in the top 20. It scores very well. But if you look at some other elements of talent, and I think it's obvious in terms of the issues being discussed at the conference, and you all know it, one of the glaring weaknesses, which shows up in the skills shortages and so forth, and in people graduating from universities who can't find the jobs that they want, is the shortage or the lack of attention which has been paid in Korea historically to technical vocational talent. And I don't think that needs much more comment from my side. Another thing where Korea doesn't score quite so well is great marks on the formal part of education, but as we're hearing from many different speakers, and for me it's very important we built it into our measurements here, in this fast-moving world, the idea of studying for 20 years and then working for 40, 45 years just doesn't make sense. You've got to recognize that we have a need for lifelong learning. I come from one of the world's leading business schools where the youngest people that we have on our MBA program have 5 or 6 years of experience, often in technical sort of roles, and they're investing a year of their lives in terms of a change of direction. At about the age of 30, we need much more continuing education, lifelong learning. And one of the areas where Korea also doesn't do quite so well, perhaps because it's fairly hierarchic nature, is learning through experience. We try to measure something which economists, will all say is true, but we try to bring it into the picture that a lot of learning happens through challenge and experience and coaching and doing. It's hard to measure, but Korea, at least by our proxy measures of that, again, doesn't do quite so well as it might do. The assumption behind all of this is that there's a relationship between talent, broadly defined here, and economic growth. And you've got talent up on the vertical axis there. On the horizontal axis, you've got GDP per capita. The bubbles are countries. You can't see them. It's all too small. But you see the tiny little dot up at the top, which is Singapore and Luxembourg. You see the big bubble in the middle, which is China. Another big bubble lower down, which is India. And then, if I press the button, that's Korea. And the countries which are off that curve are countries which have a fiscal surplus, typically because they have a lot of oil or natural resources. Countries like Qatar, but you see this very close relationship that we all believe in between the quality of talent, broadly defined and measured, and the level of economic development. Since I'm going to talk about emerging markets, particularly with Asia in mind, that's the portrait of Asia. And you have to bear in mind that this is a log scale at the bottom. If you took, a straight scale, Singapore would be, way off the graph, and you couldn't represent it there. And you see China, India, I think you can see that, and some of the other countries, Cambodia and so forth there. Philippines, Malaysia, coming up close, moving up very fast there. Also mobilized by its kind of rivalry with Singapore. Just one other slide there, that's in terms of growing talent, that's the Asian ranking. The numbers there are actually the overall score. I should have put the numbers in terms of their strength, in terms of the growth pyramid there, but you see Singapore, Japan, Korea very well placed in terms of growing talent, but with the strengths and weaknesses that I was referring to a few moments ago. Now, let me move on to give you 3 big picture kind of lessons that come out of our work and analysis during the last few years in terms of, particularly with emerging markets in mind. Now, the first one I think I've said enough about. It's the renaissance of vocational education there. You've got Philippe Gnegi here. I think he's giving a talk on this as part of a panel this afternoon. He's the former Minister of Education in Switzerland. He heads up the vocational education sector, and I think at least the discussions that I had with him, very worth going along to hear what he has to say. Bear in mind, and this goes very deep, it's hard to transpose into another country. In Switzerland, at the age of 12, you have to start thinking of what you want to do with your life. You have to start thinking in terms of employability. At age 15, you have a choice of whether you go on the generalist route, which is going to lead you to university, or whether you go on the vocational route, which is not just butchers and bakers, it's bankers, it's software developers, it's all sorts of different areas there. And 70% of the Swiss adolescents choose the vocational track and not the generalist track. And one of the very important issues is that that doesn't rule out going to university at a later stage in your life, because university isn't just 20 to 24 years old. You can go back to university or higher technical institutes and so forth there when you're 30, when you're 35. It's a very different educational system. And at least by our measures, and I mean up to you to judge, you know, find out the data and so forth there, it's one which is worth thinking about. Second, and this is particularly important for emerging countries. If you take the Taiwan story, which many of you are familiar with, Taiwan experienced this enormous brain drain 50 years ago of people who went to Silicon Valley and so forth there. And then the Taiwanese government, very sensibly with hindsight, instead of investing in top universities, invested in vocational education which would benefit the whole population. And then they invested in science parks and so forth there. And they made a very attractive environment to lure back all those people who were doing pioneering things in Silicon Valley, and it created basically the platform for the electronics industry, which then started to develop Taiwan and so forth, and then the whole of the Taiwan manufacturing industry in China and so forth there. Returnees coming back in an attractive vocational environment there. That really moves onto the next big picture point that I'd make, which is very important from emerging countries. The Taiwan story, which India and China are trying to capitalize upon at the present period of time, is India and China have large numbers of people, as you know, being educated and working in the United States. Some of them come back prematurely and they don't have the depth of skills and experience which allow them to replicate that. I'll make a point sometimes in a few moments, another point, sometimes they find the local environment to be less receptive and less attractive to them. So it really doesn't work out. But the argument of the world that we've moved into is not one of brain gain or drain. There's a woman called Saxenian at Berkeley who coined the expression brain circulation. And I think that's what we have to keep in mind in terms of development. Bear in mind, for example, when you think of brain circulation, that remittances, the money which is sent back home by people who are abroad in India, in Central America and so forth, is bigger as a total amount than the whole of foreign aid to developing countries. And some of that goes on consumption, but a lot of that goes on investing in education for your children, so they may perhaps be able to go abroad and get a good education. You've got the returnees, you've got the network effects. I mean, and that's one of my 5 final points here, this world that we've moved into where people have to circulate. Now, I've got one other big picture point before I get into some of the concrete issues around multinational corporations. You've got to make it attractive to people to come back. You know, you've got to have an attractive environment. And there's two researchers at Stanford and London, Nick Bloom and John Van Reen, who've been doing some very interesting work which basically says management practices in a country do matter in terms of attracting talent, which is something that a lot of us feel. I mean, their interest in this as economists is they believe, this is their fundamental belief, that management practices are fundamentally important to what Chad was talking about, to productivity. And by the way, when I say management practices, they've got very good measures of this. 80% of their measures are around talent management, people management. It's around setting goals and targets. It's around attracting people and making sure that you've got the best people in the right places rather than friends and family. It's about the way you measure performance. It's about what you do with underperforming people. Are you professional in the way in which you manage people? And unfortunately, I mean, I meant last night to find the data on Korea and had an interesting discussion with somebody else and completely forgot about it. My apologies. But I think Korea's, you know, somewhere kind of in the middle. It's certainly not at the top of that listing, with the United States way up at the top here. Now, if I use our GTCI data, just let me show you one graph from data that we're working on at the moment. A little hard to understand because this is three-dimensional, but just to illustrate the point from our data. The colors represent how attractive that country is to talent. And these are survey measures of business leaders produced by the World Economic Forum. And the red countries are countries which are attractive to talent. The blue countries are unattractive to talent. And the two dimensions which are here are scores on professional management. And this is, do you give a job in your country to people because they're competent, because they're the best people, or do jobs go in your country go first and foremost to friends and people that you're close to and members of your family? And what you see is that the professional or companies, the professional organizations, the professional countries, since this is country level, are the ones which are in the red zone, which are attracting talent. And the other dimension is, to what extent in your country do organizations invest seriously in employee development, in coaching, in training, in developing their employees? And again, you see, the more that is the practice in the country, the more attractive that is to talent. So I think one of the areas that we've got to kind of put on the table is the quality of the management practices. And I think Jeff Pfeffer was getting at some of this a little bit. I wasn't at his talk there yesterday afternoon in what he was saying. Now, from that, let me begin to head towards my conclusion with, I think I've got 5 or 6, I may not get through all of them, lessons, particularly from the corporate point of view, about management talent, particularly in emerging markets. First thing I'd say is, you've got to understand local practices, but then you've got to differentiate yourself. You've got to be different. And there's a fine balancing act between that. I mean, an example that I would give from next door, from China and so forth, is we all know Haier, highly successful company in the global appliance industry across the world. Its ways of managing performance, which go under the heading of OEC, overall, that means everybody and in the company, everybody in the organization, all aspects of performance have to be considered. Every means every day and everybody, and control and clear means you've got to finish up all your tasks by the end of the day. You can't put it off. And they've got a very non-SOE, very world-class system for managing performance there, but with distinctive Chinese properties. For example, one of their practices is the highest performers get invited as employee of the month to a dinner with at least until recently, with the founder of the company, the owner of the company. But not just the employees, the parents above all of the employees. And the company in the town where the person grew up get a lot of press, newspapers, and so forth about that particular individual. Very different from many other Chinese companies, but very Chinese in its orientation. And if we had time, the interesting thing to discuss is how can those practices be transferred to its plants in South Carolina and so forth in the United States. Second point that I want to make is we've got a skills gap in emerging countries, as we all know, across Asia. Our observation about closing the skills gap is that it happens fast and well when business gets together with municipalities or governments and gets together with educational institutions to do something about closing that particular gap. And we can find many stories. I mean, if I wanted to look at leading HR companies, rather than looking at Europe or the United States these days, I find, or we find, our best example, for example, among some of the Indian leading companies, Infosys, Tata, and so forth there. You know, Infosys, how do you develop an industry where you need people who the market isn't producing? Well, getting together with municipalities, getting together with educational institutions to attract the right people and to train and to develop them. Singapore's former Prime Minister was talking yesterday about one of the areas of capability that Singapore has, which is in the service of the aircraft engine industry. And that didn't exist beforehand. Rolls-Royce wanted to set up a service facility in Asia and got together with support from the Singapore government, with support from technical institutions, and within a 2-year period of time built up a training, hiring, talent, development machine where now today you've got first-class resources in that particular area which Singapore is very proud of, which you didn't have 10 years ago. So it's these sorts of ecosystems, as I think a lot of people are saying. Now, thinking about top talent in the last point, particularly people in middle and more senior positions there. Next point that I'd make is it's very important to capitalize on the thirst of Asian millennials, young people. And you can judge this yourself, people in the room, because many of you are indeed millennials there. The thirst for development in their jobs. Question that at INSEAD, in partnership with Universum, we've been researching recently, what's the single biggest fear of the generation who are aged 21 to 32 today? And the answer which comes out, and particularly in Asia, this is true across the world, is being stuck in a job with no development opportunities. I mean, George Yip was talking about it when he was talking about innovation in China yesterday. If you're going to retain people, you've got to be very good at this area of management practice. They're taking employee development seriously. Just a side comment, in the leadership development area, GE is a company in the United States which gets a lot of attention, and it's known for its rank and yank practices. I think it's worth pointing out the changes which are happening in GE in the way it goes around developing managers. The key thing today is an app which all high potential people have, and through that app, you've got big, challenging stretch goals and so forth. You can get coaching, you can get support, you can hook into networks, trying to help people, develop people, coach them in, taking on big challenges, getting the help, the support and so forth, so you can really pull it off. And I think that's kind of the sort of way ahead that we're starting to see. Last couple of points. I mean, capitalize on the desire of people, especially if you're looking in your talent in companies, to collaborate with people abroad. I mean, just if you look at the US data here, PwC had a survey recently which said that 71% of the young talent in the United States want to work internationally. One of the developments that I'm finding interesting is the growing number of talent swaps, which is basically within the same country, you've got somebody in Korea, here in Korea, and somebody in New York. They've got equivalent jobs, and for several months, they swap jobs. And you have to coach the other person in how to do well because you're going to go back into that job. And it's something which is incredibly attractive and incredibly developmental. And I think we're going to see more and more of these sorts of patterns and so forth starting to develop. Last couple of points. By the way, this I have to say a word about. Since my final point is going to be back on this world of brain circulation. I have long believed that leaders should have international experience. And we're starting to get solid, rigorous research. One of my colleagues at INSEAD, working together with researchers in the United States and in Hong Kong, what they do give to people is a creativity test, a problem-solving test. You got 15 objects and you've got to stick them on the wall, and there's no obvious way of doing it. You have to think laterally, out of the box, good at problem solving. Folks, you give that problem to people who have never worked outside their home country, and probabilistically, they won't solve it. You give that creativity test, problem-solving test, to people who I've always called international business tourists. They travel a lot, but they've never had deep experience abroad. Probabilistically, they can't hack it either. You give that test to people who have in-depth experience in another country, and they will solve it. And I think it's getting at what other people are talking about here, which is kind of the diversity of experience that people need. It's interesting hearing some of the speakers here talking yesterday afternoon about how we can give this to adolescents and so forth there, starting off at an early age. We're getting more and more evidence, if you like, that international experience really does change the mind. Perhaps one of my last slides here, there's been a lot of discussion on a very important issue here, which is the need to be T-shaped. You need deep expertise, professionalism, have an impact, but you've got to be able to collaborate You need the top of the T, the breadth, the multidisciplinarity. I, for 30 years, have used the metaphor of a split egg or a matrix in my work, and that's my split egg. And it says, particularly in everybody in a company, this used to be up at the top, but now it's going down fast. And it's what's important to bring into emerging markets there. 20th century, the bottom of the egg, that's your job, your targets, your objectives. It was 99% of everything that you did, even if you were a high potential person. And then there were people up there innovating big projects. How do we get into new markets, develop new products, and so forth there? So there was them and us. Not today. That's too slow. That's too expensive. This is today's model. I've got to do my job very well. I've got to have the depth, the professionalism. I've got to deliver the results today. The bottom of the egg. You don't do that well, some companies you get fired. You certainly don't go ahead. But you don't get promoted for that. It's only about 70% of your time. You're spending 30% of your time on projects, on new product development, on new ideas with other people in project groups, maybe with other countries, thinking ahead. That's what you get promoted for. So you get fired for the bottom of the egg, you get promoted for the top of the egg. We live in a world today, I think, of balancing acts. The picture that Chad was talking about is very real, but we've got to manage today as well as tomorrow. The bottom of the egg and the top of the egg. We've got this distinction in the English language that you don't have in any other language between management, doing things right, and leadership, doing the right things. Well, the bottom of the egg is management. The top of the egg is leadership. And the way I see organizations changing, be it in developed markets or emerging markets, is both of those. Managing the short term, the bottom of the egg, and the long term. Managing for performance and productivity today, the bottom. Innovation tomorrow. It's kind of like vocational and creative skills go hand in hand. You have to have both of them. Same thing with people. I think we've got to get this split egg thinking. And one of the exciting things that I fear from people at this particular conference is some of them are saying we've got to start doing this when people are still in high school, if not earlier on. I'm going to skip over a next slide there. Very quickly here. This was to do with leadership development, which is very important in emerging countries and very, very difficult. How do you identify with people with that sort of potential? One of the things that we know is that leadership requires different skills. Jeffrey Pfeffer was taking a fair knock at traditional ways of going about leadership development, but it's one of the major problems in Singapore and Asia. This is actually where, since this is an HR conference, I find that regional HR people have a very, very important role to play. The local HR people are too in the sands, the deep in the problems, to be able to have the perspective and so forth to be able to do this. The people far away are too far away. You need extremely good local people. Now, I said if I want to leave a final message in the air around all of this about our changing world, again, they're consistent with the sorts of things that I'm talking about, I'd say that the 21st century is this world of circulation. People moving abroad, circulating. That's where we get ideas, networks, and so forth. Talent is mobile. You know, people want to go, want to move there, move around. But that mobility also is what develops talent. And we've got to get this kind of circular process well in motion and well underway. Thank you very much.
You can take a seat there.
For your excellent lecture on global talent, Paul Evans. And we do have some time limit with about 10 or 15 minutes. Will it be okay until 35? It's okay? All right. I do have 9 question suites from the audience. So I don't know whether we can deal with all these 9 questions altogether because we do have only 10 to 15 minutes. So I will give one question to Chad Evans first because Paul is a little bit tired. Okay. So Paul, this is the question from Hana High School. What skill or characteristics does an HR executive or corporate management should have to deal with such changes you mentioned? Maybe brief answers could be, yeah.
Great. Try to give a quick answer. I think actually Paul answered that question really nicely in his presentation. I think HR leaders need to really be thinking about not only the management practices, but ultimately employment potential, employee development. I think we see that increasingly important. I think Paul emphasized that. But I guess if I were to go a little in addition, I would say that human resource executives need to be thinking about openness to change and openness to diversity. I think what we're learning in the research around innovation and competitiveness is that they are both driven by diverse thinking, diverse populations. And so I think human resource executives need to not only understand that and know it, but to put it into practice in their own firms. So I would say that's really critical. And that's been a learning, well, many people have studied that, and it's really at the heart of a lot of the work of the U.S. Council. I would also say, and again, Paul emphasized this, I thought really well, human resource executives need to exercise flexibility. Whether that's engaging and ensuring that global teams can work, creating the infrastructure to allow that sort of virtual working relationship. I think that's fundamental. And then I'll wrap by saying all of this has to take place in the context of a firm's overall strategy and business. So human resource executives cannot be divorced from the CEO, the chief operating officer, and others who are trying to drive the overall performance of the organization. Human resource issues and needs are board level issues. And so all of this has to be coupled to overall strategy.
Yeah, I add a quick comment, if I may, because I think your last point is the important one. I work a lot with HR people, but I have very ambivalent feelings sometimes because it's got to be driven by the line. It's got to be driven by the chief executive, who needs a lot of support and so forth in order to be able to do it well. And it's interesting, since we've got a lot of heads of universities and so forth. I think of my time as a dean. I think of the role of the dean of INSEAD, and our only resources are talent, and 80% of what he's doing outside fundraising and so forth there is HR.
Thank you very much. And the other question from Suji High School is in Korean, so I will translate, even though my command of English is not that good, but I will communicate with the two Evans. It's about Switzerland. Paul, you said at the age of 12, Switzerland students are thinking about their jobs. And from the age of 15, they are choosing what they are going to do for the education, whether he or she is going to vocational education or not. Then the question is like this: how they can choose whether they should go to vocational education or higher general education with all those informations. They don't know all the information they have. Yeah?
I would say that what's important, and again, you can talk with some of the experts who are here at the conference here, is you've got to realize it becomes a very scary choice if you're making it once and for all. There. You make a choice, you get some experience, for example, at a vocational school where you're working and studying at the same time. You can change direction later on. You can go back to university later on. What I'm against is the rigidity of the systems that we've set up, there, where, you have to get into a top university and so forth there. Your whole of your life is funneled, it's everything, and then, you're going to have to change in the future. It becomes so scary, so stressful. And I think the Swiss have many more crossover paths into higher education, and that's kind of the model for the future.
Do the students know how can they decide which direction they should go?
Well, that's important, thinking about this at age 12, there. And at age 15, the interesting thing that happens there is they don't know, and they go to mummy, they go to daddy and say, what do I do? And you know what mummy and daddy, but again, you can test this out with the Swiss, what mummy and daddy say, look, Helmut, Maria, if you don't know what you want to do, take the safe choice, which is the vocational choice, the choice that 70 people. You're going to have a job, you're going to get experience, you're going to earn some money, and then if you figure out that you want to do something very different, when you're 21, 23, you can zigzag rather than having one path.
Professor, can I just add, I completely support everything Paul's saying. At some point, I think there has to be a fundamental acknowledgement. Many of these issues are built around deep-seated psychological, social, behavioral issues. If you look back at the history of the United States and other nations over the past 50 years, the middle class was really driven by a really deep and well-paying manufacturing base. If you ask parents in the United States today, would you like Sally to go work on the plant floor of a manufacturing facility? The answer might be no. Would you like Bob to go be a welder? The answer might be no. However, Sally or Bob would be making a higher salary through vocational training or other pathways than they would if they were in the liberal arts. That's not to say a liberal arts education is unimportant, but what I'm saying is people need to be prepared for flexibility, to Paul's point, and there needs to be some myth busting. There needs to be a look at what's really driving potential, and frankly, to allow for failure, and to Paul's point, creating non-rigid systems that allow for people to easily get back into education, whether it's to university or in another vocational training, a community college, and to not be so rigid. And a lot of that ultimately is about psychology too.
Thank you. And there is another question from FKI. This is in Korean, but it's related with these question and answers, because the Korea has got a different social climate, because most of parents do want their children to be lawyers or prosecutors or doctors, right? So to be like Switzerland, the Korean society should change their social climate or social culture. How do you think about this?
That is the question. I was discussing this with my daughter, who's an Oxford graduate and so forth, and she said, Daddy, you go on about the importance of vocational education. What would you have done if I had said that I want to go to, vocational school? It's deeply ingrained in our society, and that's the tough question there. I don't think you can become the Swiss, but it's again my issue about you've got to wrestle with this need and find solutions in your own way. I think just as an outsider, but with Korean friends, I found the question earlier on about making a choice very interesting, because making choices in the Korea of the past has been so scary, as it were. You know, you get it wrong or something, you take a wrong step and you feel it's your life which is at stake. And I think there's some, taking that stress out, opening it up, bringing in more flexibility. Whatever you can do, I mean, learn from the Swiss, but their approach goes back to 1923, almost 100 years. And you're not going to be able to springboard that and change cultural values. So you've got to wrestle with this issue. It's what the Singapore Prime Minister was saying yesterday, I thought was very important. They have wrestled with a lot of these types of issues years and years and years. And he was talking about creating a multicultural population there. I think some of these issues you've really got to wrestle with yourselves.
I would just say at the end of the day, I think it's important for children to ask their parents what should they do. But there's also an element of personal responsibility and risk-taking. I think what society can do is to try to lower some of the hurdles to risk and to make it okay to fail and to provide many different options. Let's also look at the demographics. Countries like the United States, Korea, Japan, and others, they're going to live longer and you're going to work longer. So you need to have that understanding that it is unlikely you will have a single career, much less a job. You're going to have a lot of jobs, and you're probably going to have 1 or 2 or 3 careers. So you have to be able to work in that sort of environment. So I'm not saying ignore your mom and dad, but what I am saying is that you have to think about your own future and where do you want to be in 20, 30, or 50 years, and to tool yourself for that reality. And frankly, I think as Paul really, illuminated quite nicely in his presentation, workers are increasingly engaged in a global economy. Yes, you're going to live and work in Korea. I'm going to live and work in the United States. But we have to also understand that those jobs and careers are in a global context, and that second career may not be in Korea.
It's also a related question from Jungang Daily News. It's about the Korean society as well, right? The poll says the higher education may bring higher employment opportunities in the future, right? But in Korea, the fact is like this. Highly educated people tend to be less employed, right? So they give up, the high school students give up higher education, or after university graduation, they go back to vocational training, something like. So what is your thought on this sad fact of Korean society?
Well, very quickly, I mean, I think it's that sort of phenomena that leads you to question the way you're doing things at the moment. It's that sort of phenomena which kind of starts off a process. Make no doubt about it, Korea has been tremendously successful there. I was saying 29, but in terms of the quality of education, in terms of the innovation, you score very high in terms of innovation. But there's a need, and the very question kind of gets at it, for change and evolution. Chad?
This is not, I think, a Korea-only experience. We see this in the United States, and I think many advanced economies see this. I think what's important, and I'll use maybe a quote, the sad phenomenon, is that I think it points to the fact that there needs to be a greater coupling, a better dialogue between higher education and industry, between vocational training and industry. We need to be training and educating people for relevant jobs. We often see in the United States, for example, we have things called workforce investment boards. These are led by our Department of Labor. They're regional and local workforce boards who help train people for jobs. When you look at the billions of US dollars that go into these workforce investment boards, they are training for jobs that no longer exist. Why are we investing in careers and jobs that don't exist? They're doing that because these workforce investment boards, do not communicate with local industry, much less local education. So this gets back to one of the slides Paul had. It was a great sort of triptych. There needs to be better feedback loops between industry, education, policymakers around what's relevant. Because then you can get over this sad phenomenon of training and educating people for a job that doesn't exist. This is something that is feasible and can be done.
Right. I think time went past by, so about less than 1 minute left. So I will give 30 seconds to each. Just one word for the audience. How can they be prepared to these challenges? Paul first, 30 seconds.
Sorry, I hadn't sort of got my head around things. All I'd say actually is that my research convinced me that people develop not through education, but through challenge. And you need a lot of support and coaching and so forth. And I come back to that time and time again. The education is very important, but make sure that you get yourself a real challenge, and some support and so forth. And one way or the other, that's what's going to get you on the road to personal and professional success.
I would applaud that. I think we all have a responsibility to inspire young people, ourselves, an older generation. This world faces tremendous global challenges, but huge opportunities. We have to solve this nexus of food and energy and water. We have global climate change. We have health pandemics. We have a lot of challenges and huge opportunities in the Internet of Everything. So what we need to do is to embrace those challenges and opportunities and create the non-rigid, in Paul's word, educational and human resource systems to allow individuals themselves and together to solve these challenges, to meet those opportunities. The more that we constrain, the less able we're going to be able to do that, to accomplish that goal. So I would say unleash that potential.
Okay, thank you very much. I think today I've got too many insights from these two events. I think the audience will agree with me. And thank you very much once again. And we should give them big, warm applause. Thank you very much for this session.
네, 수고해주신 강태영 연세대 글로벌 융합기술원 연구교수님과 소중한 강연을 해주신 연사 토론자분들께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 이것으로 첫 번째 세션 순서를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 지금부터 약 30분간 휴식 시간입니다. 잠시 휴식을 취하시길 바라며 다음 세션은 11시 5분에 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
하나 둘 하나 둘 마이크를 체크합니다. 마이크를 체크합니다. 하나 둘 마이크를 체크합니다. 하나 둘 마이크를 체크합니다. 마이크 체크 중입니다. 마이크 체크 중입니다. 하나 둘 마이크 체크 중입니다. 하나 둘 마이크를 체크합니다. 하나 둘 마이크를 체크합니다. 하나 둘 네, 마이크를 체크합니다. 하나 둘 마이크 체크 중입니다. 하나
네, 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 11시 5분부터 글로벌 인재포럼 2015 트랙 B 두 번째 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 참가자 여러분들께서는 입장하셔서 자리에 착석하여 주시기 바랍니다. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 11시 5분부터 글로벌 인재포럼 2015 트랙 B 두 번째 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 참가자 여러분들께서는 입장하셔서 자리에 착석하여 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 지금부터 두 번째 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 이번 세션은 산학협력 글로벌 대학의 성장 DNA라는 주제로 진행되겠습니다. 좌정하로는 리처드 데이비스 영국 스완지 대학교 총장님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I first thank the organizers of the conference and indeed the Korean nation for their invitation to several universities from the United Kingdom to attend this stimulating and important conference and to contribute in this session. And what we have in this session are leaders from 6 UK universities, and they're universities which share many characteristics. They are all research-intensive universities. In fact, they're all in the top 25 universities for research quality in the UK. They're all comprehensive universities with a very wide range of subjects. And they're all heavily involved in working globally with staff, students, and industry. And I just want to say a few words to set the scene for this session. The session is focusing on the links between universities and industry, and I know how important this is for your government in Korea, as well as for our government in the UK and for many governments around the world. And in the UK, universities for years have been funded to provide skilled graduates, skilled postgraduates, promote entrepreneurship and innovation, undertake collaborative research with industry, support existing companies and businesses, license IP, and spin out new companies to exploit university IP. And we have various funding streams to support us in doing all these things. But it has been piecemeal, and in recent years, we've been moving to a more strategic approach in universities, where we are interested in attracting anchor companies to help create high technology clusters and to create jobs in science parks. So in other words, universities becoming proactive engines for the knowledge economy and behaving more strategically, managing more strategically the links with industry. And I know this is a big subject of discussion in Korea. And in many ways, we have changed in the UK. We used to focus just on, for research-intensive universities, we used to just focus on world-class research, supporting life and career-enhancing teaching. And we worked with the economy, but that was external to us. We provided skilled graduates and we collaborated in various ways. What we are increasingly doing is accepting that we need to embrace working with industry, with wealth creation, with business as part of the knowledge economy. So instead of a linear relationship between universities and the economy, it becomes an iterative relationship between the knowledge economy and universities. And I can't resist the temptation to say a few quick things about my own university in introducing this session. And this is one example we have a relatively new medical school, but right from the beginning, the research arm of the medical school had facilities for industry to co-locate companies within the research facilities, to share laboratories with the academics, and to include incubation facilities for startup companies within the medical school. And we have a variety of different research centers in our medical school, but you're interested in this session on what has happened as a result of the industrial links. Well, in the last assessment, this working closely with industry over 4 years, since the early days of our medical school, you can see a list of the outcomes, including 58 collaborative R&D projects, 300 jobs created in the local economy, 17 new companies established, 198 products launched as a result of working between industry and business, and a lot of investment from industry coming into the region as a result of that work. We're extending that to other areas of activity, and we've just opened a new science and innovation campus, sharing again facilities with large multinational companies like Rolls-Royce, like Airbus, like Tata Steel, like BASF, and so on. Sharing facilities, doing things together with our scientists. And just to give you an example, if you ever fly in an Airbus aeroplane, the aerodynamics for that aeroplane have been developed using software from Swansea University. So it's a critical link between Airbus and the scientists in Swansea University. And if you follow the Bloodhound project next year, this car will be attempting 1,000 miles on land, 1,000 miles an hour, by far and away the fastest car that's ever traveled, faster than a bullet, and it's designed by Swansea scientists. But never forget management, because if you look at productivity and success of industry, only a half comes from science. A half comes from management. So management, business expertise is really important from universities. So we've built a new school of management. And I thought it might be helpful. I know this is a very crowded slide, and only people with good eyesight will be able to read everything. But I tried to list all the sort of things that universities engage with. And they're in that middle column, headed institution. And pardon me, I'm sorry. So in the column labeled institution, you've got all the different things that universities can do to support the knowledge economy. So on the left-hand column, you've got financing, regulation, infrastructure, entrepreneurship, networking, demand-led activity, skills. And then looking at what business can do, what universities can do, and what government can do to work together. And it'll be interesting to check off from my colleagues from other UK universities in their presentations how their universities are reacting in different ways to all these challenges. So if you wanted to put ticks in these boxes as the presentations go on, you might have an opportunity. And of course, universities are responding differently to these new agendas. And that's why it's important to listen to 6 people to get different views on what's going on. So it is a very great pleasure for me now to move to the first speaker, who is a Pro-Vice-Chancellor from the University of Leeds, Vivian Jones.
Thank you very much, Richard. And could I just begin by repeating Richard's thanks to the organisers of this conference, and to say this is my first trip to Korea and how much I am enjoying it and how much I am learning from the ways in which you are thinking about the relationships between universities and industry and commercial partners of all kinds. And we have done, I'm proud to say, at the University of Leeds, a lot of work already in relationships, particularly in the area of energy conservation, with universities in Korea, working with the Korean government agencies, as well as with funding organizations. What I want to talk about today is the way in which a university, and you'll see that there is a pun in my title, because what I want to talk about is the relationship between a university and its region. We profoundly believe at the University of Leeds that the local, regional vibrancy of the university relationship is the core for a much broader global set of relationships. The University of Leeds is in the northeast of England. It is in the county of Yorkshire. And at the moment, our government is talking about the ways in which it wants to invest in what it's calling the Northern Powerhouse. A lot of investment in Britain goes to London. We need to improve that situation and look at the ways in which we invest in the regions. And universities are core and key to the way in which we do this. So I wanted to focus on some of the things that we've done locally at Leeds. But let me start with a little bit of history. The University of Leeds is 111 years old, but before it became a university, it was set up as the Yorkshire College. And it was originally set up as the Yorkshire College of Science to protect the local textile industries from the encroachment and the competition of European textile industry. So there was a protective rather than a collaborative incentive at that time, but it was about using a research focus to improve local industry. So that relationship between universities and industry goes back a very long way. Things have, of course, changed in the time since the Yorkshire College was set up. At that time, 7 out of 8 students came from Yorkshire. Now, of course, most of our students come from outside the region, and as you can see from the slide, 20% of our students come from internationally, from over 140 countries, including, I'm very pleased to say, students from Korea. So we are a good deal bigger, a good deal more various, and certainly a global institution compared with our beginnings. But that relationship with industry is something that we still take very seriously. Here, for those of you who are not quite so familiar with the geography of the UK, here is a map of the location of Leeds, as I said, in the northeast. And this is indicating the ways in which the Leeds city region has defined its priorities for development: entrepreneurial culture, work readiness, improving leadership management and professional skills, and developing skills for overseas trade. I don't think those priorities will be a surprise to any of you. They chime very much with the kinds of priorities, as I understand it, that are very much on the agenda here in Korea and across the UK. But I thought it might be helpful if I talked to you a little bit about the ways in which Leeds is looking to provide a vibrant centre and set of collaborations in order to realise some of those ambitions of the local city region. And particularly that last one, the skills for overseas trade, the global ambition that comes out of vibrant regional economies. And we do that in a whole variety of ways. My responsibility is for students as well as for forms of collaboration of a variety of kinds. So I am going to be reminding us as I go through of the ways in which students both benefit from and can be of benefit to, as highly skilled graduates, the economy both locally and globally. This is a picture of our magnificent library, the Brotherton Library at the University of Leeds, where our students study. They also now study in a brand new custom-built library for undergraduates, by the way. But just to a slide that you can be looking at while I remind you that in the UK, 45% of young people in the UK study at university. That is considerably lower than in Korea, but considerably higher than it was some 10 years ago in the UK. And so, like you, we are looking at the importance of ensuring that those students, when they graduate, are ready for employment and are ready to contribute the kind of skills that they've learned from university to the improvement of the economy. It is sometimes said that students are not ready for employment when they come out of university. That is a rhetoric that we sometimes hear from employers, although actually when you talk to employers in a more focused way, they actually are telling us that what they want is students who, of course, have a range of technical skills which we seek to provide at the University of Leeds, and I think are successful in doing so, but also that they want students who have softer skills of problem solving, students who are intellectually confident and can actually address unexpected problems, know how to go about problem solving. And we also seek very actively to develop those kinds of skills in our students, and we believe that a research-intensive environment is exactly the place to do that, because we are constantly introducing them to research methodologies and to cutting-edge ideas in which we get them involved as undergraduates. And the slide is a representation of our Leeds curriculum, where whatever subject our students are doing, they do that within a framework that insists that they have that research-based, inquiry-based learning at the heart of their program, but also that they are introduced to global themes, global and cultural insight, and the ethics and responsibility required of anybody in our difficult global community, and that they are, of course, also preparing themselves for employability. One of the ways in which they do that is, of course, to get involved in work placements, in internships, in working with industry while they are part of the university. And what I want to move on to now is some of the partnerships that we engage in. I could have talked to you about partnerships with big multinational companies, the relationship between our chemists, for example, and AstraZeneca, the relationship with Saudi Aramco in our environment and energy departments. But I wanted to talk more about two more regionally based relationships that we have developed because of the identity with Leeds as a city. You may be aware of Marks & Spencer. It's one of our largest and most trusted retailers in the UK. It's the retailer from which, certainly when I was a child, you got all your basic clothes, and particularly actually your underwear, because that was, you may know Marks & Spencer has that reputation for quality. Marks & Spencer started on the market in Leeds, and they wanted, therefore, to bring their archive back to Leeds, and we built jointly with Marks & Spencer a lovely new building in which that archive is housed. Now, a retailer as various and as comprehensive as Marks & Spencer is a wonderful match for a university as broad and comprehensive as the University of Leeds. And starting from that germ of simply having the archive with us, we have developed all kinds of relationships. Research relationships around food development, for example, relationships around sustainability, because you may be aware Marks & Spencer in Plan B are very committed to sustainability, and also inquiries into consumer behaviour. And within that, we have lots of internship opportunities for our students. We've also been looking at the ethics of the governance of large organisations. So a whole range of different kinds of inquiry and benefit have come from what started as an interest actually in history, in the ways in which we did things in the past as a university, as a big retailer. A slightly different kind of relationship is our relationship with Opera North. Opera North is a small, vibrant, global opera company, very high quality productions. We have set up a relationship with Opera North which is multifarious. There's lots of student engagement, there is cultural research that is taken out, and all kinds of new thinking have come out of that that partnership. And the important thing there is that it is, again, something that happened with a Leeds organisation, but which is now developing all kinds of international relationships. Just as one example, the University of Leeds, Opera North, and Shanghai Theatre Academy worked together quite recently on a project called Operatic Encounters, Common Voices. So that kind of international reach has been enabled by the partnership of two organisations where the sum of the parts is greater than the two individual organisations working separately. So those are just examples of individual organisations with which we've worked, which have achieved that global reach through regional beginnings. One of the other things we take very seriously as an organisation is our responsibility to local businesses, and particularly to startups. Our business school have done quite a lot of work on the importance of small and medium-sized businesses and the enabling of startups in a vibrant economy and in a growing economy. And we have put our effort where our research lies, and we partnered with Goldman Sachs and with the Said Business School in Oxford to provide both tools and soft skill support for local businesses, and helped 275 of those to develop effectively locally. That is something, again, that we extend to our students through our enterprise centre within the university, within the curriculum. We have students who are studying enterprise as the focus of their studies, but we also encourage students to do enterprise program courses alongside other kinds of subject area. So we have unexpected conjunctions, for example, between music and enterprise. Students can do a degree in music with enterprise. Engineering with enterprise, perhaps that's less unexpected. English studies with enterprise, because what we recognize, going back to my point about soft skills, is that we need students who have creative, confident creative ability to turn their creativity into enterprising ideas. And we're bringing all this together in the university's Innovation and Enterprise Centre, which is not yet built, but soon will be. The foundations are being laid, and there is a picture of what it will look like, which will bring together these various interdisciplinary themes and platforms that the university, as a comprehensive university, can provide, enable that research translation with industry, help with commercialization, help with the innovative development of small and medium enterprises, incubation for companies, and of course student enterprise, where student startups will be working alongside other startups in the same building, and the networking that will be available to them will obviously be invaluable. So just to finish, that's our idea of the university in its city, providing a regional anchor, absolutely at the heart of economic, social and cultural development, but positioning both its city and itself through that regional identity, which is itself always outward looking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vivian. Because there are so many people on the stage, we're going to move very smartly onwards. So now to the University of Leicester, and I'm delighted to welcome Martin Halliwell, Deputy Pro-Vice Chancellor.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you to everyone for welcoming us to Seoul and this forum. This is my third visit to Seoul, and I get more excited every time I visit the city, particularly around issues of design, where we in Europe have a lot to learn from the technical excellence and the creativity of design. I've been doing a little bit of research on the city in terms of design, and you can see the legacy of your award of in 2010 of the World Design Capital. I want to talk to you about one aspect of the creative industries that University of Leicester is world leading on, and that's our work in museum studies, which is particularly relevant for East Asia, where we have a very strong reputation that goes back 20 years. So I'll say something about the university, something about the School of Museum Studies, and then talk particularly about networking and the importance of global and regional networks within nation states and beyond them. But it also touches on that synergy that Richard mentioned in his opening presentation of the triangulation between universities, industries, and government, and developing not just knowledge, but skills, application, and human resources. And I think within the sphere of museum studies, you have exemplary case study of a creative industry where design and innovation materials, whether it's in terms of the architecture of a museum or in terms of the curation of objects, sits together with the development of leadership, technical skills around curation and preservation, but also an engagement with the public. And it's that emphasis on the visitor experience and what it means to visit museums in the 21st century that really excites me about your city. The University of Leicester is almost equidistant between London and Leeds, so 90 miles north of London in the Midlands, the central part of the region. We're a top 20 university and top 200 in the world. We became a university in 1957, but our roots go back to the 1920s when we were a university college and degrees were awarded by the University of London. And we've kept that close link with the University of London system, particularly as we're so close to the city by train, due north 1 hour. We're a group of 4 primary universities in the Midlands, one of which is represented here, the University of Nottingham, where I did my PhD, but in the West Midlands, Warwick and Birmingham represent the 4 key research-intensive universities, comprehensive universities in that area. But we've recently developed what's called the M6 group, which is another pun because the M6 is a rather testing motorway system that runs up through the West Midlands. But the M6 are the 4 universities I've mentioned, plus Aston and Loughborough universities that have particular research strengths. We're a medium-sized university in UK terms, 23,000 students, and one of our distinctive areas is distance learning, which I'll come back to. So of those, there are 6,000 students studying by correspondence, e-learning, flexible learning. We have high employability rates, and we're putting a lot of emphasis on skilling students for the global market. A third of our students are international from over 80 countries, and we're already working with 5 universities in Seoul, which we want to extend across the breadth of subjects, but also, as I mentioned, triangulate with industry and with government. The School of Museum Studies was founded in 1966 by museum practitioners, and it's a best case example of a professional leaning subject where we're regularly training people who are new to the profession, but also those that have worked in it for many years that need upskilling or career development or leadership skill training. We have a very strong interdisciplinary research and teaching focus, thinking about the diversity of experience, the different kinds of museums, galleries, data centers, libraries, public institutions. But we're also focused very much on creative design and the transformative change of going to a museum and having a quality experience. We're not just widely recognized as a top university subject in the UK or Europe, but arguably we're the best in museum studies training and research in the world. We have more graduates than any other program globally. We offer research training for both creative and critical professionals, so developing knowledge and research skills as well as professional-oriented skills. Our scope ranges across localities and regions and borders. We have partnerships with most of the major museums in the world, including the Louvre in Paris, the British Museum, the Met in New York, and the National Museum of Korea, which I'll come back to. And as I mentioned in my opening statements, I think it's the synergy between excellence and innovation that makes our work in museum studies particularly resonant with your emphasis on design in South Korea. We have a range of master's and PhD programs which you can take either on campus or through distance learning, where there's engagement with our staff through summer schools and through visits, and I'll give you one case study about this in a few moments. We have a new master's in social engaged practice in museums and galleries, which we're starting next year when the centre will be the school will be 50 years old. Our research then ranges across cultural institutions, companies. It attracts interest of policymakers and funders. Museums are a way of preserving the past, but also transmitting the lessons to be learned from history into the future. They're very important in terms of nation building, but equally important in terms of binding communities together. We stimulate and inform museum practice, and amongst the major themes that we're researching at the moment, creative learning, visitor experience and interpretive design, social justice, with a particular emphasis on disability, both in terms of access to the museums and also the representation of a diverse range of human life. We support museums and galleries in enhancing value, helping them become more dynamic, inclusive, and socially purposeful. Our work within networks, particularly in this region of the world, is very important, and it's that subject that I'll speak about in a couple of moments. But just again to give you some statistics, we have 22% of our students are registered from East Asia, significantly China and Taiwan and Hong Kong, but also Korea, Malaysia, Singapore, Japan, Thailand, and Vietnam. 48% of our campus-based subjects, our campus-based students are from East or Southeast Asia, and 8% of our distance learning students. The case study I mentioned a moment ago is with Hong Kong University, a particular dimension of that called Hong Kong University Space, or HKU Space. And that's, with the University of Hong Kong, we've developed a triangular relationship with the Hong Kong Leisure and Cultural Services Department, established 2 years ago. And this is for training professionals with government sponsorship. And it's a 5-year contract, which we're into the second year of. This operates in 19 museums across Hong Kong, ranging from the national to more specialist museums, and involves blended learning or flexible learning, where our staff come in for a study week in the autumn, as well as creating opportunities for students to attend conferences in the region or in Europe, and also a summer school within Leicester. The business model that we've developed benefits all three partners: our university, HKU Space, and the government of Hong Kong. And we see this as a possible model for a training partnership in Korea. So whether you're working within the higher education sector or within industry, I'd be keen to speak to you if you want to think about developing that kind of initiative. We have a big conference coming up in Hong Kong next week. There are now more than 180 museum and gallery practitioners from across the world attending, including representatives from University of Nottingham, again represented here, and National Museums Liverpool, University of Liverpool's amongst our group. But working with UK museums is another way of developing best practice within particular global regions. 3 of the speakers at that conference come from the National Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art in Seoul. And again, that's one of the key institutions that we've been working with and look to develop our relationship in South Korea. A conference I attended in Tokyo in January called the Agile Museum gives you a sense of some of the themes, but also some of the policies that direct future work within the museum sectors. How do you have an agile museum, something where the collection is constantly evolving? That's not to say that there can't be a permanent collection, but there's hundreds, if not thousands, of really iconic objects that don't often see the light of day. So to develop an agile collection is something that conference particularly looked at. We're also interested in using concepts from other disciplines. So the idea of narrative drawn from literature. How do you develop the journey of the visitor through a museum? You don't want it to be a singular journey by any stretch of the imagination, but you want it to be one where there's opportunity to reflect and contemplate, as well as to be excited and to engage. We have a very strong alumni network in Korea, and we keep in contact with both our Korea alumni and also our other international alumni by a publication called Museum Studies Connect, which is both online and in print, and also use social media widely. I'm meeting the organizer of our Korean alumni group later today, and we also have been invited to the British Ambassador's residence on Friday afternoon, where we'll be engaging with a number of our alumni across a range of subjects. Amongst our current research students, we have two who work through the Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art, one working on intangible cultural heritage and the other on political ideologies and museum practice. And it's that notion of the intangible that I want to draw my talk to a close by thinking about. I visited another alumni at the National Museum of Korea on Tuesday, and I was struck not just by the interior space, the design quality of the curatorial space, but also the external space of the museum. And the balance between the built environment and nature is something that struck me as being both about that notion of a place of contemplation, but also those qualities of excellence, beauty, and refinement that mark design quality. There's also a sense of flow and balance as well. And I was gifted, this is a rather poor reproduction of a map from 1861 of your capital city that I was given as a gift. And this is very different from a Western map, both in terms of its graphic design, printed from a wood block, but also those flow lines through the city that emanate from the natural space to the north. It's a very different dimensionality to Western maps, working on both a tangible level, markings or etchings on the city, but also an intangible, giving it a spiritual and iconic dimension as well. The future of museum studies, this is my final slide. We want to nurture our transnational and regional networks through alumni networks, through conference networks, through those kinds of partnerships like the one at HKU Space that I mentioned to you. We have a conference in Taipei in 2016 when that will become the next design capital. We're very, very keen to collaborate on cultural heritage policy, again working with both industry and government. And we're also, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, very keen on developing the partnerships that we already have in Seoul, but also extending those into industry, but also into other regions of your country. And for our 50th anniversary, next April, we'll be running a conference looking at the future of museums entitled The Museum in the Global Contemporary, Debating the Museum of Now. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Martin. And we now move on to Liverpool University and Dinah Birch, who is a Pro-Vice Chancellor there.
Thank you, Richard. It's an honor to be here this morning. This is my first visit to Korea, and I have been hugely impressed by the energy and the focus and the openness of the culture that I'm experiencing here. I'm grateful for the invitation to attend this forum, and I'm grateful too for the very warm welcome that I've experienced from the people of Korea. So I want to begin with a few words about the University of Liverpool. We were founded in 1881. We're located on the northwest coast of England as a port city with an outward-facing culture and a very international history. We do think of ourselves as a global university, increasingly so as the years go by. We have very recently established a campus in London where most of the students are international. We also run a number of online courses. We are, in fact, the largest provider of online courses in Europe. And the student body, those participating in those courses, are exclusively international students. And we have now 10,000 such students, all working for a degree from the University of Liverpool, but located all over the world: Africa, Europe, Asia, South America, everywhere. And we're very proud of that international reach. We have a partner institution in China, XJTLU, now almost 10 years old, and we have 8,000 students there, again, all working for a degree from the University of Liverpool. And those students come over to Liverpool, spend time with us. It's not obligatory, but most of them do choose to do that. So they spend 2 years in China and 2 years in Liverpool. And that institution has been a very important development for us in taking forward our identity as a global university. We have very strong links with Singapore, where we run a program in criminology and legal studies with the Singapore Institute of Technology, and we're also taking that forward. And we play a very active part in research at CERN. Many of you will have heard of the Large Hadron Collider in Geneva, in Switzerland, looking at very complex and demanding aspects of particle physics. Liverpool plays a major part in that too, and CERN is, of course, a hugely international project. So Liverpool is ranked in the top 1% of universities worldwide. We are ambitious to make further progress. We aim to be one of the top 100 research universities in the world, and we're very aware of the fact that we won't be able to do that without very active international collaborations. We have particular interdisciplinary strengths in advanced materials, and I'm going to say a little bit more about that in a moment, in personalized medicine and health studies, and in the study of infectious disease. So, a few key facts. We are one of the UK's Russell Group research institutions with a particular interest in research alongside education, an annual turnover of 465 million, about 89 million for research. We now have 40,000 students, including our online students and our students in China. We are increasingly popular with a 20% increase in student applications this year. We have a large and, of course, growing alumni community, including a lively community in Korea, and that's very important to us. We employ a great many people within Liverpool, so we have that kind of economic function within the region, 5,500 staff, including 1,300 active researchers, but we're also very keen to ensure that access to the university is available to a wide range of students. And we have a reputation of being innovative, very dynamic in the field of widening participation, ways in which we can include more students in the teaching and the research that we do. We have a long history in business engagement in the University of Liverpool. Indeed, we were founded in 1881, as I mentioned, by the traders and merchants of Liverpool. Very wealthy men, and to a lesser extent women, but largely men, who thought it their duty, their responsibility, to use some of their wealth to advance learning and to cooperate with learning in taking forward their own business interests. So we have always been a business-oriented university from that perspective. But we now work with business in different ways. We work with a very wide range of industries, helping industry to achieve its goals through what we can provide in knowledge and innovation. And the generation of that industry-related income for the university in helping industry achieve its goals helps us to drive what we call the impact agenda. What we mean by that word impact, is the public benefit of knowledge. The public benefit of knowledge in economic terms, but also in social and cultural terms. Business engagement includes a really very wide range of activities of different kinds. Collaborative research, contract research, where industries come to us with particular specific problems which we can solve for them, or at least help to solve. Consultancy work, IP, intellectual property, that is, IP, patents, licenses, spin-out companies, knowledge transfer partnerships where we work with specific bodies in industry and commerce to address challenges. We offer courses, professional courses in continuous professional development, CPD, case students, that's collaborative awards for science and engineering that provide training for doctoral students to work alongside industry. It's a very valuable scheme. Liverpool has been very active. Research centres which cooperate with business and commerce. And also, and I think this is increasingly important, access to advanced and often very expensive equipment and the hire of facilities. And that's an activity that is much appreciated by small and medium-sized enterprises that can't afford to purchase those activities for themselves, but nevertheless wish to benefit from what they provide. So we do quite a lot of that. So that's just a selected list of the people that we work with. And I have included on that list corporations or bodies that belong to the public sector. National Health Service is one. It's not entirely commercial and industrial partners. And I'm mentioning here the National Museums of Liverpool. My colleague, Professor Halliwell, has just been speaking to you about universities' interfaces with museums. This is something that we are also very interested in. Just a few of the people that we collaborate with. Now, what I want to do in the remainder of my time is say a little bit about our relationship with one particular organization and how we have developed that relationship. And the relationship that I'm talking about here is with Unilever. Many of you, I know, will recognize that name. It is a huge global corporation, British-Dutch corporation, but with very wide international reach. It manufactures food, cleaning agents, personal care products, owns 400 brands. It has a revenue of 48 billion euros, 172,000 employees, and it is the world's third largest consumer goods corporation. So it is on a very large scale. Its origins were in the northwest of England, and particularly in the Liverpool region, and our relations with Unilever have developed over a very long period. I think that's a point worth noting because trust is not built overnight, and the relationship that we have with Unilever is built on shared trust and confidence, and it's a relationship that has grown stronger over the years. One of the things that we have done recently with Unilever is develop shared facilities that meet both company and university objectives, giving them access to a range of facilities. So this is an example of where a very large corporation can also benefit from access to equipment just as small and medium-sized enterprises can do, but on a very different scale. The Materials Innovation Factory is a facility which we will be opening next year and which we have developed in collaboration with Unilever. It's a £65 million facility. It has funding from the government, from Liverpool University, and also from Unilever. It's designed to enable researchers to work together with industry and commerce, tackling both major and minor research challenges around advanced materials, which, as I mentioned earlier, are a particular strength in Liverpool, and manufacturing at the molecular level. So it integrates teams in computing, in software, synthesis, robotics, engineering, in order to discover materials that really will make a step change, not only in the interests of Unilever, but in the wider interests of industrial and manufacturing enterprises. It includes £10 million worth of shared access to equipment. There will be a dedicated team of support staff, very important, to run, maintain, and review the equipment set, and it will, of course, involve co-location of industrial partners. So just a few words about its themes. It's very integrated: physical sciences, engineering, health and life sciences, links with our Institute of Renewable Energy, also interested in this kind of research, particularly in their research in batteries. Fundamental science, physically co-located with applications and industry users. People working alongside each other. Has scientific breadth, academic leaders, and you see there some of the scientists who are taking this field forward. And a wide range of activities: inorganic, organic, nanomedicine, high throughput formulation, biotechnology, and also issues around sustainability. So those are my slides, but I do just want to say a little bit about the problems and challenges involved in this kind of activity. I don't want to pretend to you that this is all easy and straightforward. So very quickly, I will just identify 3 of the challenges involved in this kind of activity. The first is that you do need to align different cultures. Academic cultures and business cultures don't always share the same priorities and objectives. And this is why the long-standing relationship that we have built over the years with business, of which the relationship with Unilever is an indicative part, has been so important to this activity. It isn't possible to assume that people will instinctively be working to the same goals. It really does require, on both sides, industry and academic, a real willingness to accommodate different priorities before the goals that we all desire can be achieved and delivered. You do also need to be flexible in how you take forward a project of this kind to ensure a measure of sustainability, so that the sort of work delivered by this facility now will not, I am confident, be exactly the same sort of work that will be delivered in 10 years' time. So there needs to be open-mindedness about how the facilities move forward so that the activities can continue to be relevant to industrial and academic needs, and of course can continue to be appropriately resourced and funded. And there is finally a real challenge around the management of projects, so that the management challenges in which our business school have also been involved, to be confident that there is an efficient flow of projects through the institution, is a really crucial part of this activity. And I do want to end with that point. This is a genuinely interdisciplinary drive, and it's interdisciplinary with many, many different kinds of elements and aspects of academic and commercial and industrial energy.
Thank you.
There will be an opportunity for questions at the end, but thank you for listening. Good.
Right, thank you. We now move sharply on to the University of Nottingham and Hai Su Yu, who's Pro-Vice Chancellor for Global Engagement there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, the title of my presentation is Universities Working with Business, Why and How. So for any, I think, research-intensive universities, certainly for Nottingham, I think the core university activities including three aspects. And the first one is providing the best possible education for our students. The second one is to produce world-changing research. And third one is a knowledge exchange so that we can lead to societal and economic impact. I think those are the three core business for us. I think for all those three activities, we need to work closely with business and industry. And some of the drivers for business engagement, including, first of all, to enhance the student experience and employability prospects for the students, and secondly, to accelerate commercial uptake of fundamental or blue sky research, and thirdly, to actually diversify income streams by increasing funding from non-governmental sources. I think that's increasingly important. And finally, develop industry partnership to drive innovation and economic growth. I think for this sort of partnership between universities and business, from a university's point of view, they certainly can leverage more resources and provide also credibility and relevance for what the universities are doing, whether or not it's education or research. And from business point of view, they can have access to talent and ideas and also increase that capability for working with the universities. So I think for most universities, they do educational links. I think that's relatively easy. Then research connections on the individual level, so we all do that. But I think it's getting more challenging to look at strategic corporate partnership made with major industries, and also technology transfer deals is also more difficult to get. So if you look at educational links, what we do is involving business in our course design. I think that's very, very important to make sure our course, we teach the relevant materials for our students. And also we provide summer placement for students in industries. At Nottingham, we also have courses with 1 year in industry. So I think that's very, very popular. And also we work closely with graduate recruiters so that the industry can come to the university to advertising for their business. Now let's look how we are going to do that. I'm going to just quickly say a few models. I think the first one is collaborative research. As I said, most researchers or academics are doing that with industry. I think it's more important now to work with business at a larger strategic scale. For example, Rolls-Royce have set up about I think, 30 university technology centers globally. At Nottingham, we host 2 of those, one in manufacturing engineering, another one is transmission systems. And so with these sort of university technology centers, we involve colleagues from different schools, different disciplines, and they provide core fundings, and also some funding for projects, and we can leverage some public funding as well. So I think that's very, very important for some applied research. And second type of model is for industry to have access to talent that we have in universities. For example, since 2008, we have been working with BP, so they have provided the scholarship for our students from early on, so that they engage with some of our best students. So after graduation, they may work for the company. So I think that's a very positive engagement for everyone. And third model is shared facilities. I just give you an example. The Manufacturing Technology Center we set up in British Midlands since 2009, involving some of the big companies in manufacturing areas, including Rolls-Royce, Airbus, but also 3 major universities in the region, Nottingham, Birmingham, and also Loughborough. I think with this sort of a collaboration, we can do things in a large scale that otherwise we won't be able to do. The fourth model is actually the training, research, and IP. So we have been working with AVIC, which is the aerospace giant in China, for training and research partnership. So they have set up a university innovation center in Nottingham for fundamental and applied research, but also we provide training for their staff and PhD students. The final model I just mentioned here, because Nottingham is a truly global university. We have 2 major international campuses, one in Malaysia, one in China. In Nottingham, in the UK alone, we also have nearly 10,000 international students. We also work with over 2,000 universities globally for teaching and research. But I just mentioned the campus we set up in Ningbo in 2004. That's a partnership with Wanli Education Group. So basically, we set up the first Sino-Foreign Collaborative University, actually in Ningbo, which is south of Shanghai. So from a university point of view, we provide intellectual input, academic management, and quality control for that university. And the business partner actually input to control the management of the facilities, they provide the capital investment and so on. So we now have nearly 7,000 students, not just we are doing teaching and learning, but also more importantly, research and knowledge transfer. I think that's a very, very good model and example how we can work with partners globally. I think that's all I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we'll now move smartly on to the University of Southampton, represented by the Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Adam Wheeler.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honour and pleasure to be here and invited to Korea's Global HR Forum. Like many of my colleagues on this delegation from the United Kingdom, I too have been impressed by the ambition and the scale and the openness of the development of Korea over the last few decades. In this short presentation, what I want to do is to give you a sense of the University of Southampton, and in particular, its efforts and success in translating its world-class research, in particular, into tangible economic outcomes, partly in the region, but in the United Kingdom as well. So a little bit about the background of the university. Like a number of the institutions that you've already heard about, the university's origins date from the middle of the 19th century, and in particular date in the University of Southampton's case from the establishment of the Hartley Institute, which was founded by a local businessman and entrepreneur, Hartley, who I'm glad to say was a wine merchant in the city, and established the Hartley Institute in 1862 with a mission to promote the arts and sciences in the city of Southampton. That institution, after its foundation, prospered, became part of the University of London, and finally in 1952, the University of Southampton was founded through being granted a royal charter and having independent university status. Now, the interesting and wonderful thing about the city of Southampton is that for over 1,000 years it has been one of the United Kingdom's major ports. And because of that, it very much has established itself and has a culture that is outward looking and thinks of itself as a gateway to the world. And essentially, the University of Southampton draws on the strengths of the region in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of the businesses that are located in that region, adds value to those, and delivers that not just in the UK, but globally as well. The other interesting thing about the city and its region is there is a long-standing tradition of innovation. So, for example, in the middle of the last century, for about 30 years, the Solent region, as it's called, was a centre for the development of aviation technology, not just in the UK, but globally, with, for example, a whole cluster of aviation technology companies. Most importantly, or perhaps most famously, I should say, Supermarine, who produced the Spitfire aircraft that was significant in the Second World War. Subsequent to that, it has found itself and developed itself to become the heart of the United Kingdom's marine and maritime cluster, which is generating around about £18 billion GVA to the United Kingdom by current estimates. So, the University of Southampton, like others represented today as one of the UK's leading universities, is both comprehensive in scope, in terms of spanning a vast range of different disciplines, and research is at its core. Education is informed by the research that it undertakes. It provides an educational community where students can learn in a place where ideas and technologies are created and developed. And in recent years, it has sought to internationalize and globalize. So today we have several campuses, not just in Southampton and also in Winchester, but we have a campus in EduCity in southern Malaysia, close to Singapore, and we also have a campus in Dalian, China, much closer, of course, to Korea. Over the last 50 or 60 years of its establishment, the university has developed a very strong track record in knowledge and technology transfer. And when I arrived at the university some 20 years ago, I was very impressed by an open culture of collaboration across disciplines, with very low barriers between them, and a very strong entrepreneurial drive. And that culture is embedded in the university and is something that I've enjoyed very much during my time at the university, and is stronger than ever today as it was 20 years ago. So in terms of the university's research performance, it's ranked in the top 10 in the UK. In the last government exercise to assess the research of universities in the UK, the Research Excellence Framework, or REF, in 2014, we ranked 8th in terms of what's called research intensity. And if you look at our research programs, over 40% of them have commercial or business partners. We have a real strength in engineering, which of course is key to engaging with technology businesses. And that, for example, is underlined by the fact that we receive the second largest amount of funds for engineering research from the UK's engineering grant giving body, the Engineering and Physical Sciences Research Council. Within that, there are some real particular strengths that are important to the story of Southampton and its interaction with business. In particular, the Optoelectronics Research Centre leads the development of glass fibre communications by laser, particularly by the invention of the erbium doped amplifier some 20 years ago, and today is involved in the development of lasers for advanced manufacturing and the latest generation of the internet. The university was key to inventing web science and has particular strengths in computer science. And as you would expect for a port city, there are strengths in oceanography through the establishment of the National Oceanography Centre at Southampton, and also in marine and maritime engineering. The university also has a medical school, and part of its key mission is to translate its research into clinical practice. There are many ways by which universities can engage with business and transfer their knowledge and expertise for both social and economic benefit to society. But what I've tried to do in this slide is to indicate some of the main modes by which the University of Southampton is engaged, from strategic business partnerships, particularly with major global businesses. We've also developed what we call a Boulderwood Innovation Campus, and I'll say a little bit about that in a moment. We have particular strengths in engaging with SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises in the region and beyond. We're involved in extensive business incubation activities, particularly through an outfit called Set Squared, of which I'll say a little more in a moment. We're engaged in a spin-out agenda, and the university also has a science park located about 2 miles from its main campus. Overall, it's estimated that the university's business and enterprise activities contribute approximately £450 million gross value added to the UK, and approximately 8,500 jobs. The university's particular focus over the last 5 years has been developing its relationship with Lloyd's Register. Lloyd's Register is a company that's involved in the quality assurance in the building, design and operation, particularly of shipping, but those interests go into other areas as well. And the university's relationship has developed to a point that we've been able to work with Lloyd's Register to build an innovation campus. As I mentioned, we're particularly strong in our collaboration with SMEs. And Set Squared is an organization that works not just with the University of Southampton, but with the University of Surrey, the universities of Bath and Bristol and Exeter, to engage in business incubation. And since its establishment, I think around about 10 years ago, it's raised over £1 billion for its 1,000 partner companies. In the UK, the university is in the top 5 for developing spin-outs. Since 1972, we've produced over 50 spin-outs. 4 of them have been floated on the stock market with a valuation of approximately £180 million. I mentioned the Optoelectronics Research Centre a moment or two ago, and that has become a real focus for transferring its knowledge and research, particularly into the local economy. So today, the university, through the Optoelectronics Research Centre, has created a cluster, a photonics cluster in the Southampton city region, which is delivering approximately £100 million gross value add and responsible for the creation of 500 jobs in the region. The work that we do with Lloyd's Register and our strength in marine and maritime through the Boulderwood Innovation Campus, which I'll talk about in a moment, and through our National Oceanography Centre, where we partner with one of the main government research funding councils, is expected to grow the economic value of the marine and maritime cluster by £8 billion up to 2020 in the region. We have a wide range of partnerships, some of course shared with other universities, Rolls-Royce, British Aero, BAE Systems, Microsoft and Lloyd's Register. And in addition, the university has a range of professional consultancy units, about 8 in total, that employ 125 staff and are generating around about £7.5 million revenue per annum. So, for example, the Wolfson unit is focused on the design and development of small ships, usually yachts, and does a lot of consultancy, for example, for teams in the America's Cup. On this slide, I've just tried to give you a flavour of some of the partners that we're involved in. They're mainly, but not entirely, all global technology businesses, but of course we are also involved with government organisations, for example, such as Hampshire County Council, and also another major partner of the university is the National Health Service for its medical school. I mentioned the Boulder Innovation Campus. It was finally opened about a month ago by Princess Anne, and what you can see on this slide is 2 of the major buildings on the campus. The far building is the building occupied by Lloyd's Register, which is connected to the building in the foreground, in fact, through a marine and maritime institute. What you can't see in this slide is a further development of the campus, which is just off slide to the right, which is a £15 million building which concentrates a range of fluid dynamics facilities, from a very large towing tank through to flumes and advanced wind tunnels. And we hope to complete the campus in the next 3 years, by 2018, through a substantial government grant, which will see the establishment of the UK's National Linear Infrastructure Centre, which will be doing structures research, in particular for the rail industry. It's an interesting story, our relationship with Lloyd's Register, because today it's manifested at this campus. The campus has involved about £140 million investment. The majority of it not made by the university, but coming from partners, Lloyd's Register, of course, but also from government. It houses around about 400 staff from Lloyd's Register, who have moved their Global Technology Centre from the City of London to this campus at the university. And it also involves co-location with approximately 1,000 academic staff and researchers. And what I find particularly interesting about it is that it is a place where the university brings not just together its world-leading research in engineering, and particularly in ship and maritime science, but brings that together with business, education, and enterprise. It's been a long journey with Lloyd's Register. The university's had a relationship with that company for around about 40 years. It developed, I think, or was seeded by a serendipitous interaction. The relationship grew and prospered over time. Lloyd's Register created a technology centre at the university on its main campus. It also engaged in a set of outreach activities with the universities over that time to engage young people in engineering and excite them to think about engineering as a career path for them. And then finally, Lloyds were looking to relocate out of the City of London and naturally considered the University of Southampton as a great place to do that, which has resulted in this very strong and concrete partnership that we have today. It is, of course, placed in the centre of the UK's marine and maritime cluster, and so acts to integrate and stimulate further activity in that key part of the UK's economy. And interestingly...
Alan, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay, sorry. This is my last slide.
I'm sorry.
And interestingly,
very fast, please.
And interestingly, this campus is generating new international partnerships, in particular with the Singapore Maritime Institute, close to the university's new campus in Malaysia. And with that, I will rest my case.
Thank you very much indeed, Don. Well, wow. I promised you there'd be many different examples of the way universities were engaging with industry, and there are one or two things that sort of emerged. One thing implicitly rather than explicitly, and that is that the engagement of universities like this with companies is completely consistent with our emphasis on world-leading research. We don't want to do the routine work for industry that any professional can do. We're not replacing the professional engineer or the professional accountant or any of these professions. We are there to do the work they can't do. And I think you've had many examples of that. The other thing that came through is that, and there's a lot of research evidence for this, companies, and that includes global companies, are as interested in universities, particularly research-intensive universities, for their graduates and postgraduates, as they are interested in research and development. They want talented people, they want bright, clever, talented people, and they want to work with universities to ensure they get the best at every level. And that isn't just science and technology. That's right across the spectrum. And we've had quite a few sort of stories, and I just wanted to conclude with sort of linking anecdotes in a way. I was in China last week and met a young man who was running a small R&D operation in software in Wuxi. And he had studied in the UK as a student. He'd done computer science in the UK. It happened to be my university, and that's why I met him. But he'd studied in the UK. He'd done a placement with a company in Swansea, a computer software company, and that company had sent him back to China to establish an R&D center. So what the anecdote is showing that once you get involved with industry, globalization happens. It's there everywhere in what you do. And last night I had a great joy of meeting 3 industrialists from Korea who were working with scientists from my university and with a local business in Swansea, and they are developing graphene methods for various applications here in Korea. This is modern nanotubes, carbon nanotubes in printing, coating, and electronic surfaces. So it becomes part of our DNA, and that's why the word gene appeared on the title, I think. That once you start working together with companies, especially global companies, but even SMEs, it becomes part of your DNA to think more globally and to engage more globally. Now that brings us to questions, and there are a number of questions, and I'm trying to bring together a few of the questions. I'm not reading out a specific one, but there's a lot of interest in how universities can collaborate with business other than science or engineering. Now that has been covered to an extent, so I was wondering whether Professor Haisu, who very much an engineer, like myself, and we're interested in science and engineering, how do you see the way that Nottingham works with companies other than science and engineering?
Okay, I think certainly nowadays, if you work with companies for big issues and they require cooperations between colleagues and students from different disciplines, so I think that's certainly the current practice. So I think from a university's point of view, we need to make sure they work together. So I think to remove the barriers between disciplines. So I think that's an active encouragement, and also that's what I think industry would like to see as well.
And I'm going to ask Vivian as well, not because she is waving, but because I thought you might want to contribute to this.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I think I just want to pick up what's just been said, really, that to face global challenges and indeed to solve them, we have to understand culture. We have to understand the way people behave, the way they think about themselves, the way they tell their own stories about themselves. And that brings the particular skills of the humanities disciplines into conjunction with the technical problems that we are trying to solve by technical means. And the advantage of big comprehensive universities like our own is that we already work in that interdisciplinary way, as some of us have indicated, and can therefore provide that kind of range of understandings, I think, that are going to be absolutely crucial to solving global problems. Just to go back to my example with Marks and Spencer, it was a serendipitous relationship to the extent that they wanted to find a place for their archive, and we were more than happy to take it. But what we also were responding to was excellence and variety. They're a massive company, they have massive challenges of a variety of kinds, as we do as a university, and we've learned massively from each other because we have been multidisciplinary in the way that we have talked together and learned together and gained that trust that has also been talked about.
Moving on to another question, and I think this must be a very sensitive issue here in South Korea. It refers to the fact that so much investment comes to Seoul and less investment, the suggestion is, goes elsewhere. How do we deal with that in the UK, where most investment goes to London and the southeast? And of course, we have here universities that are representing areas of the UK outside London. But I don't want anyone to think that London has it easy, because it is so expensive. And certainly in cooperating with industry, they find it difficult. So we have 2 joint professors in Swansea with Imperial College in London, because they need much more space for their work. They can't afford the space that's required for their laboratories and processing operations. So I wouldn't accept entirely that it's all one-sided, but people here will have various views on this, and I don't know whether Martin would...
Sure. One of the things I mentioned was the M6 groups in the Midlands, and there are other groups as well, one in the Northwest, taking in Liverpool and Manchester, called the N8 groups. And that's a way of collaborating regionally, but also attracting government sponsorship or money, particularly around key themes. So in the Midlands, where Rolls-Royce is based, and a number of other industries around transportation, that's really one of the key themes, both in terms of describing a major industrial contribution to the UK and Europe, but also bringing together different research areas as well to tackle what is one of the current, but also certainly a future problem for the whole world.
And of course, the university is very competitive, so we try and resist any too much benefit going to London. But how see you? I mean, Nottingham has never worried about London, have you? You've got on with what you want to do there.
For me, yeah, okay. I think what you said is correct. I think London certainly got a lot of investment. But I think what we do in Midlands, we're trying to work together in partnership. So we have the scale and the strength and capability to win grants and support. I think that's a very important point. And also for different regions, you've got different priorities. Certainly for Midlands, I think energy is very important. manufacturing is very important. So I think that's how we do it, partnership.
The final question is for everybody. It's about the way in which students can benefit from the links with industry. I think we've got two questions on this, and they're quite heartfelt sort of questions, feeling that there is these exciting things going on, but perhaps they aren't able to benefit from those links when they're students. So perhaps we could just go along the row. Vivian.
Well, I mean, I think there are a variety of ways, and they're often to do with the way in which you organise the curriculum. You have to involve partnerships with industry in the development of the curriculum, and you have to involve the opportunity for students to go out and experience work with industrial partners while they're at university, so that they actually know what it's about when they get out there in the world of work. But more specifically, I think what we've tried to do is make sure that students work on specific projects which are co-designed by the university and industry, so that they actually have a real taste of problem solving. And by the way, just on the regional question, one of the things that we are constantly making the effort to do is to show our students that there's a real future in the northeast or in the north of England, and that they don't have to go to London in order to be successful.
So what?
Sure. The Research Council, which is government funded, has encouraged us over recent years to extend the PhD journey to either have time out partway through the process of writing a PhD thesis in industry, whether that's creative or hard industries, or whether it's working in archives and learning technical skills like translation, or to have that backloaded, so a PhD thesis then has a more applied dimension leading into the workplace. So I think we're being pushed to and responding very well across a whole range of subjects to that notion of embedding an industry experience within the PhD journey.
Just like to highlight the increasing importance of schemes of work placements and internships across a range of partnerships in the universities to give students, both undergraduate and postgraduate students, direct experience of working in a variety of industrial and commercial environments alongside their academic study. Employability is a priority for the modern university.
So how's you?
Just adding on one, I think it's certainly for undergraduate students, each student will be assigned an academic tutor. What we have been doing is also assigning an industry tutor as well. So that person can also talk to the students about their future career, give them advice. I think that's very, very important for the students.
Yeah, I would just like to build on some of the, or endorse some of the things my colleagues have said, but in particular, the Winchester School of Art, which is part of the University of Southampton, engages a large number of its staff who are also working in the creative industries in London. So students, undergraduate students in particular, get direct experience from, if you like, leading industry professionals, and that creates an environment that brings them directly up against the challenges that the creative industries business is facing in the here and now.
So thank you very much for answering that question. And certainly our experience is we try and offer all our students placements in businesses and companies, perhaps just 2 weeks or perhaps the whole summer. Not all students want that, but the ones who take those opportunities, 50% are offered jobs by the companies they work in. Okay, so my advice to students here, get a placement to work in a company for a short while. That brings us to the end of this session. I'm sorry we've had so many people, we've covered so many different subjects. We on the panel here really enjoyed this. I hope you have. I know we've had many disappointed questioners, but I wonder whether we could thank our panelists for a final time.
네, 수고해주신 리처드 데이비스 영국 수완지대 총장님과 소중한 강연을 해주신 연사 토론자분들께 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 잠시 점심 식사에 대한 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 지금부터 2시까지는 점심 식사 시간입니다. 참가자분들께서는 호텔 내부나 코엑스 인근 주변의 식당을 이용하여 주십시오. 그리고 점심시간 맛있게 하시고 2시부터 시작되는 오후 세션에도 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
Human interaction really strengthens the online class experience.
We can do things with education that has simply never been possible before, and that's what we're trying to do at Minerva.
The Active Learning Forum is the Unexpected Learning Forum, the place where you're constantly engaging with what you're learning.
잠시 후 2시부터 글로벌 인재포럼 2015 트랙 A의 세 번째 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 밖에 계신 참가자 여러분께서는 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 잠시 후 트랙 A의 세 번째 세션이 시작될 예정이오니 밖에 계시는 참가자 여러분께서는 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 잠시 후 2시부터 글로벌 인재포럼 2015 트랙 A의 세 번째 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 밖에 계시는 참가자 여러분께서는 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 트랙 A의 세 번째 세션이 곧 시작될 예정입니다. 밖에 계시는 참가자 여러분께서는 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 잠시 후 2시부터 글로벌 인재 포럼 2015 트랙 A의 세 번째 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 밖에 계신 참가자 여러분께서는 입장해 주시기 바랍니다. 그럼 지금부터 세 번째 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 이번 세션은 세상을 바꾸는 힘, 기업가 정신이라는 주제로 진행되겠습니다. 자정으로는 김진수 중앙대 경영학부 교수님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. 진행 부탁드립니다.
네, 여러분들 반갑습니다. Okay, welcome to the entrepreneurship session, and thank you for all of you. I am Professor Jin-soo Kim from Jurong University, and I am honored to be appointed as the moderator of this session. Recently, many countries have focused on entrepreneurship in order to create new jobs and enhance economic growth. Many developed countries are already making the transition from managed countries to entrepreneurial economics since 1980s. As you know, entrepreneurship has positively influenced on the various areas such as individual lifestyle and education and society and economics. For example, entrepreneurial economics much more emphasize on the startup and small business activities for promoting new job creation. Students who have undertaken the entrepreneurship classes are more likely to start their own business and also tend to earn higher income or show higher job employment. In addition, entrepreneurial society promote innovation, creativity, risk-taking, and self-efficacy among individual lifestyles. So we can say that entrepreneurship is the power to change the world, and we need to enhance entrepreneurship for a better life. So today, in this session, we are going to learn the concept of entrepreneurship, successful practices, and discuss with the experts how the entrepreneurship education will evolve in the future. Okay, now I'm going to introduce today's guest. We invited two speakers and also two panelists. The first speaker is Professor Michael Morris from University of Florida. He's a very well-known scholar and endowed chair in entrepreneurship education area, and he published bestseller books in entrepreneurship area. And also he's running the best entrepreneurship education program in USA. The next speaker is Michele Oljan. He's the president of European Chamber, and he is an entrepreneur and leader of young entrepreneurs in Europe. And also we have two discussants. First discussant is President Jake Schwartz. He is CEO and co-founder of General Assembly. And also last, okay, you can give the big applause. Okay, second discussant is President Michael Lee. Actually, he's Korean. He's the president of Young Entrepreneurs Society of Korea. I think he has very strong and wide international networks of entrepreneurship area. Okay, let's start the first presentation. Professor Michael Morris. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Would you give him big applause? Okay. Applause. Yeah.
Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here and to talk about a subject that is near to my heart and I think especially critical today in Korea, critical today around the world. I want to start with a quote that is my favorite quote from a good Irishman, George Bernard Shaw. Shaw tells us that the reasonable man or woman adapts himself or herself to the world. The unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself or herself. Therefore, all progress depends on unreasonable men and women. Entrepreneurship is a celebration of the unreasonable. It is the man or woman who will challenge convention, who will think differently. And this is the challenge in our educational programs today, because our educational programs teach people to think reasonably, teach logic. And that's important, to be logical, to be systematic, to be reasonable. But we must put much more emphasis on the unreasonable, on challenging convention. In fact, the way I like to think of entrepreneurship is where unreasonable meets discipline, and how we combine the two to make a better world. We're in the midst of literally, the 21st century is the entrepreneurial century. We are in the midst of an entrepreneurial revolution, a time where the world is being changed by one venture at a time. In my country alone, there are 1 million new ventures each year. They create 80% of the new jobs. The rate at which new products and services are being introduced has never been higher in history. The rate at which patents are being issued, our patent office is 2 years behind. The rate at which wealth is being created. And it's a democratic revolution. Women are starting ventures at a faster rate than society at large. Minorities are starting ventures at a faster rate. And more critically, in America, entrepreneurship has always been our secret sauce, our DNA, our difference. Not anymore. Entrepreneurship is a global revolution. And in fact, the US is falling behind in terms of this global revolution. If you consider the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor that tracks levels of entrepreneurship by society, and you look at the countries with the highest GEM scores, Cameroon, Uganda, Ecuador, Chile, Thailand, this is truly a global revolution. It is a time then of more choice, more innovation, more technological change, more opportunity, more possibility. This is what the 21st century is about. In fact, my argument is that the at-risk country, the at-risk community, the at-risk city, the at-risk organization, the at-risk individual is the one not prepared for this entrepreneurial revolution. My argument is ultimately the advantage, the source of sustainable competitive advantage is entrepreneurship. When we think about entrepreneurship today, we think about it differently. Here I provide you with two of the contemporary definitions of entrepreneurship. The process of creating value through unique resource combinations to exploit opportunity. Think about that definition for a moment. What do you not see in that definition? It says nothing about starting and running a small business. It says nothing about profit. What it does say is that entrepreneurship is a process, that entrepreneurs create value, that entrepreneurs put resources together in slightly different ways, and that entrepreneurs exploit opportunity. And the most important word in that definition is process. Why? Because entrepreneurship is a manageable process. As a process, it can be broken into steps or stages. As a process, it can be managed. It can be ongoing. And importantly, it can be applied in lots of different contexts. Startup context, family business context, corporate entrepreneurship context, social entrepreneurship context. As a process, we come to understand that anybody can do it. Anybody can learn this process. Anybody can manage this process. There's an old myth, there's an old wives' tale that entrepreneurs are somehow born. They are not. They are us. And the second perspective on entrepreneurship is that it is the pursuit of opportunity without regard to resources controlled. This is an important perspective. Entrepreneurship is not about the rich man or the person with the bigger bank account. It is about the person who can leverage resources, bootstrap, engage in guerrilla behavior, tap resources that other people don't see as resources. When we teach entrepreneurship today, and this is an important notion, think about what we are talking about, what we are really teaching. Historically, the focus has been on business basics, the mechanics of starting a venture. And so we teach a little marketing, we teach a little management, we teach a little finance, we teach a little economics. That's entrepreneurship. I don't think that's what entrepreneurship is about. I think that's what business schools teach. Entrepreneurship has emerged as a distinct discipline with a distinct content to it. And even more importantly, what we're trying to teach is not the mechanics of how to start a business. We're trying to teach a way of thinking and acting, the entrepreneurial mindset. Here, and this is a busy slide, I apologize for that, but I give you examples of what we mean when we talk about simply teaching the mechanics of how to start a venture. Managing cash flow, hiring staff, versus the content of entrepreneurship as a discipline. Context for entrepreneurship, innovative business models, the lean startup. But I think much more critically, when we talk about entrepreneurship today, we need to be talking about the far right column. Entrepreneurial thinking and acting, the entrepreneurial mindset. We need to teach our young people to get better at opportunity recognition. You know, you still have people that think entrepreneurship is about taking risk. It is not. It has nothing to do with taking risks. It's about creatively mitigating risk and managing risk. And we have to teach that to our students and to entrepreneurs. It's about the ability to convey a compelling vision, to engage in guerrilla behavior, to leverage resources. These are what we call entrepreneurial competencies. The entrepreneurial mindset. So let's think about that for a second. What does it mean to think and act in entrepreneurial ways? The idea that I am an agent of change, that there's always a better way to do anything. We call it healthy dissatisfaction. That opportunity is everywhere. When you woke up this morning, there are 15 opportunities floating over your head. Do you see them? Embracing innovation and change and growth. And most importantly, the understanding that failure is important. Failure is invaluable. Entrepreneurs fail every day. Failure goes part and parcel with the entrepreneurial journey. But also a behavior, a way of acting on opportunity, going for it. What's that Nike slogan? Just do it. Persevering. Entrepreneurs simply outlast all the opposition. Leveraging resources, acting in guerrilla ways, mitigating risks, adapting. What I'm trying to say is, as a mindset, from a professional standpoint, think about this idea. Not what does it mean to start a venture, what does it mean to pursue an entrepreneurial career, which may include starting ventures, corporate entrepreneuring inside large corporations, social entrepreneurship, entrepreneuring in the public sector, family business entrepreneurship, or even more importantly, what does it mean to talk about an entrepreneurial artist, an entrepreneurial engineer? But just as important is the need to bring this entrepreneurial mindset to your personal life, to your family, to how you pay for your children's education, to your community, how you create recycling programs in your community. We've done a lot of research on entrepreneurial competencies, and we've identified these 13 competencies. To me, these are the essence of what entrepreneurship is about. Certainly, someone needs to know how to manage cash flow, how to hire employees, how to set up bookkeeping. But at the end of the day, the entrepreneurial mindset is tied to competencies like these 13. To me, we have to go further, though. It's not simply entrepreneurship as a process or entrepreneurship as opportunity recognition and exploitation. Entrepreneurship is fire in a bottle. It is about empowerment and it is about transformation. The empowerment to create your own job, your own future, your own wealth, your own sense of pride and self-worth, to create your own identity, your own facilities and operations, your own jobs for others, your own contribution to the world, to create your own ability to give back to society. Empowerment. And it's about transformation, transforming markets, transforming business practices, industries, transforming oneself and one's family, transforming one's community, and certainly transforming economies. So to me, I think this global entrepreneurial revolution is about empowering and transforming young people to create a different world, empowering and transforming our organizations to lead instead of follow, transforming our communities around the entrepreneurial spirit, transforming entire regions of countries. I also think it's not simply about the next Facebook. Far too many of the conversations about entrepreneurship center on going out, attracting $5 million, $10 million or more of venture capital money, and creating the next Twitter, creating the next whatever. What we found in our work is there are 4 different kinds of ventures that entrepreneurs create, and all 4 matter. We distinguish between what are called survival ventures, hand-to-mouth existence, a street artist. Lifestyle ventures, the large majority of small ventures, hair salons, auto repair shops. Managed growth ventures, businesses that seek to grow, to add locations, to add markets, but on a stable, managed basis. And then the so-called gazelles, or aggressive growth ventures. And on this slide, I try to characterize unique differences between them, but what I'm trying to suggest is, A, they're all forms of entrepreneurship. There are some who argue we just need to focus on these aggressive growth ventures, these gazelles creating the next Facebook. I disagree. I think society needs to meaningfully invest in all 4. You need a portfolio of types of ventures, and that these types of ventures support and feed off one another. We need to build entrepreneurial ecosystems that support survival, lifestyle, managed growth, and aggressive growth ventures. And we need to do more to connect the dots, not creating silos, but connectivity between entrepreneurship education, the investment community, NGOs or nonprofits that support entrepreneurial behavior, subject matter experts, incubators, and so forth, how we connect the dots amongst these ecosystems. A critical question many entrepreneurs ask themselves, many young people ask themselves when they're thinking about starting something is, do I have the right stuff? Do I have what it takes? My message to you is there is no right stuff. There's no checklist of things you need to reflect in yourself to be a successful entrepreneur. After 40 years of research on the psychology and the sociology of the entrepreneur, we've learned very little other than the fact that entrepreneurs are not born. We all are rich in entrepreneurial potential. Certainly we've seen some patterns. Certainly we've seen some evidence that there are different kinds of entrepreneurs, but the reality is entrepreneurs don't trend towards a central common prototype. They're widely diverse. They have lots of different characteristics and traits and cognitive styles. And at the end of the day, anybody can start a venture. My message is also that the venture experience forms the entrepreneur. One is not an entrepreneur the day she or he starts a business. One emerges as an entrepreneur. For instance, we find that entrepreneurs are more tolerant of ambiguity. Well, that's not something they start with. In an entrepreneurial venture, things are highly ambiguous. You learn to be tolerant. So that's an interesting idea that entrepreneurs don't so much, they certainly start ventures. Entrepreneurs create ventures, but more importantly, ventures create entrepreneur. The entrepreneurial experience is what forms the entrepreneur. And that's why it's so important in our educational programs to focus more on experiential learning, learning by doing, practice. Great pianists are great pianists. Certainly some modicum of talent helps, but a great pianist will tell you, I'm a great pianist because I practice 5 hours a day. We need to create forums for our young people to practice entrepreneurship a lot more, to fail more often, to be creative in more contexts and in more situations. And so I ask you this what-if question. What if every person in this room, what if everybody in this city, what if every person in this country started a venture? Think of how much further along as society we would be. My argument is that entrepreneurship is the most empowering, the most democratic, the most freedom-creating phenomenon in the history of the human race. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the very energetic presentation. Actually, Professor Morris, he took more than 16 hours flight time. Right now in Florida, there's the midnight time, so there are big time difference. So I just worry about his presentation, but well, it was just worry. I mean, yeah, he may give us very energetic presentation, and also he give us new insight like empowerment. Yeah, because right now I'm teaching the entrepreneurship program at the university, but we just mostly emphasize business skills and entrepreneurial skills and knowledge. But he just emphasized the entrepreneurial thinking and attitude and entrepreneurial mindset. I think that's the very more important, than basic skills, learning the basic skills and knowledge. So I think it's a very good insight for the entrepreneurs. Also. And also he gave us various perspectives of different types of ventures and also future issues about entrepreneurs. Okay, if you have a question, and then just write down, and then give it to the staffs, and then we can have a discussion time after the presentation. Okay, thank you very much again. We have Professor Morris. Next speaker is Mikhail Oljan. He's president of European Chamber, and he's running the Green is a non-profit foundation, and he's very, successful entrepreneur. Okay, and also he likes dancing, and Korea. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's give him the big applause.
Thank you for reminding me. I met this gentleman, Michael Lee, on a dancing floor in Liverpool some years ago back. I remember. I'm a former entrepreneur. I like this title, The Power to Change the World. In fact, should be an inspiration for all of us. I will start with my story. At 10 years old, I had my small lemonade stand. At 12, I had a small illegal radio where the transmitter, self-constructed, was something this size. It was a failure because I was able to transmit maximum couple of apartments far away, maybe my mother and another listener, so it was a failure. Then I started to make software. I was selling software. After and during the university, I started one dealership of office machines. Then I moved to Central Europe from Italy. I went to Hungary, and I started working in Italy, in Hungary, in Croatia, in Romania. For many years, I ran different companies in vending machines. Then I sold my biggest one, Yopi, to Coca-Cola. They gave me enough money for the rest of my life. Then now I'm just involved in international organizations, non-profit, NGOs, and social business. I want to start with a story of one of my former employees, Steve. It was 20 years ago. We had a company with about 10 employees. Steve was working, he came to the capital of Hungary, Budapest, from a very poor city of eastern Hungary. He was starting his university, he needed some money, so he started work for my company. I was in Italy, Saturday morning, I received a call. I say, hello? And Steve would say, Michele, there's an issue here in Hungary. So what happened, Steve? He said, I fired Gabor, his boss. I say, I don't understand, what do you mean? Yeah, I took the keys of the company, I kicked him out from the company, from the door, closed the door, say, you never come here anymore. I did not understand. So, Steve, what happened? Say, I caught Gabor stealing or cheating something in the company. I still didn't know it was true or not. But I thought also somebody who has this courage, probably he has a backbone. He has some important drive. He's performing his best even when working. Today, Steve, he's an entrepreneur. He sells software around the world. I'm his customer. I think he was 19 years old when this happened. I have another story. 1 month ago, I was in Cuba. In fact, unfortunately, the monument of the failure of the socialism. Nobody speaks English there. Fortunately, I do speak Spanish. After a week going around in private homes, where, again, nobody was speaking English, I was waiting in line in the street for a small coffee in a small home-owned business bar. And a small kid came next to me and said in English, oh, sir, you know, in this bar, they have some very good juices. You can try some mango juice. And we started talking in perfect English. I was surprised. The first person, a small kid, we spoke about 10 minutes, and then I saw him leaving. He went there with his mother and brother. After my coffee, I went to his mother, and I say to her in Spanish, well, you know, your son speaks a perfect English. We had a nice conversation. She said, well, he speaks also Russian, French, and so on. Говоришь по-русски? Да. Хорошо говоришь по-русски? Конечно. Понимаю, говорю по-русски. Well, I checked his Russian, it was perfect. He was 11 years old. I gave him my business card. First time I give my business card to an 11 years old guy. Can you imagine the future of this guy? Imagine who will become. So leadership and entrepreneurship has no minimum age. It's not a question about school or money. We think about entrepreneurship with a lot of misconceptions. Here are some of them. But in fact, the only important drivers are the attitude and approach of the person who wants to be an entrepreneur. You never give up. This is very important. At the end, you're going to win. By definition, if you never give up, you will be the winner. And very important, leaders and entrepreneurs shape the society, not vice versa. The rules are for the others. Leaders and entrepreneurs change the rules. I love this quote. Entrepreneurs ignore the status quo, challenge the rules, and change the game. And they act. Entrepreneurs act, always act, regardless of what is going around, regardless of the people who are saying to them, don't do that one, that's risky, too difficult, you will fail, it's impossible. Impossible, impossible, impossible. This is what always an entrepreneur hears every day almost. Do you need money? Do you need education? No, no, no. We say attitude and approach. Change your attitude if you are not an entrepreneur yet, and act. That's the most important thing that you can do. It's very nice when they say that 97% of the people who give up too soon, they finish as an employee of the 3% who never give up. And the end, they make money for the entrepreneurs. So it's so easy to be in the 3%. Don't give up. I have another story that happened to me in Hungary some years ago. George was a young guy, an intern in my company, making the graphical stuff. And one evening on Friday, about 9 or 10 o'clock, we finished finally an important graphical design for something that we have to use soon on Monday. And I say, okay, now it's ready, please print the banners and they should be ready for Monday morning. I said, Michele, it's Friday night. So what? Nobody's working, say. What do you say, dude, nobody's working? I say, think like an entrepreneur. Print them now. I say, it's impossible. I say, George, Google banner printing. He found the first one. Call this number. I say, he was laughing at me, so Michele, what are you saying? I say, dial the number. He called. On the other side, hello? Oh, sorry for disturbing you. I said, you're not disturbing. You're a customer. So he said that we need some banners for Sunday. On the other side, oh, of course, send me the files. Tomorrow morning we'll be ready. It was sometime 10 o'clock Friday night. And still he was not believing. When he hung up, he was looking at me, and was the most important teaching of his life, probably. In fact, think as an employee, you will stay an employee. Think like a leader, you will be a leader. Think as an entrepreneur, and you will be an entrepreneur. Today, he has a company. I'm his customer again. He supplies graphical design and marketing services to multinationals. We have another figure, the intrapreneur. The difference between entrepreneur and intrapreneur. Entrepreneur is the one who takes the risk, manage resources, and start exploiting market opportunities. The entrepreneur is the same, but he does the same inside a bigger organization, usually inside a multinational. The difference is that he has a lot of resources, usually very big resources to manage, but perform the same activities. Entrepreneurs, many times, become entrepreneurs later. And then we have social entrepreneurs, a new breed. Those entrepreneurs who are not driven by money, but driven by the willingness and the desire to change the world, to make something good for the society, to solve big environmental and social problems of today's world. As I told you, I'm a former entrepreneur, but slowly becoming a social entrepreneur. In fact, some years ago, 3 years ago, we launched a non-profit initiative called Green Will, the willingness to be green, where we convince organizations and individuals around the world to make the promise to consider the environment when they take decisions. So to embed the thinking about environmental issues whenever they take decisions in all the decision-making process. It's now used by 25,000 organizations and individuals across 102 countries. And the only reason I'm putting resources in this one is in order to have a better world in the future. Social entrepreneurs are looking for ways to change the world in a sustainable way. And they are thinking about making a better world. And contrary to multinationals, which usually they look at the bottom line, which is the last line of the balance sheet, the profit, but they think about the 3 Ps: people, planet, and profit. So they perform their social role together with the environmental aspect while making profits. Of course, the profits is the driver of our economy. In capitalism is the important base that moves the economy. But with triple bottom line, the 3 Ps, entrepreneurs becomes much more meaningful. You may read on my LinkedIn page one small article about the capitalism and forgotten stakeholders. It's something connected to this. So why social entrepreneurs are different? Because they are challenging the status quo, as we said before, not only of the market, but of everything what is around them. State, business, and the third sector also, as well. And they provide solutions where other people see only problems. But all 3, they have something in common. They innovate, they create a better world by creating wealth at the same time. Our chamber is a chamber of commerce, association of businesses, which represent not only the last P, the profit, but the other 2 Ps, people and planet, the social and environmental side. So we represent companies who have an ethical side. This is the organization I mentioned before. I also urge you to download from its web page of Greenwill the standard pledge, which is available in almost all the languages of the world, including Korean. Make your public promise that you will think about the environment when you take decisions. You will see the noble side of your work, of your studies, and it will incredibly push you to be better in all your future work. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, Professor Morris explained the concept of entrepreneurship and new issues of entrepreneurship, such as empowerment and transformation, and then also various perspectives of entrepreneurship. But also, President Michael Oljan, he gave us a real life of entrepreneurial journey. So I think it helps us to better understand stance of the entrepreneurship lifestyle and how we can do a successful. We can to be a successful entrepreneur. Okay, so thank you very much for your real life story, and then also you provide us different types of entrepreneurs, like entrepreneur and entrepreneur and social entrepreneurs. So right now we are in Korea. Also, we are very interested in the social entrepreneurship, especially Congo-based. They are right now trying to support social entrepreneurships because they need to some kinds of CSR, corporate social responsibility. So I think you give us very also good insight to us. Okay, we just finished two presentations, and then next we have two panelists. First panelist is President Jake Schwartz. He's CEO and the co-founder of General Assembly, which is pioneering a kind of education for a global community of entrepreneurs and professionals. Actually, he got an MBA program from the University of Pennsylvania, Wharton School, a major in entrepreneurial management. So I think he gave us very valuable comments. Okay, so please start. Yeah, Jay.
Hi, thank you for having me here. I think both of the speakers did a great job, and I think highlighting something that can sometimes be lost, which is that there is an underlying life philosophy that drives entrepreneurs as a sort of life force. It is the core thing, is this sense of action over thought. And not in opposition to thought, but that favoring action is the most powerful way to actually shape your world in meaningful ways. I certainly resonated with me in my experience. And I think more broadly, when we talk about the word entrepreneurship, we're actually talking about a lot of different things. We are talking about a philosophy of ownership for everybody, right? So that it is not just the one person at the top who cares and their job to get everybody else to sort of pretend to care, which is how it feels in a lot of corporations. It's not so that's one piece of it. We're talking about leadership as a sense of setting a vision and being able to actually compel people to follow your vision towards a different state of the world than it currently exists. That is a certain skill set. And I think there's also was something that I thought was really important about this idea of sustainability, of building a sustainable organization. And I'm certainly in that stage of my own journey right now, as we have 600 employees, we're all around the world. And it's, when we started this company, I never dreamed that it would get to this size. And yet now I'm faced with the challenge of making it not just get to this size. There's no end point. There was no finish line. We are now here and we want to keep it going forward. And so thinking about how to build organizations, how to build systems of people and ideas that actually not only work, but continue to work and grow and solve real problems for real people, to me, that is at the core of what it means to be an entrepreneur. And it has nothing to do with business. Business is a tool to get to the state of an organization existing. Without a sense of business, I would have not been able to build this organization to this place, where it employs 600 people, where we're educating 25,000 people a year, where we are potentially changing the world. And if we failed to either raise capital or generate a profit, we would stop being able to do what we're doing. And so business becomes the enabling force. It is not the core force behind the pursuit of our vision and this sense of organization building. And so I think what we're all sort of saying in a way is that it is a social necessity to have entrepreneurs as part of your society and to encourage it and to enable it. And that with the state of the world as it is, with the state of change, the speed of that change, and the competitive forces underlying that change, you cannot afford to rely on large incumbent organizations to drive innovation, to drive growth, to drive employment. It doesn't work anymore. That is a 20th century idea of how an economy works. The 21st century is about a accelerated state of creative destruction. And so we at General Assembly are fueling that through the production of talent, because an entrepreneurial ecosystem requires skilled workers, people with the right disciplines to be able to innovate along a bunch of different axes. And really what we see is out of the skilled labor that we build and we create and we enable through our programs, an alumni base filled with not only entrepreneurs, because not everyone in the world will be a successful entrepreneur, but entrepreneurial employees and partners and stakeholders. And we think that is an incredibly key component. Education is a key component of building that entrepreneurial ecosystem, but not the only thing. So anyway, I was very inspired by this. I think, it is a true spiritual quest to become an entrepreneur, and it is a transformative experience. I've felt that in my own life, and I share these two sort of desire to really preach that to the world.
Okay, thank you very much. And next, President Michael Lee. Yeah, would you start your comment? Yeah, discussion.
It is my honor to be here, but I want to share my little story about entrepreneur journey. I grew up in South Korea. I used to study in Australia for 7 years. When I come back here, I teach entrepreneurship, even though I never learned how to start a business. I learned entrepreneur through the textbook, through the lecturing. And 2 years later, I teach. But 3 years later, I started my own business. I failed 2 times. You know what's funny? I teach entrepreneurship, but never followed my teaching one. So after later, I figured out how to teach entrepreneurship more effectively. Not for others, for myself. One day I figured out one thing. Entrepreneurship is not only starting business, it's like a lifestyle. Professor Marcus said, it's a way of thinking, way of acting. On another level, I believe we need to change people's life through change their value system and the worldview. If not, we just only make normal entrepreneurs, just only make money for themselves. They pretend I want to involve in social responsibility a little bit. But this time, we need to change fundamentally. So another one, we can teach entrepreneurship. But important things, we need to share our life together. Because everyone says that we have to fail sometimes to be a success entrepreneur. But Asian culture is very difficult to accept the failures. But different culture, but same methodology, same education system. I believe they need more variety to teach and share their life together. Most of the case, teach entrepreneurship through the professors and teachers. But they need more practical CEO entrepreneur to go to the class as a team teaching is very important. We need a skill, we need a theory, but at the same time, we need some life experience, more like philosophical way how to run the business exactly. When I one reason to fail the business, I assumed I know so many things. But actually, I didn't know more practical, more detailed something when I make a decision. I follow the normal process, how to make a decision, because I studied the leadership management. But theory and theory, sometimes very difficult to follow exactly because environment, society totally change it. But many government emphasize on entrepreneurship because it's a driving engine for economic growth and job creation, innovation, social change. But sometimes we need to think about one person's life. When you fail it, sometimes we have to hide from my family, friends. Very difficult to overcome the relationship. Because not only is the money, profit, but life itself. So I believe that God created one world, but two minds, Western and Eastern. But there's a different way of thinking, different way of communication and life skill. But now it's time to collaborate together to find the best way to share the entrepreneurship teaching skill, mindset together, because without each other, we cannot be perfect. It's independent. So I think this time is really great. 2 from the Western, 1 from the Italy, and then 2 from Asia. So we love to share our experience, our failure story, also our success story together to celebrate entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your suggestion. I mean, we just build up the new community and then society for sharing the entrepreneurship knowledge and skills. Okay. Oh, we have many times left. So I think actually we got 2 questions from the floor. Okay. I think you can ask directly your question to the speakers and then panelists. So right now we are our time to discussion about entrepreneurship. Okay, the first question is okay, university student. He asked to President Jake Schwartz, where is Miss An Hye-jin? Would you raise your hand? Where is? She's gone. Oh, okay. She left? Okay, then I just changed the next question, okay? And then another question from the also student, university student, Mr. Kim Yeon-ho. Where are you? Oh, okay. You asked President Mikhail Oljang, okay? Right? Yeah. He asked about Green Hills activities, okay? So, you are doing the like environmental saving, improving the environmental problems, right? So, how do you running your organization, and then what is successful tips for running the non-profit organization like Green Hills? Okay.
Very important things. You have to believe what we are doing. You have to believe in the mission. You are doing this one for the others, not for yourself. Our service for the community, for the society, is in fact only the rent that we pay for staying in this beautiful world. So we have an obligation to share our time, our resources, proportionally to what we have or what we got from the life. Green Wheel, it's a new initiative that started for our members of the European Chamber. We wanted to help the companies, members of the European Chamber, to be better players in the corporate world by helping them to start a path towards environmental sustainability. We asked them to make a public promise, a public pledge, very public, promise to take care of the environmental aspects and threats during their decision-making process. By making a very public pledge, you have to be consistent later. If not, you risk becoming a public liar. And this helped a lot of companies. Today, in 102 countries in the world, they are using this system, which is totally free. It's distributed just like the free software. Anybody, any corporation, any public entity, NGO, company, small and big, multinational, can use the framework, download the examples of our green policy. We call it the green policy. It's one paper with 7, 8 points. Very easy to understand, very simple language that you can use to show your commitment to all the people that are around you. As a father of a family, for instance, when you make this public pledge and your children know about your pledge, you don't want after 2 years, they say, hey papi, didn't you promise this and that some years back? So this system, it's the opposite of environmental certification. The environmental certification has a lot of good sides. It's very structured. It has also some negative sides. It's difficult, complicated, lengthy, and very expensive. So instead of paying other companies to check if you are doing correctly, we shifted everything and turned upside down. We shifted this duty to the society. So when you make this public pledge, the society will check you, your family, your children, your wife, your husband. Okay. We are working with passion. We have about 20 people in our main offices. They are mostly volunteers and interns around the world from all the continents. And we are building this platform in order to distribute it for free all across the planet.
Okay. Okay.
예, 주안점이 즉 가버먼트의 어떤 액션을 취하고 있는가, 실제 정부가 하는 정책이 상당히 중요하지 않겠습니까? 이런 사회 단체보다, 그러니까 정부의 이 단체가 어떤 액션을 취하고 있는지를 물었습니다.
네. Government action. So he asked about how the government help your organization, and then so what kind of actions the government have to support like a non-profit, organization like Green Deal. So, is there any government role or actions right now? Okay, and then you may just give us some suggestion the government role. Okay.
Yes, in our organization there's no government role. We represent the private business, and we represent the sector, the pillar of the private enterprise. So the government is a counterpart. We work parallelly. In our initiative, we do not seek any government support, and we don't want it, in fact. We complement each other. While governments are doing the same, you probably may heard about one of the big problems of our society today, the global warming. And all the governments together, organized by by the United Nations, will meet this December in Paris with the COP21. It's a big meeting where 50,000 people, business leaders and world leaders will meet in Paris and will try, hopefully, to take some commitment in order to improve the world by reducing emissions and reducing climate change. This is government role, for instance. We help, in this case, the initiative of United Nations. I urge all of you, for instance, to sign online the petition. You can find it on greenwheel.org, for instance. Push your own leaders, your own politicians, pressure them with your signature to take commitment. This is something that we can do together with the governments.
Okay. I would like to address the question differently. The question of the role of government when it comes to entrepreneurship. And I think there's two sides to the role of government when it comes to entrepreneurship. One is to stay out of the way. But the other, I mean, government sets the rules of the game. And one of the biggest issues with entrepreneurship, I mean, if you listen to Jake when he's talking about his own company, he said, well, I didn't know it was going to become this many hundreds of employees. If you think about the stories that Michela told of these young people, when you think about the entrepreneurial journey, it is a journey that A, you don't control. It is a journey where random things happen that you could never predict. It is a journey where doors open because you're on the journey. If you weren't on the journey, those doors would never open. And so I think an important role of government is to, A, encourage more people to take that journey, but B, think about this word, and I know this is a big word in a Korean cultural context. Failure. To fail. How acceptable is it to fail? What is the price of failure if I try something and do not succeed in this country? And I think an important role of government is to reduce the cost of failure, is to reduce and much of that cost is perceived, it's perceptual. And how can we do things to lessen the perceived cost of failure to people who are trying to start things?
I'd like to add on to that, if that's okay, because I think, you know, what I've seen now in both municipal, state, federal, national governments around the world is, you know, some governments get this and are really actively trying to encourage entrepreneurship. And there is a limit to what government can do, but I think it's important to understand and to have a philosophy that entrepreneurship is good for your nation, right? And that, what does that mean? That means make it easy to set up a business, right? Think about how policies and regulations prevent new entrants from threatening incumbents, right? Are incumbents protected, right? Why is it that there is not a ride-sharing company that I can log into when I get to the Seoul airport right now? Right? Ride-sharing will lead to self-driving cars. It will be very hard to maintain a relevant automobile industry if you are not participating in what's happening in the global economy. Also, you have capital controls, right? How easy is it to invest here? What is the tax treatment of at-risk capital versus much less risky capital? Are you favoring that? And then I think, yeah, there is a lot of social elements to how are you encouraging entrepreneurs to take risk? How are you supporting them in a way that it's clear that if they do fail or don't succeed to the extent that they want to, that it is not a stigma, as somebody said yesterday, put on their parents, themselves, and their children, right? And so there are all these aspects, and I think I look at Seoul today, like I've been visiting with people in the community because we've been looking at whether or not Seoul is a good market for General Assembly. Okay. And I've come to the conclusion that there are so many steps between Seoul being a good startup city and where it is today. And the opportunity is massive. This city is humongous. It's wealthy. There are tons of consumers here. It's sophisticated. It's networked. It's educated. You could do there are so many businesses that should exist here that do not. And what was fascinating to me yesterday when I was doing another panel was there were a lot of students in the room who were asking questions about how to start a business in China. Okay. And the question is why is that? Why would they want to go to China? I get it, the market's really big, billion people, whatever, but it's also really hard. Okay. But I think the perception is that it might be easier to start a business in China than to start a business here. Okay. And I think that's something to really think about, which is how do we get entrepreneurs starting businesses here to serve the Seoul market and then expand, as opposed to going to China to start a business? That should be the goal, and government should not only appreciate that, but encourage it actively with their resources and their ability to move society forward.
Okay. Okay, you have also other?
I think there is one dilemma for the government side. Dilemma between quality and quantity. Always the government emphasizes on numbers. How many job creators, how many entrepreneurs. But many times, the 95% in 3 years, they failed there. But government never mentioned about existence, success rate. So if you do not change their policy from start rate to the success rate, never change at all. Also, Jake mentioned that in China, it's one market, a little bit easy to start a business for the foreigners. Our government emphasized on globalization, only bring them to the other country, but never allowed foreigners come to here to start a business. I think inbound startup is one of the first steps to go to the global level. So I think I personally, because I travel around the world more than 9 months a year, I realize one thing. If we do not change our mind, especially from the government side, I think they need entrepreneurship mindset to develop the entrepreneurship, the policies and regulation.
Let me just comment on that number because it bothers me. I hear this all the time. People say most startup businesses fail. They do not. 95% of startup businesses do not fail. The number is much closer to 55%, A. And B, it varies hugely by industry. So yes, if you're going to start a restaurant, your chance of failure is considerably high. You know, if you're going to start a chip business, your chance of failure is much lower. So I think we have to get rid of these myths that suggest that most businesses fail. Thirdly, there's a principle called the threshold principle. If you can get your venture to a certain threshold, your probability of success goes up dramatically. So 2 years is the first threshold. If you can hang in there for 2 years, your probability of success is dramatically increased. If you can get to 10 employees, your probability of success is up dramatically. So I think I don't mean to pick on it too strongly, but we throw numbers around like 95%. It's just not true. It's just not the case.
I agree. I think I would add in things too, besides 2 years on that. If you have unit economics that are positive, if you have a positive gross margin on the things you sell, I bet you that rate goes down even more. If your market size is aligned to your expectations of what the business could do, I have a feeling your ability to succeed goes up dramatically. I think one way to think about that is a lot of these businesses, when you lump it all together, there are a lot of businesses that shouldn't have been started because nobody should ever start that business ever. And if you take those out of the equation, the success rate goes up dramatically. That's not to say you can't fail, and I've certainly seen a lot of businesses fail, so it's not impossible to do everything right in theory and still not succeed, but the odds are much more in your favor. I also think the risk reward, I even saw this myself, where it seems like taking a job with a corporation or a company is a very safe route to go. It's more stable, it's more secure. And because of when I graduated from college in 2000 and business school in 2008, and I came out into the world, I sort of started to see through this pattern a truth, which is that a job is secure until it's not. And when it's not, it is actually much more destructive to your career than being in control of your destiny and being able to build the kind of organization that reflects who you are and your values. You can get fired. You can get a terrible boss that ruins your career. You can have a company that is mismanaged and does not succeed. You can have the entire business go, there are layers and layers of things when you have a job in a large company that are out of your control. And if history is any guide, the odds of failure for a S&P 500 company are probably higher than for an entrepreneur. I think it's something in the next 10 years, 70% of the S&P will not exist anymore. And so it is a different, and the risk reward, the upside versus the downside are very different.
Okay. You have
State and
Also very
entrepreneurship.
hard. Okay, sure. Yeah.
So government and entrepreneurs. It's a love-hate relationship. Love because the state officials, they know, they understand that it's important. Hate because they don't understand the basics. So we need more entrepreneur in the government.
Okay. I think that we talk about good enough about the government's role. So let's move to next to another issues. Okay. Do you have any question from the floor? Okay. Could you put yeah. Would you put, no. Here, yes.
Hi, my name is Sangmin, and I have a question to Mr. Morris in Origin and Mr. Schwartz.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I understood correctly, Mr. Morris said that everyone can be an entrepreneur. We are already one. And Mr. Origin said that don't give up until we become it, or until we succeed, right? But whereas Mr. Schwartz said that as a very successful entrepreneur, he said that not everyone can be a successful entrepreneur. And if I think about myself, my father is a fairly successful entrepreneur, and my brother, I believe that he could be a very, very good, successful entrepreneur. But me, I'm not really sure. So I'm wondering if I keep trying and never give up, and if I try to think entrepreneurial, Mr. Morris said, can everyone be a successful entrepreneur, or we just support them?
Wow, very fundamental question. Okay, very important. Okay, yeah, please, yeah, Maurice.
So, I believe anybody can start a venture. I believe anybody can start a venture and make a go of it. That doesn't mean that if you take Richard Branson and Virgin, that he doesn't have unique God-given skills that allowed him to create this amazing company. But I think the basic ability to start something is within each of us. To me, the overarching issue, and I think you heard this from Michaela, is you have to have passion. You have to have passion for what you're doing. You have to love it. You have to love your product and love your customer, and you have to have that passion. And I think when you combine passion and tenacity, and you get on this path, you will ultimately succeed. It's interesting how many entrepreneurs whose name you know will tell you, well, they don't talk a lot about it, but the reality is their success is rooted in their failure. Their success is rooted in the things they tried that didn't work out or weren't super successful. And it's the learning, it's the adaptation. I mean, for instance, we find that there's a lot of studies now on what are called serial entrepreneurs, people who start a second, a third, a fourth a venture. And their success rates go up dramatically, but their success rates tend to be the highest when they start a second venture that's associated with the first, that is similar kinds of services or products or markets or distribution channels or production processes or what have you. So to me, that combination of passion and tenacity, constant learning, entrepreneurs, this is another very interesting characteristic. Every amazing entrepreneur I've ever known, if you take the things that you hate the most about business, so you take the entrepreneur who hates to sell, you take the entrepreneur who hates bookkeeping, the numbers, those entrepreneurs force themselves to do the things they hate. The guy who hates to sell will insist on making 5 sales calls before he'll do anything else on a given day. And so to me, it's that immersion, it's that learning, it's that adaptation, and success will come.
Yeah, I don't think the two thoughts that we had are mutually exclusive at all. I think this idea, there's an idea that's out there in the world that we all sort of this preconception that entrepreneurs are somehow magic. They're like somebody who has perfect pitch or natural athletic ability, that you're somehow born with a certain set of personalities that makes you the type of person that will be an entrepreneur. And most of us are not gifted with that. And part of that is because when you look in the media, there are all these charismatic characterizations of what an entrepreneur is. They're great salespeople. They're great on camera. Okay. They love to drive fast cars and jump out of airplanes and bet big money at the casino. And it's because that's sort of a romanticization of what this idea of being an entrepreneur is. The people who I've met who are most successful at building businesses are just that they're builders. They're very meticulous and thoughtful, and they act, but they act in a way not about how they're going to be perceived as with a flowing locks of blonde hair or whatever, but more about are they building towards a vision they have for what kind of organization can be. Now, on what I was saying when I said not everybody in the world can be a successful entrepreneur, that is just simple math, right? If everybody in the world, if all 7 billion people had their own enterprises, we would be at a very awkward standstill because none of those enterprises would have any employees with which to build an organization that could have more leverage than a single individual. So by nature, there will be some distribution of people who frankly may not want to be entrepreneurs. It is not the easiest life, right? It's not something that everybody should want. I can tell you, every day I question what I was thinking when I started this. Not because I don't have fun and it hasn't been great to be successful, but it's really, really hard and it never ever stops. And so I think, now that being said, if you say, I want to be an entrepreneur, I'm going to do this, I think it's perfectly fine to say that. Now, I do think that you then have to look at the passions that you have, but I also think that will naturally flow out of if you look for problems to be solved. If you look for things that you wish existed in the world that don't. And I think the most important piece is this sense, and I think this is what Michael was trying to do here, is remove this sense that there is something magical about an organization or an institution that exists. The reality is everything that exists in this world was created by human beings. Human beings just like you, just like me, who thought through the problems, didn't fully understand them, worked it out, made mistakes, but managed to survive to the point where now it looks like a old and institutional thing. Everything. Governments are like this. Old storied universities are like this. You know, so everything is man-made. And if you say everything is man-made, and women-made, I should say, if you understand that, then you say, I am a person, I can build something like that too. Now, the minute you enter into that arena, there are no guarantees of success, right? There are no guarantees that your organization will be the United Nations and not the League of Nations, right? But you have a chance, and you are participating, and you are just as likely to have a claim by birth to being able to build an organization as anyone else.
Let's just, before we leave that, I want to, I know you want to say something, but I want to defend the idea that everybody could start a business.
Okay.
This is the 21st century. It's not the 20th century. So if we think about the people who founded Hyundai, if we think about Henry Ford and what it took to create the Ford Motor Company, he had to build factories. He had to buy equipment. He had to own a labor force. Today, you can start a billion-dollar company with fewer than 10 employees. The ability to access resources, to leverage resources, to outsource, to contract, to rent, to lease, to do all the different things you can do are such that the ease of starting a business has never been greater. And so, obviously, if everybody's running a business, there's nobody to run the government or big companies or whatever. But I believe the 21st century will be a time where government employees all have businesses on the side, and corporate employees, and I just think this is a very democratic concept in the 21st century.
Okay.
The things are not mutually exclusive, because I still say that you should try, insist, and never give up. In fact, who is unsuccessful? They are unsuccessful entrepreneurs. They start and they give up. We said before, the 97% of the people are ending working for those 3% who never give up. So if you insist and don't give up and try again, statistically, at the end, the probability that you will be successful is very high.
Okay. Because we have less than 10 minutes, so I think just focus on the.
예,
Yeah.
모리스
Okay, yeah.
교수님께 질문 드리도록 모리스 교수님께
okay.
질문 드리도록
Yeah, Maurice.
하겠습니다. 예, 아까 기업가 정신이 과정 교육이라고 하셨는데요. 그래서 누구나 할 수 있다고 또 하셨고요. 그래서 누구나 그 교육을 받으면 기업가 정신이 이렇게 함양될 수 있다고 하셨던 것 같아요.
yeah.
그런데 저는 기존에 그렇다면 청소년들이 어릴 때부터 기업가 정신 교육을 받으면 모두가 창업가가 되진 않지만 기업가 정신을 가진 많은 사람들이 이렇게 성인이 돼서 좀 더 변화된 세상이 빨리 오지 않을까라고 생각을 하는데요. 그런데 중요한 건 기존의 교육 과정을 무너뜨릴 수는 없잖아요. 그래서 기존의 교육 과정에서 큰 변화를 주지 않고 어떻게 하면 기업가 정신 교육 이 과정을 이렇게 잘 안착시킬 수 있을까, 그런 방법을 고민하신 게 있는지 궁금합니다.
Okay. He asked about entrepreneurship education, and especially for youth. Okay, because for youth program, there's already systematic and then some regular classes and education programs. Then how we just incorporate entrepreneurship education program for the young student? Okay, so do you have any idea about like youth entrepreneurship programs?
Certainly. The growth of entrepreneurship education is a phenomenon really of the last 20, at most 25 years. While the concept of entrepreneurship has been around for centuries, we have seen just in my country in 25 years, 25 years ago there were 8 entrepreneurship programs at universities. Today there are over 3,000. There is no part of the university that has changed faster, that's growing faster than entrepreneurship education over the last 25 years. So it's really been phenomenal. And I don't think, I mean, the problem with universities is they are not leaders of society, they're laggards of society. And so I think the tremendous explosion in entrepreneurship education is a response to the larger entrepreneurial revolution that's happening around us. As that curriculum has developed, and we've gone from a course or two to at my university we have 20.
Excuse me, Dr. Morris, okay, rather than the university program.
So I'm going to get there.
Okay, ask about.
I'm getting there.
Okay, sure. Okay.
So we offer 27 courses in entrepreneurship today, and those efforts are now going into what we call junior colleges. They're going into high schools, they're going into grade schools. Some of the most exciting things happening in entrepreneurship education are happening at inner city middle schools and high schools in the United States. So, but the key to this is, to me, not simply introducing courses or books or classes. We put a lot of emphasis on what we call co-curricular learning. So learning that happens beyond the lecture, beyond the test, or the exam, or the paper, learning that happens experientially. And so the challenge to me in schools at all levels is to create more experiential learning by doing. And so this can be everything from elevator pitch competitions or business plan competitions to, you know, Michele was talking about his lemonade stand when he was a kid. Well, high schools and elementary schools can create venture fairs where students are all buying and selling things to each other, and they're learning the experience of running a business. We put a lot of emphasis these days at our university of something called the Gator Hatchery, where students are starting business while they're in school, and that can happen in high schools as well. Entrepreneurial mentoring programs for young people. We've done some things in the inner city where working with inner city youth that are dealing with all the problems of gangs and drugs and broken families and high school dropout and so forth, where creating experiential opportunities starts to change their whole opportunity horizon, the range of opportunities they're able to envision. So I think this is a vital thing in the schools at all levels.
Okay.
We have also other programs. We have, for instance, non-formal education, mentorship. Mentorship is very interesting. I would ask Michael to say 2 words about mentorship. It's very interesting because there are different players organizing mentorship programs. There are entrepreneurs and companies. They want to give back to the society, and they teach and they help other wannabe entrepreneurs to become entrepreneurs. There are those people, associations of students. They create also mentorship program because they want to learn. There's also the state coming in, and sometimes these are mixing together, and it's fantastic what is happening. Michael has some experience in it.
I think, okay. Excuse me. Okay, excuse me, because we don't have enough time, so I think we better, take the another question. Okay, do you have any question? Okay. Oh, okay. Gentlemen. Yeah, I'm sorry. Next question. Okay, I'll give you the chance.
To speed things up, a question which only needs a quick answer.
Okay.
Where is best practice? Where is successful entrepreneurship education taking place?
Well, of course, at my university.
Here, I'm
Yeah,
gonna,
right. I agree.
you know, I'm going to take a different approach, and I want to be clear. Like General Assembly, we are an education institution, but we have very consciously not focused on entrepreneurial education, because, and it's for a bunch of reasons that we can go into, but like there is a whole family of educational, you know, reinventions that need to happen. And I think entrepreneurial education can be good. I certainly got something out of my classes at Wharton, but I certainly wouldn't say that's what made me a good entrepreneur. The experiential education is the most valuable. The most valuable experience I had was working for the Small Business Development Center at Wharton, where we were paid by the government to go consult with area entrepreneurs. And the experience of trying to help them with their businesses and having empathy for those entrepreneurs was probably the most formative experience of my career. If I was gonna say who's doing the best job right now, I would probably say Y Combinator. Right? Or something like that. Y Combinator, or any of these good accelerator programs. They're not all good, but some of them are.
Okay.
Because this is about doing it, and it's about doing it in process, and the people, the organizations that are helping people who are early in their careers enter on that journey with support. It's the best model for helping people learn and understand.
Okay.
The problem with Y Combinator, and it's a cool model, but it's about aggressive high growth ventures. And what we're trying to do is empower students with ventures of all sizes and types and all ambitions and all possibilities. And I think the thing we have to accept and that people deny is that entrepreneurship, like physics, like sociology, is a discipline. It has a content to it. And that content is developing extremely rapidly, what we know and what we understand about entrepreneurship. And it's important, it's important for the Korean universities to focus on the research side, the scholarly work in terms of entrepreneurship. In terms of the best practices, I think it's such a moving target. The things that were really cool 2 years ago or that one or two schools were doing, everybody's doing. And so the innovations are happening all over the world. There are some neat programs in Britain. But what I would suggest is some of the emerging organizations. We just finished the Global Consortium of Entrepreneurship Centers meetings, and just jam-packed with best practices and leading-edge innovations that are coming from small private schools, big public schools, schools in countries all around the globe. It's just such a moving target.
Okay, thank you. I think the time's up. Yeah, so, well, because I promised to give the chance for answer, question, so you wanna, okay, ask a question? Okay, just sure, question.
지금 계속 말씀하시는 것처럼 나이에 상관없이 창업이나 뭐 기업자 정신을 배울 수 있다 하시는데, 그렇듯이 제가 지금 현재 회사를 운영하고 있습니다. 근데 지금 일을 진행하면서 계속해서 어른들의 고정관념이나 그런 사고방식 때문에 많은 어려움을 느끼고 있는데, 그런 고정관념을 없애기 위해서 어떤 노력을 해야 되고 어떤 게 진행되어야 되는지 궁금해서.
고정관념이라면 이제 본인의 노력?
아니, 어린애니까 얘는 회사를 하는 게 아니고 그냥 놀이하는 거다, 그냥 남을 위해 보여주는 퍼포먼스라 생각하시고 저희에게 좀 무시하는 경향이 있으시거든요.
지금 하이스쿨 스튜던트, 고등학생이?
네, 고등학교 1학년입니다.
Okay. He is a high school student and also he is an entrepreneur already. Okay, and then he asked the question. Many people around him just disregard or just oh, you are doing real business, you are just acting, or you are just playing the business, something like that. Okay, so he asked us how to act, to and also how to show his ability or how to improve his capability to get some recognition around him. Okay, so.
Yeah, I would say I have a lot of thoughts on this. So I actually don't think your youth is a disadvantage. In fact, it's awesome, and you can see me smiling because it's like just so inspiring to see young people who are starting things. It is actually a huge advantage, but you have to use it that way, and you have to also take people's condescension and also their sort of not taking it seriously use it as an advantage, because you have permission right now to make mistakes, to ask a lot of questions, and go find mentors that are very impressive, who will take you under their wing because you're young and still have so much potential. And so don't see it as a disadvantage, see it as an advantage to use to learn more. I will say that the only way it is an advantage is if you very, very willfully and carefully take people's advice and are constantly listening and processing and synthesizing what everyone says to you, and then using it to get better. Because I guarantee you there's a million things you don't know yet, and that's great, that's fine. And the only way those things that you don't know will kill you is if you don't hear when people give you advice and take it. And so I would build a large community of advisors. You have this advantage because you're a high school student. You go get 20 impressive business people to be your mentor, and then their networks will help you in your business, and they can also speak for you and make you seem more impressive as it is.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I think it's time to close this session. So I'm just said like a concluding remark. So Peter Drucker said the best way to predict the future is to create it. So I believe that entrepreneurs can give enough power for young people to create their future. So discussion we had today was very meaningful, and also we got valuable insight for developing better entrepreneurship mindset and skills. So thank you very much again, Professor Michael Morris and President Mikhail Oljan for your wonderful presentation. And also thank you very much, President Jake Schwartz and Michael Lee for making the discussion more meaningful and beneficial. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. We'll end the session. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 수고해주신 김진수 교수님과 소중한 강연해주신 발표자, 토론자분께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀 드립니다. 이것으로써 세 번째 세션을 마치도록 하겠습니다. 지금부터 한 20분간 휴식 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 다음 세션은 3시 50분부터 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 3시 50분부터 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 후에 뵙겠습니다. 잠시 후 3시 50분부터 글로벌 인재포럼 2015 트랙 A의 네 번째 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 밖에 계시는 참가자 여러분께서는 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 잠시 후 3시 50분부터 글로벌 인재포럼 2015 트랙 A의 네 번째 세션이 곧 시작될 예정입니다. 밖에 계시는 참가자 여러분께서는 안으로 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 3시 55분부터 글로벌 인재포럼 2015 트랙 A의 네 번째 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 밖에 계시는 참가자 여러분께서는 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 잠시 후 3시 55분부터 글로벌 인재포럼 트랙 A의 네 번째 세션이 곧 시작될 예정입니다. 참가자분들께서는 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 밖에 계시는 참가자 여러분께서는 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 잠시 후 트랙 A의 네 번째 세션이 곧 시작되겠습니다. 참가자 여러분께서는 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 그럼 지금부터 네 번째 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 이번 세션은 대학 수업을 혁신하라는 주제로 진행되겠습니다. 자장으로는 마가렛 셰일 호주 멜버른대 부총장님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다.
Thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure to welcome you to this last session of the formal program before the wrap-up session at the end. So the theme of this session is innovating in university education, and we're going to hear a range of different perspectives around innovation in education from three very distinguished presenters, and I'll introduce each one as I introduce them to speak. So our first speaker is Ken Ross, and he's from the Minerva Project, which is disrupting education, I think, and doing some very interesting things in education in new and very interesting ways. And it's generating a lot of interest around the world in terms of that innovation. So I won't pretend to describe those. I'll leave that to Ken. Ken has an MBA and from Harvard Business School, an MA from Johns Hopkins University and Nanyang University, and a BA from Middlebury College. And he's been with the Minerva Project now for a number of years, and we'll look forward to hearing from you. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you, Margaret. Good afternoon, everybody. Hi. Last session on the last day. Okay, we're going to power through. I'm excited to speak with everybody here today. I'm very curious, first of all, to know a little bit more about you all. So, how many of you here are educators or teachers? Raise your hands higher. Okay. Do we have any students here today? A few. Okay. Team student, doing quite well. How about any folks from the government? Anybody? A few. Okay. Great. And I see some members of the press there as well. Well, today I wanted to talk about this, an education for the 21st century. And I wanted to share with you an idea. It's actually much more than an idea now. It's a model for what higher education, particularly US-style higher education, can look like going forward. You may ask why. I don't know if you'd still ask why after these several days here. But here are some reasons why. Here are some numbers that describe why. Just because students nowadays, or young people nowadays, are dealing with a world that changes so quickly, such that by the time that students that are now maybe in high school or even younger, these people will enter into jobs, they will enter into companies, industries. In fact, they will found a lot of these jobs and companies and industries, right, that don't even exist yet, that didn't even exist when they were in grade school, and just by the time they leave university. So the question is, how do we help people prepare for this type of a situation, for this type of a world, for this type of a future? Another interesting number to think about is this, right? And I think certainly all the adults in the room, and that's most of us, this shouldn't come as any surprise, that when companies from around the world, whenever they're asked what capacities or skills, abilities they most want the people they hire to have, they most wish particularly fresh university graduates have, they invariably, almost all of them say, they're looking for people with the ability to solve complex problems, with the ability to critically analyze and critically reason, and then with the ability to communicate and interact with others very effectively. So imagine for a minute a top-tier, very rigorous university experience that is designed to do just this, which is designed to teach students the skills and abilities they need for success in an uncertain future, right? Not just teaching them content matter, but again, the skills and abilities necessary for an uncertain future. What would this institution look like? If you were going to build it yourselves, right? Just think you have unlimited resources, whatever you want, what would it look like? What would you create? Right? And I want to share with you one particular model, what we call Minerva, right? Put together by some quite prominent folks in U.S. higher education, including some people that used to be deans and presidents at some of our traditional top universities in the United States, including Stanford, Wharton, Harvard. People that really understand U.S. higher education. They know what's good about it, they know what's not so good about it, right? And they've come together to, in effect, create something better. What would this institution look like? First and foremost, it would have much more reimagined and innovative academics, both curriculum and pedagogy. And I'll talk a little bit about each of these in turn in a minute. We believe it should be much more global, right? And offer its students global immersion at a level that really I have not seen before. Maybe you haven't either. It would be much more accessible. Imagine a great US institution, or even a great Korean institution or a German institution that wasn't just for students of that particular country, that was for the top minds from around the world, and had a selection process that actually very much spoke to that and was true to that. And think about the type of international community and diversity that this would actually drive. So, academics, curriculum, pedagogy, right? What, in effect, is Minerva at least trying to do? I want to talk about goals for our graduates. I want to talk about some of the capacities that they learn to achieve those goals. And then I want to talk a little bit about really what those capacities are comprised of. Simply, what are our goals for our graduates? We want our graduates to understand leadership and innovation. That's not to say we want them to be leaders right away, right out of the moment that they graduate. It might be a little bit unrealistic to consider that a 22-year-old college graduate should be leading something, or at least leading something large right away. But we want them to understand what leadership is about, right? Certainly the cognitive processes and abilities and experience that go into that. Same thing with innovation, right? We want them to be broad thinkers, not just experts in a certain area. Domain expertise is very, very important, I agree, but we want them to be able to be broad, right? And we want them to be global citizens and understand what that means to be a global citizen. So, to do so, right, we believe there has to be a focus on the learning, the teaching as well, but more importantly, the learning of certain core competencies or core skills, right? The first area of these are comprised of things you do by yourself, personal skills, and let's call them critical thinking, which includes things like weighing claims, evaluating decisions, and creative thinking, right, in the broadest sense of the word, solving problems and developing different ideas, things you do on your own. And then interpersonal skills, things that you do with others, things like effective communication, reading, writing, presenting like I'm doing now, and effective interaction, which includes working on teams, working with each other, debating, negotiating, things like this. But as many of you, particularly the educators in this room, know, something like critical thinking, we hear that a lot, right? It's not a heterogeneous, it's not a homogeneous thing. It's a heterogeneous idea or thing or concept. It's comprised of many, many different things. And therefore, in essence, we don't directly teach, or we don't directly learn critical thinking. I'm going to teach you critical thinking today. It's not exactly how it works. However, there are many, many building blocks which these things are actually comprised of, right? And Minerva, this is one of the most interesting things about this, our particular model, we believe, is that Minerva, unlike anything else that I've actually seen, has broken those capacities and those competencies down, right, into what we use 115 different habits of mind and foundational concepts, right, that underline and help students actually learn these core capacities, right? The first of which, let's comprise about one half of those 115 that I mentioned, call them habits of mind. And by habit of mind, we mean a cognitive skill that has become deliberate with automatic practice, right? And some examples could be using plausibility checks for claims. Someone claims something, you want to actually check if this is plausible or not, right? The second area we call are foundational concepts. And a foundational concept is a little bit different. It's not as automatic, maybe, as a habit of mind, but we consider this fundamental or basic knowledge that promotes broad adaptive behavior. What does that mean? Some examples, like running a cost-benefit analysis, right? It's something that you don't, you know that you have to do it, but you have to go through the process every time. Using BATNAs, best alternatives to negotiated agreements in negotiations and things like this. Again, cognitive and sometimes non-cognitive processes that build up into these core capacities, right? And in fact, the 4 cornerstone courses that comprise the first-year curriculum at this institution, at Minerva, have a very, very strong focus, right? And in effect, their main purpose is to have students learn these habits of mind and foundational concepts. There are certain areas of focus. You look at the, see here, the one up here, you've got formal analysis with a focus on critical thinking, right? Advanced logic, rational thought, statistics, using subject matter, right? But the end goal is the learning, right? And the ability to apply all those habits of mind and foundational concepts that I mentioned, right? In a much, much, much more systematic and purposeful way than anything least I've ever seen before, right? Now, of course, as I said before, content matter is also important, or domain expertise is also important. So what do we believe a university like this would actually have? We also believe it would deal in content. There would be teaching and learning of content, except that if you were going to, again, devise a course catalog nowadays based on the types of subject matter, the combination of subject matter, right, that students would need for our current world nowadays, right, and going forward a bit for the future, it probably would look very, very different than the course catalogs of any other university. And therefore, and this is a portion of Minerva's, it does look very, very different from the course catalogs of any other traditional university, at least in the United States, right? That is to say, you don't necessarily have a biology department and a biology major just because everybody else has a biology department and a biology major and it's been around for, I don't know, 80 years or 100 years, right? If anything, if a system or a model has been around for 80, 100 years, we probably should stop and think, does it maybe need a refresh? Or does it maybe need a change? And that also means that this group of concentrations, majors, areas of study, in 20 or 30 years will not be the same. Because the key to developing a model, right, built for the 21st century means it has to involve fluidity. It has to be flexible, right? And that means these things will actually change over time, right? So, I said that much, and I just said a little bit about curriculum, so let me quicken the pace a little bit. Let's talk about pedagogy, right? So what if you could do this? What if you could take all of the tools that exist in the science of learning toolkit? What if you could take all of the tools that pedagogical science has proven over the years, we didn't invent this stuff or prove it, but other people have shown over the years that work in the classroom to create a better classroom, right? Sometimes it's as simple as no lectures, right? Flipping the classroom, right? Using active learning as much as possible to engage 100% of the students as much of the time as possible, right? How about classes where students are only 15 or 18 students in a class, right? Why? Because the data shows us that there's a sweet spot, an ideal class size. And we all know, either as students or as educators or whatever, that it's not 100 people. That's not an ideal class size. We all know that, right? But a lot of science has shown that it's, well, some people say it's 15 to 19 students. Some people say it's 21 to 25 students. Regardless, it's certainly a relatively small number, right? And then, in addition to all these pedagogical tools that have been around for a long, long time, what if we could say this? What if we could use the best of modern technology to create a much more and build a much more intimate and intense classroom experience and pull all these tools together? Let me show you what the Minerva classroom actually looks like.
The Active Learning Forum is the unexpected learning forum, the place where you're constantly engaging with what you're learning.
As a Minerva student, I get to take classes from anywhere in the city.
All of Minerva's classes are taught in the seminar format with a maximum of 18 students.
Everyone agrees that higher education could be much better than it is today. Minerva's acting on that by putting together state-of-the-art technology and superb pedagogy. We have at our fingertips tools that are designed to engage the students 100% of the time.
When you characterize a problem, it's important that it helps guide you to the solution.
Perfect, that's excellent.
In a normal classroom, there's people behind you, there's people to the side of you, but it's nice to be able to see everybody and their reactions to what's being talked about in class.
I feel like I'm in a room with all of my students. I simply forget I'm on the computer.
You will be going into breakout groups?
It's the kind of learning where we're an active participant instead of a passive recipient, and it's so much more fun than a traditional class.
We are the only school in the world that uses the science of learning to design not just what we teach, but how we teach it.
Minerva students live and study together. Having that human interaction really strengthens the online class experience.
We can do things with education that has simply never been possible before, and that's what we're trying to do at Minerva.
I like that quote. So we can do things with education that have never been possible before. We've had a lot of pedagogical tools for a while. Now we have pedagogical tools coupled with technology, albeit technology that we had to build because it didn't actually exist before, but one that is designed to create a much more intimate, much more intense, and improved classroom to better optimize individual student learning outcomes. So, talked a bit about curriculum, I talked a bit about pedagogy. Let me just say a little bit about about global immersion here, right? So, Minerva, remember, wants to educate global citizens, people that understand the world. And we believe to understand the world, you actually have to experience it. You have to actually live in it. And that's why at Minerva, our students live in 7 different cities and countries around the world. San Francisco, Berlin, Buenos Aires, Seoul. Seoul, that's right, I said Seoul. Bangalore, Istanbul, and London. It is our plan to come to Seoul in the next couple of years. Right? And in doing so, it's not about building a traditional campus. Right? Not only is Minerva reimagining what a great curriculum and pedagogy should look like, but also rethinking what a campus should be. How do you define a campus, right? And when you have these amazing global cities, like this one around the world, and you probably have 40 or 50 cities that we're thinking of that have a critical mass of size and resources, right, that we could use, we use cities as our campus, right? Instead of just building something and trying to replicate resources that already exist in abundance in certain places, right? A much more effective and efficient use of resources. Right? Finally, let's talk about accessibility and the very diverse community that this actually drives, right? So, Minerva, interestingly, is at the same time the most selective U.S. university now and maybe ever, certainly now, but at the same time, it's one that selects students from around the world based on merit alone. And again, for those of you who think that some of our other great institutions of higher learning in the U.S., the traditional ones, do that, you're mistaken, right? And you can probably ask some other folks as well around here because they know too, right? So Minerva is just looking at academic excellence, exceptional achievement, and the characteristics that drive that. And has a very, very, again, reimagined, rethought out assessment process, selection process, right? Much, much more, I have to say, fair and equitable, right? But again, even though, that's the case, Minerva still is very, very selective. But again, just along those academic merit-based lines. You can see we have 2 classes of students now. We only have 2 years of students, right? Only our second year. We've been planning this for years. 2 years ago, we opened this up and said, okay, let's see how many students who are operating at the very, very high level that we're looking for at Minerva are interested in coming. There were more than we thought the first year. The second year, there were many, many more than we thought, in that we had well over 11,000 applications from Minerva. But again, very selective along academic merit-based lines, but there were several hundred students that actually did meet our bar, our academic bar, and anyone who does meet our bar, we admit them all, right? We don't care if you're from Korea, if you're from Zimbabwe, if you're from Germany, right? U.S. students don't get any special consideration, right? They don't get any worse consideration at Minerva, but they don't have any special consideration, right? And as a result, you have a very, very international and diverse student body, right? The one other way I'll mention that you increase accessibility for the world's brightest students is you do something about how should I say this? The absolutely crazy cost of U.S. higher education nowadays, right? I use that word. I mean, a lot of people in the United States, both in education, maybe just parents and students, are a bit up in arms about this, right? How much is tuition nowadays at our traditional top-tier, private institutions in the U.S., even at some of our public institutions? 40,000 US dollars a year just for tuition. 45, 50. Some, I guess, are top 50, right now. So Minerva said, listen, not only do we have to build a better model, we have to make it more affordable. And you can probably guess in some of the ways that I just mentioned right now. We can talk more about this later if you're interested. In the model as we built it, it does allow for us to do much, much more with much, much less. And that means Minerva's tuition is only 10,000 US dollars a year. And we do a very, very generous need-based and international need-blind financial aid, right? If someone is operating at a level where they can actually get into this university, we're going to make sure that they can actually afford to be there for 4 years, right? So again, this is a particular model. Started out with a vision, and now it's already a model for what great higher education can and maybe even perhaps should be. This is our idea. Hopefully you've been thinking as I've been talking about what you might want to do if you actually would create the next greatest university, either here in Korea or elsewhere. But hopefully at least this is giving you a little bit to think about in terms of how far higher education can go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ken. We're going to take questions at the end of, after each of our speakers has made their presentations. So our next speaker is Professor Tai-Ik Lee, who is the Professor of from the Department of Industrial and Systems Engineering at KAIST here in Korea. He has a PhD in Industrial and Systems Engineering from Ohio State University, and his first degree, bachelor's degree, was from Seoul National University. For the last 4 years, he's been leading an initiative at KAIST focused on new ways of delivering education, and I'm sure we're in for a very interesting and informative presentation with some of the learnings that he has done through that process.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Okay, hi everyone. Okay, today I would like to share our experiences on transforming our teaching and learning at KAIST. Okay. So the question is, do we really need lecturing? Okay. So lecturing, it has a lot of limitations. 1A information transport. It is well designed to be very efficient for some information transport for many students, and it has a limited interaction, and the students are very passive and many problems. Okay. So there are many claims and debates on the effectiveness of the lecturing. Okay, the McKinsey report, and also kind of an internet debate, and also the famous conferences on our new directions on education, and also some debates in the SNS. Okay, so all these have some common message. Okay, the lecturing is the worst. Okay, it's not so effective for our real learning. Okay, so we had some survey made by our freshman students. Okay, by themselves. So we asked which one was the most effective for your learning in the first semester. The first one was just solving exercise. Okay, the KAIST is a kind of engineering and science school. Okay, and what is the second? Just studying the textbook by themselves. What about third? Just discussing with friends. Okay, just Q&A and so on. Then where is the professor's lecturing? Okay, the fourth. It accounts for only 10%. Okay. So then all the top three are just for learning. Okay, learning by themselves, or learning together with their friends or the colleagues. Then, do we have any solutions, okay, for this kind of the problem or limitations of the lecturing? Okay. Yes, there are many. Okay. We already know what to do and how to do. Okay. You know, there are many good ways of teaching and learning. Okay, as Ken suggested, some active learning, problem-based learning, or some collaborative or the peer-based tutoring or learning. Okay, many good ideas. We already know. However, they have some common things. Okay, they all emphasize, or they try to maximize the interactions between students and professors, and student participation. So, there we know the interactions and participations can improve the learning and can improve some new talents, creativity and critical thinking, problem solving, communication, teamwork, and leadership. All these are required by our new industry and society. Okay, how do we teach them? We cannot make any courses, specific courses for them, okay? There are also some evidences. This kind of interactions and participation can improve our real learning, concentration, long-term memory, and structuring the knowledge, what we learned, okay? And even we can change the students' characters. So, however, they were not so successful yet, okay? Why? Why not so successful? I think the personal reason is we professors are spending our precious class hours just for lecturing, okay? We have no other times for discussions or interactions. Usually professors respond, we have too much things to teach, okay? And second one is the lecturing is the most convenient for our professors, okay? And the last one is the PowerPoint is responsible, I think, okay? Bill Gates should pay. And then the answer is very simple, okay? We need very simple and very effective strategy of implementing the good ideas, okay? By eliminating the lecturing from the classroom, okay, then we can make enough class hours. Then we can make use of the times or hours, class hours, to maximize the interactions and participation in classrooms. Okay. Then we can implement many well-known good ideas and pedagogies, okay, in class, okay. Then where is the lecturing, okay? I think I really believe that we don't need the lecturing at all, okay? But for the time being, we can send the lecturing to internet, okay? The e-learning technology has been matured very well, okay? We can make use of them, okay? So, very interactive classes and also e-learning. By combining them, we called it Education 3.0 class, okay? I don't know whether it is a good name or a bad name, okay? So, however, it happened to be very close to so-called flipped learning nowadays, okay? However, we try to emphasize more on the interactions and participation and some teamwork and so on, okay? So in classroom, okay, we usually have team-based learning, team assignment, team-based problem solving, and even peer tutoring, some labs and cases, and so on. Of course, we can do some Q&A and tests, okay? So we reduced the class hours into a half, because we should reduce the workload of students, okay? And we also try to make some teams, 3 persons or 6 persons. And we assigned more TAs, okay, in classroom, okay? Now the TAs are working in classroom, not in his office, okay? So we developed kind of the e-learning content and the lecture videos and the review questions and so on to make the students prepare some basic knowledge before coming to the classroom, okay? And we try to maximize and try to make the real deep learning at classroom, okay? The classroom is the place where the students make learning, okay? Just not for listening. So many good tips, ideas, okay? So we have some examples here, some calculus, kind of mathematics for freshmen, okay? In this classroom, only problem solving together with their team members. TAs and professors can help, advise, and guide. No lecturing at all, okay? Then we compared some part of the midterm exam, okay? The average was 10 points higher than the other classes, okay? Another one, programming courses, okay? So in the classroom, only programming assignment, okay? Students develop his own programming code together with their friends, okay? And eventually the final scores, exam score was top or the third among the 12 parallel classes. Actually, I think our classroom transformation, class transformation is not intended to improve the exam scores, okay? But many persons asked, exam scores doesn't matter, okay? Even better. English and scientific writings, okay? Only practices in classroom, okay? There is no reason for lecturing, okay? There are a lot of lecturing videos and content in internet, okay? We can make use of them, okay? My courses, even very large classes, okay? Almost 90s. Teamwork assignments, I'm using 4 TAs, okay? So it's my classroom, kind of layout and discussion and teamwork. Students are working together. And we can do this kind of teaching even at conventional large lecture halls, okay? 3 persons together, they collaborate. And then also they can talk with the others. So we have some feedback. Okay, from the 2012, okay, we had some 3 pilot classes at that time and increased the numbers, okay. Professors applied for this kind of new teaching. Then we support them and we give a small incentives and so on. But from the last years, we now have more than 100 classes, but still it's not enough. It's only 4%, okay? In the long run, we try to increase the numbers, 800 each year, 30%. Then we can make a real impact, I believe. So, student feedback, okay? Overall satisfaction on the average was 3.9, and class evaluation, okay? 4.2 is higher than the university, the average. And also the preferences to as compared to lecturing was 64%, but the remaining 25% were neutral. Okay, retention ratio. We'll do this kind of teaching again. Okay, 67%, and so on. We compared, okay, the performance of top 3% of the high interaction classes, okay, with the other classes. Okay, then very highly interactive classes, they performed very well. Okay, very high satisfaction and class evaluations. It means our teaching method is very effective. Okay. Professors' feedback, okay? Most of them responded, better understanding by students, okay? Deeper questions. And most of them wished to repeat this kind of teaching again. Okay, we have some lessons, okay? It's very sustainable, okay? At the beginning, we were very skeptical, okay? Even professors and even students, very skeptical, okay? Because we have a very fixed mind on traditional teaching, okay? Second, it was even better, okay? Even in exam scores, okay? But we are now just beginning, okay? It means there are a lot of room to be improved, okay? So we have another lesson, okay? Usually students had very high expectations on lecture videos and e-learning content and even learning management systems, okay? So they don't want just lecturing, okay? Even in their e-learning systems, okay? They need more interactive learning content and materials, even in internet. And also, I think that we need a new mindset and attitude, professors and students, okay? We should change the mind. We should explain why we are doing this, okay? Students should understand. Otherwise, they may make some complaints because they have been well adjusted to traditional teaching, very clear problem, clear answers. But in these classes, we usually have very many open questions and discussions. So we should share the philosophy and the vision. Our story was reported in the Nature, okay, the top journal, but it also reports some the articles, news. And also in Forbes, okay. Forbes reported our approach and message as a kind of a disruptive innovation in education, okay. Many news media reported. And I also personally made almost 60 invited talks in our country and outside, okay. My point is our approach, okay, just eliminating the lecturing from classroom, it makes sense, okay? It works. So there are also many other evidences, okay? In science journal by the Nobel Prize winners, okay? He reported his just 1 week experiences. Amazing improvement, okay? Another one, Harvard University, okay? Professor Majur, okay? He's teaching his physics classes, okay? For more than 4 years, more than 10 years, okay? Without any lecturing, okay? Kind of peer instruction, or another method, very similar to our the flipped learning, okay? So without lecturing, we can do better, okay? There are also the other cases, 100% flipped university. in Turkey, a new university. Even a high school, completely flipped high school. The school reported very improved flunk ratio, okay? Minerva. I like him because we share the same idea. So then, where are we going? What is the next? Okay. You know, nowadays, music and movies are almost digitalized, okay? Then what about our education, educational content? How much percent, do you know? I'm not sure, but almost 4%. It was claimed by the founder of the Coursera, okay? She claimed. But in the future, the level of digitalization will increase very fast. Digitalization has special meaning, okay? It changes the rule of game, and it changes the whole the value chain and business ecosystems, okay? Then in the future, our universities and professors may have a kind of risks, okay? They may not need me, okay? Many persons have some very strong concerns, okay? Coursera, massive open online courses, okay? We call it MOOC. There are Coursera, edX, okay? They are evolving very fast, okay? More and more universities are participating, and more courses, okay? We also participated in the Coursera 2 years ago. Now we are providing some courses, okay? Very good responses. Many students from all around the world, okay? For example, even our KAIST is not so famous in the world, okay? Nonetheless, okay, more than 10,000 or 2,000 students for each classes. At the end, okay, not the beginning, okay? At the end of classes, we had 10,000 or 2,000 students, okay? Very massive, okay? Our government, okay, also launched a Korean MOOC, okay? Now, not so many universities, okay? Not so many courses. It launched in the last October, okay? But in the future, I hope it will invite more universities and more courses, okay? I think in the future, MOOC will accelerate digitalization of our lecturing and the education, okay? So I think MOOC and flipped learning has some synergy, okay? They are complementary to each other. So then what about the future of the lecturing, okay? Professors may disappear, okay? If he insists just the lecturing, okay, I think, okay? In the future, I think the lecturing will be a part of digitalized learning content. What is your learning content now? Just a textbook, okay? It will be a kind of a textbook, okay? Today, many global publishers are moving toward these directions. They are trying to provide more e-learning content, okay? More than the textbook, okay? So in the future, we are changing, okay, from teaching, efficient teaching, especially efficient lecturing, to effective learning, okay? Effective learning by students, okay? Okay, what will be the professor's role in the future? Professors will produce a lot of learning content, e-learning content, even content in offline classroom, okay? And then he will be a user of content, and he will just coach the students to learn, okay? Not teaching in online and offline. So let's eliminate the lecturing, okay? By eliminating lecturing, we can do much better, and we can do much more. And then we can make students think and talk, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. I'm sure we're going to have lots of questions for you after we conclude the speakers. Our next speaker is Professor Hae-duk Song from Chungang University here in Korea. He has a bachelor's degree in education from Seoul National University, a master's from the same university, and then a PhD in instructional systems from the Pennsylvania State University in the USA. He's currently a professor in the Department of Education at that university and director of the Center for Teaching and Learning. So we look forward to his remarks. Thank you.
Hello, so I'm Hae-duk Song, a professor of education at Chungang University. So I'd like to discuss in Korea from now on, so just take it easy. So, 저는 그 두 분의 발표 내용을 지금부터 좀 토론을 하면서요, 간단하게 요약을 하고요. 이 대학 수업의 혁신을 오늘 주제로 해서 세션이 열리고 있는데요. 여기에 대해서 이 교육 분야에서 어떠한 과제들이 있는지를 한번 정리해서 말씀드리는 순으로 지금 이 토론을 이어가겠습니다. 먼저 오늘 세션의 주제가요, 이 대학 수업의 혁신입니다. 왜 이게 필요한가, 왜 이러한 세션이 필요한가에 대해서 좀 생각을 해봤습니다. 가장 큰 필요성은 우선 학령 인구가 감소하는 것 아닌가라는 것인 것 같습니다. 그래서 인구가 감소하다 보니까요, 이 교육의 생산성, 교육의 힘이 많은 사람들이 할 수 있는 무엇보다도요, 소수의 사람이라도 할 수 있는 것들을 찾아보자라는 거죠. 좀 더 고부가가치적인 때 초점을 두어야 된다라는 거고요. 그렇다면은 단순한 지식의 전달보다는 고차적인 사고 기능을 이끌어낼 수 있는 쪽으로 교육이 가야 되지 않냐라는 그런 요구가 있고요. 또 한 가지는 미래 사회의 특징에 한번 생각을 해봤습니다. 저희들이 뭐 미래 사회에 대해서 여러 가지 얘기를 하는데요. 미래 사회를 결정짓는 말을 한마디로 한다면은 알 수 없다, 불확실하다라는 겁니다. 정말 이렇게 불확실한 이러한 그 미래 사회에서는 결국은 이 학습자들이, 우리가 기르고자 하는 이 학생들이 유연하게 대처할 수 있는 능력, 이걸 좀 키워줘야 되거든요. 결국 이런 두 가지 요소를 놓고 봤을 때 21세기 학습자들에게 요구되는 역량이라고 한다면은 뭐 흔히 저희들이 많이 얘기하는 창의성이라든지 비판적 사고, 협동성, 그리고 자기 스스로 성찰해내가는 능력, 이런 것들이 될 것 같습니다. 그런데 과연 오늘날의 대학은 이러한 미래 사회에서 활동할 21세기 학습자를 기르는 데 적합한가라는 거죠. 특히 대학에서도 그 대학의 교실, 클래스룸이 적합한가라는 거죠. 뭐 두 분께서 말씀하셨지만 지금은 그렇지 않다라는 겁니다. 지금의 교실을 보면, 대학의 강의실을 보면 19세기의 강의실과 똑같다는 거죠. 교수님께서는 주로 강의를 하시고요. 학생들은 수동적으로 앉아서 듣고만 있다라는 거죠. 그래서 오늘 그 두 발표가 있었는데요. 그 미네르바 대학의 프로젝트하고요, 카이스트의 교육 3.0, 이건 결국은 우리의 그 대학 수업, 그러니까 전통적인 강의실 수업의 패러다임을 한번 좀 바꿔보자라는, 거기에서 문제 제기가 똑같이 있다라고 보여지고요. 그런 측면에서 좀 대안을 찾아본다라는 점에서 아주 의의가 있는 발표였다라고 생각이 됩니다. 먼저 좀 제가 간단하게 미네르바 대학의 프로젝트를 좀 정리를 해서 말씀을 드리면, 결국 그러한 21세기 인재를 키우기 위해서요, 이 세계 각국에서 공부를 하게끔 하자, 어울리면서. 그리고 공부를 할 때는 온라인 플랫폼을 통해서 교수님과 학생이 서로 상호작용이 높은 수업을 하게끔 하자라는 겁니다. 여기서 이게 중요한 거는요, 사실 온라인 수업 그동안 많이 있었거든요. 근데 온라인 수업에서 많은 사람들이 불편해하고 있는 것 중에 하나가 바로 상호작용이에요. 그러니까 이 교수가 일방적으로 강의만 한다는 거죠. 근데 이 미네르바 대학의 수업 같은 경우에는 교수님이 학생들 한 명 한 명하고 상호작용을 할 수 있도록 하고 있다는 겁니다. 이 라이브 이런 그 카메라를 통한 이런 그 수업을 통해서요. 굉장히 뭐 획기적인 거기에 대해서 좀 사실 좀 더 자세히 듣고 싶었는데 나중에 한번 좀 물어보고 싶습니다. 어떻게 지금 수업이 되었는지요. 또 한 가지인데요. 카이스트에서는요, 특히 이태혁 교수님께서 주도가 되셔가지고 이 사전에 강의를 찍습니다. 그래서 이 강의 비디오하고 온라인 퀴즈 등을 통해서 충분히 공부한 다음에요. 3시간 수업이면은 1시간 반을 거기다 할애하는 거죠. 그렇지만 학생들은 아마 1시간 반 공부하지 않고 더 많이 하라고 할 겁니다. 그리고 난 다음에 이 1시간 반 동안에 거기서 정말 핵심이 되는 아이디어를 가지고 팀워크, 토론, 그리고 뭐 또 여러 가지 뭐 액티비티를 한다라는 겁니다. 그래서 결국은 그 이태혁 교수님께서 오늘 말씀의 핵심은 이겁니다. 대학 강의실에서 강의를 없애자라는 거거든요. 저는 사실 이 말씀을 한 4, 5년 전에 들었어요. 저희가 이제 초청 강의를 했었는데 그 얘기 듣고 너무 놀랐어요. 대학 강의실에서 강의를 없앤다니. 근데 지금은 아무렇지도 않아요. 네, 너무 많이 들었고 지금은 정말 맞는 말씀이다라는 생각이 들 정도로 이 아이디어가 많이 이제 파급되고 확산이 된 것 같습니다. 결국 두 가지 사례에서 보는 거는요. 대학 수업이 이제는 좀 학생 중심으로 바뀌어야 되지 않냐. 그리고 그 핵심에는 상호작용이 있어야 된다라는 겁니다. 그래서 저는 이제 좀 남은 시간 동안에요, 이 대학 수업 혁신을 위해서 아까 이태혁 교수님께서 어디로 도대체 우리가 가야 되냐라고 얘기를 하셨거든요. 그래서 우리가 가야 될, 그리고 또 우리가 꼭 해결해야 될 과제들, 저는 그걸 갖고 챌린지라고 얘기를 했는데요. 그 챌린지를 좀 한번 정리를 해봤습니다. 정리를 하면서 제 토론을 좀 정리를 해보고 싶은데요. 보통 저희가 이 대학 수업 그러면은요, 교수님 이거 어떤 걸로 해야지 다음에. 네, 제가 이렇게 테크놀로지를 잘 써야 되는데 상호작용이 중요한 것 같습니다. 예, 이 보통 우리가 대학 수업 그러면 어떤 수업이든지 이 세 가지를 놓고 빼놓을 수가 없거든요. 결국 강의하시는 교수님, 학생, 그리고요 강의 내용, 그리고 그 강의 내용을 전달해주는 채널이나 매개체가 되는 테크놀로지를 들 수 있을 것 같아요. 물론 거기에 뭐 강의 환경 같은 것들도 있을 것 같은데요. 저는 이 4가지, 5가지 요소에 있어서의 우리의 과제들을 한번 말씀하신 내용들을 바탕으로 해서 한번 정리를 해봤습니다. 그래서 이 강의자, 그 교수님 입장에서는요, 늘 강조가 되는 것이 교수자 중심적인 어떤 지식 전달에서 넘어서서 학생 중심적인, 그리고 학생이 지식을 구성하고 또 지식을 창조하는 형태로 바뀌어야 된다. 또 한 가지 중요한 거는요, 학생 간의 상호작용입니다. 학생들이 같이 협동하면서 지식을 구성하고 창조하는 게 중요하다라고 말씀을 하셨습니다. 이게 참 늘 많이 듣는 얘기인데요. 오늘날의 대학 수업, 현재의 대학 강의실을 놓고 보면은 과연 그런가라는 거죠. 네. 그리고 다음인데요. 학습자 측면에서는요, 전 이게 좀 정리가 돼야 될 것 같습니다. 우리가 도대체 기르고자 하는 학습자가 누군가? 그리고 그 학습자한테 바라는, 그리고 기르고자 하는 역량을 무엇으로 볼 거냐는 거죠. 그래서 저희들이 보통 학습자에게 기르고자 하는 거는 이 교과 내용에 대한 지식입니다. 그걸 갖고 우리가 하드 스킬이라고 얘기할 수 있거든요. 뭐 역사가도 될 수 있고요, 물리학이 될 수도 있고요. 그런데 이것과 함께 미래 사회에서 강조가 돼야 될 거는 소프트 스킬입니다. 결국은 팀워크, 그 다음에 사고하는 기술, 또 창의적인 기술, 이런 것들이고요. 조금 전에 그 켄 로스가 미네르바 프로젝트를 얘기를 하면서 21세기 학습자에게 요구되는 역량을 얘기를 하셨어요. 그래서 이제 인지적인 역량, 그리고 인터퍼스널한 역량, 그리고 인트라퍼스널한 역량, 이렇게 얘기를 했는데요. 뭐 제가 뭐 한 가지 사례를 가지고 왔는데 좀 비슷합니다. 그래서 결국은 각각의 대학에서 카이스트도 그렇고요, 또 이 미네르바 프로젝트에서도 그렇고, 좀 궁금한 거는 그 대학에서 좀 강조하고자 하는 학습자의 역량 어디에 두고 있는지 나중에 기회가 되면 좀 한번 말씀을 좀 듣고 싶습니다. 예, 그 다음에 이제 러닝 컨텐츠인데요, 학습 자료인데요. 여기에 관해서는 저희가 따라가지 못할 정도가 됐습니다. 아까 그 이태혁 교수님께서 학습 자료가 이제 미래 사회에서는 디지털화된다라고 얘기를 하셨습니다. 실제로 이 오픈 에듀케이셔널 리소스 그래가지고요, 온라인 강의가 지금 너무 많습니다. 테드도 있고요, 무크도 있고요. 근데 여러분들께서 다 잘 아시는 게 무크가 정말 세계의 유명한 유수의 대학 교수의 강의를 듣고 있다 그래서 확산되고 있다고 하지만 그 높은 중도 탈락률은 말도 못합니다. 정말 뭐 1000명이 듣고 10,000명이 듣고 그 중에서 겨우 한두 명이 마칠 정도거든요. 그렇다면 이제 이 미래 사회에서 교육은 이거 갖고는 안 된다는 거죠. 예, 여길 넘어서 가지고 학습자들로 하여금 공부를 끝낼 수 있도록 멘토링 서포트가 있어야 된다는 겁니다. 그래서 이 학습자의 개인적인 요구와 능력 수준에 따라서 온라인 자료를 활용할 수 있는 방법에 대한 이런 고려가 요구가 된다는 거죠. 그런 측면에서 예를 들어서 뭐 artificial intelligence based 시스템 같은 것들을 이 오픈 에듀케이션 리소스를 만들 때 그 안에 녹이거나 혹은 그걸 활용할 때 적용할 수 있는 방법들에 대한 연구가 이루어지지 않고서는요, 무크도 어떻게 보면 하나의 유행에 지나지 않을 수 있다라는 겁니다. 자료는 정말 저희 주변에 많아요. 문제는 그게 나의 것으로 내면화되느냐라는 이런 문제거든요. 그다음에 네 번째는요, 이런 것들, 특히 이런 온라인 러닝 이런 자료의 학습이 가능하기 위해서는 테크놀로지의 서포트가 정말 절실하게 필요하거든요. 그런데 저희들이 그동안에 생각해왔던 테크놀로지의 개념은 프리젠테이션, 데몬스트레이션, 지식 전달에 주로 관점을 두었다는 겁니다. 그래서 앞으로는 이 테크놀로지가 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 OER 학습을 지원하는 그런 것들이 가능하게 되려면요, 학습을 지원하기 위해서 인터랙션 데이터가 만들어져야 된다라는 겁니다. 그런 측면에서 아까 켄 로스가 그 얘기했었던 그 사이언스 오브 러닝이라고 얘기했는데요. 그러니까 러너 어널리틱스입니다. 학습자를 분석하고 그다음에 에듀케이셔널 데이터 마이닝 그렇게 해가지고요, 다양한 학습자와 관련된 정보들을 가지고 분석해서 학습을 하는데 도움을 줄 수 있도록 어떤 이런 그 교육적 해결책을 만들어줘야 된다는 거죠. 예를 들어서 이런 겁니다. 무크를 통해서 학습하는 학생들 보면은요, 다양한 데이터가 있어요. 근데 그 중에서 성공적으로 문제 해결 전략을 활용하는 학습자들이 있어요. 그러면 그런 정보들을 다 뽑죠. 뽑아서 그런 것들이 가능할 수 있도록 도와주는 교육적 솔루션을 그 에듀케이셔널 그 예를 들어서 그 데이터 그 오픈 에듀케이션 리소스 안에다가 담는 겁니다. 예, 그리고서 보는 거죠. 효과적인지. 이런 정도의 도움이 돼야만이 앞으로 테크놀로지가 진정한 상호작용을 지원하는 데 도움이 되지 않을까라고 생각이 됩니다. 마지막으로는요, 환경인데요. 이제는 뭐 강의실 환경을 벗어나서 강의실 바깥의 환경과 어떻게 연계하는가가 굉장히 중요합니다. 오늘 말씀하신 그 미네르바 프로젝트의 사례에서도요, 저희들이 생각하는 대학의 강의실 모습은 없습니다. 다시 말씀드려서 이제 대학의 강의실은 대학의 강의실만으로 그치는 것이 아니라 강의실 바깥하고 연계가 되어 있습니다. 그리고 이제 이쯤에서 저는 한 가지 좀 고민이 듭니다. 도대체 저희가 이 대학 수업을 혁신한다라고 했었는데 저희들이 보는 그 대학 수업, 대학의 강의실을 어떻게 디파인할 수 있냐는 거죠. 대학의 강의실 자체는 계속해서 이볼빙하고 있다, 변화하고 진화하고 있다라는 겁니다. 그런 측면에서 저도 또 이제 한 가지 질문은 이제 두 분이 보시는 이런 대학 강의실의 모습을 좀 한번 듣고 싶습니다. 그리고 이 두 분께서 지금 지향하고 계시는 게 카이스트, 우리나라 최고의 대학, 세계 최고의 대학이고요. 미네르바, 정말 셀렉티브한 학습자들만 가지고 말씀을 하셨습니다. 그런데 이 교육이 도처에서 일어나고 있거든요. 그런 측면에서 봤었을 때 좀 저는 이제 모든 사람들 을 위한 교육, 이런 측면에서 봤었을 때 이런 어떤 상호작용이 가능하다라는 측면에서 봤을 때 고려할 수 있는 것들이 어떤 것들이 되는가에 대해서도 한번 생각을 좀 해주시고 나중에 기회가 되면 말씀을 좀 듣고 싶습니다. 네, 저는 이것으로 토론 마치겠습니다.
Thank you very much, Professor Song, and we'll pick up some of those questions that you've raised in the final session, as the final part of this session, as we move to discussion. So our last discussant is Larry Cooperman from the University of California in Irvine, where he's responsible for open education. He has a bachelor's degree in political science from the University of Michigan and degrees in education from the University of California, Berkeley. He's been in his current role for a little over 7 years, but I can see from his biography that he's a real expert in distance learning and open education, and I'm sure we're going to learn a lot from his remarks. Thank you.
Thanks for that introduction. No, I was just thinking about a project, a competition that was just held in Irvine, California, which was called the Energy Decathlon. And it was a competition among schools, international participants as well as local participants from close to Irvine. And what the students had to do, and there were groups of engineering students, they were business students, they were design students, they had to build a house and make it as energy efficient as possible. And the amount of creativity in the design process alone, where the contestants would know that what they had to do is they were They had to figure out how they were going to wash their clothes, how much energy would be consumed, whether the food that they prepared would taste good. And so all of these different disciplines that went in, and then the final thing, which is to actually build the house, gives us a window into what the future of higher education should look like. And of course, in addition to flipped classrooms, peer-based learning, we also have the notion that students can learn best by doing, by projects that they engage in. And this should be no surprise that is what we're all part of when we learn, is we're constructing our mental models of reality. And so the ability to assist an individual to construct a model is essentially a social activity. We don't do it in isolation from each other, we do it with each other. So some of the glimpses that we get into the future of higher education by the panelists here are really quite interesting. What we have to also look at is to take a step back and say, whether we're talking about KAIST or even Minerva, we're talking about elite institutions, institutions that are taking the best students and then are now proposing positive reforms in the educational process to make the experience of undergraduate education much more meaningful. But we have to look at actually the role as well of higher education globally and in each country. And from that I mean that higher education should be a vehicle for social mobility. And in many of the developed countries now, we face a significant problem where we have we have lower social mobility than even in past years. So we're doing a worse job than we've done before. So one of the questions that we have to look at when we think about this is, how do we design systems of higher education in which social mobility becomes the forefront, and that the advances in how we teach go beyond elite groups of students? So what we could easily imagine is that the students in the bottom quarter get MOOCs, and students in the top quarter get this very rich personal environment with project-based learning and peer learning, active learning. And we have to really guard against that as a tendency. So this for me becomes the point at which we should use it as an optic and view all of the proposals for how this is actually changing our countries. So the United States is in particularly bad shape with this. We have lower social mobility than the UK, which was traditionally a very class-based society, and their educational system always reflected that. And now we have lower social mobility than them. And so our concern is to actually say, now that we have the internet, and so many things are possible, and look at the rich technology-mediated environment that Minerva presents, how do we actually get those experiences out for the majority of the population so that education improves, and with it, both economies develop, and as well as it's also the future of democracy, isn't it? Because the question of social mobility is tied to the fact that everybody gets a good shot at their own future. So those are some of the thoughts that I have, but I think that everyone here on this panel has been really pointing to this issue of peer learning. Now, lecture-based learning, there's just no evidence for it. There's no evidence that it's effective. If you look at studies that even point to peer groups without a professor in the STEM subjects, they perform in a superior fashion to listening to lectures. So when that's the stark contrast, it's better to do on the peer side. Of course, what we want to do is have that interaction with the professor optimized, and really have the professors feel a new sense of connection to their students. So it's one thing to be on the stage, to feel when you make a joke in front of the class that everyone laughs, and you feel very good about that. But it's another thing to really be working with small groups of students. And you'll see already that major universities are making plans to really redo how they function. So if you look at the 170-page document that MIT produced about the future of education on its campus, they literally talk about the physical destruction of lecture halls, so that there wouldn't even be a place to put 400 people to sit in one place and listen to somebody. And rather, they're looking at small project-based groups that meet with professors and continue to learn each of the subjects. And that's the other important thing of this. You're not actually giving up learning about history or learning about chemistry when you make these kinds of transitions. It's the way in which you do it. And I'll make one last analogy, and then I'd really be interested in your ideas. You know, when we talk about on-the-job training, they talk about a 70-20-10 split. 70% of learning is on an informal basis. That is, you're sort of figuring out how things work. You look over somebody's shoulder. 20% is mentoring. So you have a supervisor, or you have somebody who's in some sort of training position but who's working with you individually. And 10% is formal classes. We can imagine that in the future of higher education, that we will develop our own 70-20-10 divide, because learning by doing is superior to all of the other alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry. Now, we're very happy to take questions from the audience, and there's microphones, I think, moving around if you want to raise your hand. I'll start by asking one question, and then please feel free to raise your hand in the interim. So, we heard from Larry just now about the question of social mobility, and I was struck when I was listening to you talk about your selection processes and putting that together with Prime Minister Goh's remarks yesterday about the parentocracy, that already the students who are going to succeed have some level of privilege in being admitted to Minerva. So how do you address that, or have you thought about different ways to address that issue?
Well, certainly it's something we think about all the time. And so let me share something that I wasn't really able to share just now, so I'm glad that actually Larry brought this up. Certainly with what we're doing, Minerva is not just about Minerva, remember. Maybe that wasn't actually apparent from what I shared, but Minerva is all about driving positive change in US higher education and maybe eventually global higher education. And part of that positive change relates to this. Minerva we believe that the only way to affect this change throughout the entire system, at least in our country, is to set a shining example that, in terms of academic quality, certainly academic ability of students, teachers, that everybody else follows. Now, at least it isn't the way it is in the United States. I don't know, and maybe it's similar here in Korea. You have one or two, in the US it's maybe just one or two of our traditional top institutions, one of which I think I probably went to in a past life, and you've got everybody else, the rest of the pack, sort of trying to be looking up to these schools, right? Why in the past have many of the interesting ideas, methodologies, pedagogies, right, models, visions, not been able to necessarily affect the entire system? We believe it's because nobody has set an example or set a bar that's actually higher in the United States, at least, than Harvard or Yale or MIT or Stanford or something like this, right? People have had interesting ideas about education, particularly some in the past several decades. We've seen more and more of this, but the only way that you're going to get the entire system, to change, including along these lines, to be more inclusive, to make sure that these methodologies will find their way and are proactively made part of every part of the entire system, is that we can, in effect, force our traditional great institutions to adopt a better model. And that is exactly what Minerva is doing. So I would completely agree with the statement that there's so much more that we actually have to do in terms of social lines, and that's all very much what we're all about. It will take a little bit of time, and we've seen how maybe others have not been as successful in the past because they haven't said, listen, we're going to set a gold standard that everybody will follow, but that's the way that Minerva actually intends to do it. We believe it's going to be a successful one.
Thank you. I'm still looking for hands in the audience. So, I think I've got a question just over here. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Seongdong University student, and I have a question to Ken Rose. I'm wondering what is the difference between Minerva and General Assembly in terms of offering education, which is alternative of traditional universities. I'm wondering what exactly the difference between Minerva and General Assembly.
Thank you. General Assembly, I'm a little bit familiar with General Assembly, but isn't that more vocational education and vocational training? Is that what we call it? Minerva is liberal arts and sciences. It's not vocational training is one thing. And it's a system. It's a new entire university system. Sometimes people ask me, was Minerva a MOOC, for example? And I say, no, a MOOC is a massive open online course. Minerva is not massive. It's not open, it's not online, and it's not a course, right? So even though I'm not as intimately aware of the intricacies of General Assembly, from what little I know, I believe it's actually quite different in just these few ways that I mentioned, and probably then some too.
Thank you. Have we got more questions from the audience? Yes, I have one over here.
I have some questions for Ken Ross, actually 4 different questions. If you don't mind, would you please address all of them?
I'll drink some water first. Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, they're just saying the faculty is the university and the university is the faculty. So would you please address how you hire or select your faculty members to carry out this type of very ambitious and laudable project? The second is your tuition is just $10,000. How can you manage it with the $10,000? And then the third is the selection of students is based on merits, which has 3 components. The first one is the academic excellence, and then the notable achievement, and then the personal attributes. Without getting into any details of each one of them, could you allocate the kind of percentages or the weights of the 3 which add up to 100? And the last question is, are you familiar with the Olin College of Engineering?
Of course, yes.
Okay. How is yours different from Olin College? And also, they spent a lot of time and money to prepare for the opening of the school, which took place in 2002. How about yourself? You just have a history of 2 years or 3, and then how much of a preparation in terms of money and time and research have you done to make sure that your model is going to be successful?
Fabulous, thank you. Oh, okay, I'll try to get through these relatively quickly, but get you some answers. And certainly we can talk afterwards if there are things that I don't address. Faculty, so as a student-centered university, not a research-centered university and not a faculty-centered university, we're all about student learnings. So when we look for faculty, we're looking for certainly strong pedigree, people that are certainly experts in their field, and that have proven that through research, as well, most likely. But we also, above all else, because there are a lot of people like that don't necessarily have this one final attribute that we need to have, and that is a passion for and a dedication to student learning, right? And so that means that, there are many excellent professors out there who, and some of these are my friends, and they say, gosh, I have to teach students this semester. That's really terrible, right? They maybe love to do research, which is great and admirable and needed, but they don't actually like to teach, and they aren't so much concerned about particularly undergraduate student learnings at their institutions. Teachers like that and professors like that, we would not actually hire. Now, you're probably, I'm guessing, maybe aware of the supply and demand situation with PhDs, professors, and academics in the United States. And for those of you who are not, in general, just let me say there's much more supply than there is demand, right? Of people, with advanced degrees, intelligent, bright, and want to make a difference in education. As selective as Minerva has been with students, we've actually been able to be more selective with our faculty. We only have, because we've still only 2 small cohorts, I believe we have 21 faculty at the moment. Again, we only have 139 students. And so we were actually able to select these faculty from, it's I think over 1,000 people that actually have shown interest over the past couple of years of actually working with Minerva, even though we do not offer, we don't offer tenure, right? And we are in many ways, again, if you're doing research, definitely Minerva, if you just want to do research, Minerva would not be for that type of a faculty. We've still been able to have the pick of the litter, as the expression is. We've been able to have our choice of amazing faculty from around the world. And if even you on our website, you can read some more about them. Certainly our deans are quite famous people in and of themselves. You can Google them if you wanted. So it's actually, we've had a very much easier time than many people would actually believe selecting and choosing our faculty. That's number one. Tuition. So basically, one of the advantages we have, even though it's difficult to start from scratch, as we've done, one of the advantages that we have is by starting from scratch, starting with a clean sheet of paper, we were able to avoid the 5, as I categorize them, 5 major areas that have really been I think the primary reasons for the skyrocketing costs in U.S. higher education, particularly the past several decades. One of those, I would say, is tenure. There are merits of the tenure system, but it's also a very expensive system, as we know. 2 would be undergraduate tuition funding graduate research, which is something somewhat unique to the United States. I know in the UK, for example, this is not what happens. If anything, it's actually the other way around. But in the United States, the undergraduates pay a lot of money and partially fund graduate research. That does not actually happen at Minerva. Sports teams. Minerva is not in the business of running professional level sports teams. The Stanford football coach makes about $1 million US a year, just this football coach, right? And that doesn't account for all the expenses that are necessary to actually build a stadium, maintain a stadium, all the peripheral stuff that exists, right? Just to maintain these sports teams. Our students at Minerva play sports, but we don't run these professional level sports teams. Campus, the way we have reimagined and redefined the campus, the way we use existing resources and facilities, world-class facilities in these cities, means that we do not build our own labs. We use best-in-class ones that exist already. We do not build our own, athletic facilities for that matter, right? We use ones that currently exist. Some are open to everyone, but a lot we have to actually arrange, and we establish long-term relationships with the best-in-class facilities in these cities. Something we'll eventually plan to do in Seoul, as a matter of fact. And then finally would be, what was the final one? Like on 1, 2, 3, 4 campus. There's a 5th one I think that I'm forgetting right now. But if you understand U.S. higher education, you know that there are a lot of ways that things that you could frankly do without. What does having a winning football team, soccer team, basketball team have to do with the quality of an educational experience? I would argue nothing, right? And that's why we don't have it. Selection of students. We have an absolute academic bar by which how we select students. We have a formula. And everything that we look at, all the aspects of our students that we look at in terms of, as part of the process, as part of the selection process, we look at their grades and their transcripts, we look at them deeply. Even though we do not accept American standardized test scores like SATs and ACTs, we have a series of cognitive and non-cognitive assessments that our students take based on proven assessments that have been around for decades. We haven't reinvented the wheel in this respect. We also look at what our students have accomplished, what they've built, what they've created. Our students have written books, they've founded companies, they've invented patents, they've led and created organizations both in school and certainly outside of school as well. And then we do have a formula. that we plug all everything, we grade everything using standardized rubrics, and we plug everything into a formula, and you're either above the bar or below the bar. Above your bar you're in, regardless of where you're from or your family background or whatever. And of course, if you're not at the bar, then you're not in. So, and again, we can talk a little bit more about this later. Finally, I'm trying to go through this. Olin, what was the final question though? Oh, the engineering college and lack of history. Well, listen, I mean, certainly when you're a newer institution, Olin started, Harvard even started back in 1636. John Harvard, he used to brew beer, and he decided to start a university at the same time. Why the heck not, right? You have to start sometime. But let's remember one thing. We'll leave you this. Everything that Minerva has put together, even though the institution itself is new, everything that we use is proven. In fact, all the pedagogical tools we use, the science of learning and how we use that, we've made sure to make use of only methodologies or models that have been proven not by us, but just by others over decades, right? And so I think that helps a bit when you're starting out. So keep watching us, and I think that the proof, as our students begin to graduate, will be interesting to see over the next couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're getting short of time because we need to go next door to the wrap-up session. So I'll just take one more question from the audience, if there is one. Just this question here. Yeah.
I don't remember the exact, details, but while Professor Lee, you are engaged in your feedbacks to those two presenters. You raised a very important question by yourself. I think, they can be answered by those two presenters. Then all the audiences will be very get a good benefit. So if you don't mind, can you refresh, those key questions that you yourself raised to those two presenters? Professor Song.
Professor Song, you
while
raised...
you are in discussion, feedbacks, you raised, a couple of important questions, those two presenters, right? Yeah, please,
so,
if you don't mind.
So one was about MOOCs, and the second, so perhaps you could, Larry might be able to comment on that.
Yeah, the first question that I actually asked is about competency, learners' competencies. So, what competency do you think are highly emphasized or valued in your institution? That's the first one. And the second one is about the definition of university or classroom teaching. Of course, the classroom is actually changed a lot, right, these days because of informal learning is very emphasized. So I just want to hear how you define the definition of university of teaching. So,
Professor Lee and perhaps Larry, you might want to comment on that as well.
Let me make the answers in Korean for better understanding. Okay. So learner's competence. Yeah, learner's competence. 말하자면 우리 학생들이 실제로
어떤 역량을 갖추기
그러니까 어떤 역량. 원래 아까 제가 말씀드린 대로 우리 학생들이 제가 이야기했던 대로 뭔가 성적을 좀 더 잘 받자. 사실 저희들은 그런 게 목표가 아니고 아까 우리가 소프트 스킬이라고 했지만은 실제로 사회에서 요구하는 것은 뭘 좀 더 많이 아느냐, 지식의 문제보다 하드 스킬보다는 이게 문제 해결 능력하고 창의성, 그 다음에 커뮤니케이션하고 리더십, 팀워크 이런 거를 좀 배양을 해야 되겠다는 게 우리 목표라는 거죠. 사실은 제가 얼마 전에 그 삼성전자 사장님하고 이야기하면서 무슨 역량을 요구하냐 그랬더만은 문제를 잘 정의하고 설계할 줄 아는 사람이면 좋겠다. 문제만 정의하면 어떻게든 해결을 하는데 대개는 문제가 뭔지를 잘 정의하거나 설계할 줄 모른다는 거죠. 문제를 만들 줄 아는 사람은 문제를 부수고 새로운 창의도 만들 수 있는데 그게 안 되더라. 바꿔 이야기하면 우리가 어떤 지식을 더 많이 전달하는 게 목적이 아니고 학생들에게 이런 새로운 역량을 키워야 되겠는데 문제는 이런 것들이 어떤 과목으로 가르쳐지는 게 아니다는 거죠. 뭐 무슨 리더십 강의를 듣는다고 되는 것도 아니고 일상의 학습 과정에서 이게 일어나야 된다 생각하니까 결국은 학생이 좀 더 클래스에서 좀 더 많이 생각하고 좀 더 많이 말하고 대화를 통해서 이게 일어난다고 봅니다. 우리가 동양이나 서양이나 과거에 우리가 소크라테스나 우리 저 공자님 시대에는 문답식으로 교육하면서 결국 그런 식으로 했는데 이 대량 교육 시대 오면서 우리가 그렇게 할 수가 없었단 말이죠. 그러니까 지금은 이제 또 이러닝이나 새로운 인터넷 테크놀로지에서 그게 가능할 때가 됐다는 겁니다. 그게 목표입니다. 두 번째로 이 클래스룸 정의를 어떻게 하느냐? 그건 저도 잘 모르겠는데 지금까지 우리 되게 클래스룸이란 것은 이렇게 전달의 장소였단 말이죠. 예, 뭔가 정보를 전달하는 장소였는데 지금 이제 앞으로 우리가 가야 될 방향은 이 전달의 장소가 아니고 학습의 공간. 학생들이 수업 시간에는 선생님 렉처링을 듣고 필기해 가지고 집에 가서 따로 공부하고 숙제하고 실제 공부는 문제 풀고 숙제하면서 된다고 그랬는데 그게 아니고 이 수업 시간이 굉장한 시간이란 말이죠. 그 시간에 진짜 학습이 일어나게 해야 되는데 그 학습이라는 것은 단순히 단편 지식을 더 아는 것보다 생각하는 힘을 더 키우고 하는 게 제일 중요하다는 거죠. 그래서 지금 생각하지 않는다는 게 학생들한테 제일 큰 문제 같아요. 수업 시간이 생각하는 힘, 답이 없는지도 몰라요. 오픈 캐스를 주고 고민하게 만드는. 길게 보면 그게 훨씬 유능한 인재를 키울 거다. 아까 뭐 여기도 여러분이 이야기했지만 그렇게 봅니다.
Thank you very much. I think I'm going to have to wrap up now so that we can pass in next door to the wrap-up session. This has been a truly engaging discussion and very informative, and we've retained the audience right till the end of the conference. So thank you, and could you please join me in thanking all the presenters.
네, 수고해주신 마거렛 셰일 호주 멜버른대 부총장님과 발표자, 토론자분들께 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 이것으로 글로벌 인재포럼 2015 트랙 A의 모든 순서를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 작성하신 설문지는 콘솔 데스크에 제출하여 주시고 사용하신 통역기는 그대로 자리에 두고 가시면 되겠습니다. 곧이어 그랜드 볼룸 1, 2에서 진행되는 웹업 세션에도 많은 관심과 참석 부탁드리며 끝까지 함께해 주신 모든 여러분께 감사드립니다. 안녕히 가십시오.